Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect
from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are gonna be joining here on the Regional Dota 2 series, very close to ending the groups here with Harry and the lovely Kips. Kips, how are you feeling on this fine morning, and are you excited about the Dota that is to come?
I am, yes, because this is going to be my first time with the brand spanking new patch, and well, I've already got some expectations. I've already seen some things go down maybe this
That's
weekend.
not good.
So...
Don't have expectations.
not in things like interpersonal relationships, but I feel like if people are going to perform for me, they better show me something good, right?
Exactly. That does make a lot of sense. But let's focus on today's schedule. Let's see what we've got. Of course, our viewers were able to see this before we went live, but just to repeat a little bit, if some people don't want to be looking at the screen, but just listening to our lovely voices, Team TK will go up against the Immortal. That's going to be our first series of the day, the one that you and me keeps are going to be casting. Then I'm going to be kicked aside for T-Panda to come over for Karstens Esports and IHC, and the day will end with Blind Owl Esports versus Manta Esports. Kips, I really have to say this. When they add esports in at the end of every name, and there's like 4 of them in line, it feels weird to pronounce and say.
Yeah, it does. It's a little bit like, we know that this is esports. We are watching it on an esports stream with our esports jerseys on, with like at our computer. It's a little.
Yeah, I get it
It's
though.
a little. I mean. Yeah, I think it makes the most sense if these organizations also have actual, how did we call them again? Like IRL sports, meat sports, T sports. There we go. That's the way. Traditional sports. If they also have T
Isn't
sports
it
teams.
just sports?
No. Otherwise, like you posit that as the default, and since we are esports, we need to stand alongside them instead of one step lower.
Okay,
So esports and T sports,
No.
and if the T sports people object to that, we ignore them.
This is the thing, Kips. I think you got it wrong. So if they are sports and we are esports, we are better because there's something built up on it. But if we allow them to be T sports, then we both have one letter before, and it doesn't count, right? So I
you
don't
want
know.
to be special.
Exactly. We are special as Team TK versus the Immortal. Let's get into the lineup so that we can get a little bit more acquainted with these guys. I know that this is your first time casting Group B, so you need to get a little bit closer to these teams. Krishma, Mangdai, JG, Rodion, and Castaway. The remnants of Neon, plus some other players. And this is the team that is here. If they win the tournament, Kips, they are coming to Belgrade. So a lot on the line for these boys.
Very nice. And I mean, who could say no to Mamang Daya and Castaway joining on LAN? I think that is 2 names that we'd... I mean, Mamang Daya has been phenomenal throughout the RES series in total. And Castaway, I'm just hyped to have a South African player still in the top of the league and making it work here. And he's been doing really good work. So, yeah, I'm hoping they'll be able to perform.
Yeah, the competition is going to be tough, but I'm not sure if it's going to be that tough in this series here. They do look like the favorites versus the 5 guys we're going to see on the screen right now. Production now. Okay, yeah, production is awesome like always, but they're messing with us a bit. We have France, Insane, Momo, Ren, and Jolly B. So that's going to be the lineup of the Immortal for today.
Yeah.
How's this looking to you? Do you think they're going to have a shot?
I'm just gonna say I'm not familiar with these players at all, but man's called Jollibee, and Jollibee is really very good. So he's got either a lot of confidence, or he's just he's telling us what to expect. Some really top tier Filipino stuff.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You know what makes a lot of sense? After the lineups, we usually go to the draft, and it makes sense to do that right now as well. Yeah, there it is. Perfect. So we're in, Kips. You told me that you're happy to see the new patch, to see how it's going, to get the cast. Anything that you have noticed in different tournaments, in pubs, in while watching Dota, whatever, that you like, love, or would like to see?
I am, well, first of all, I'm upset that Pango is still Pango. Like, that something should have been done, and it still
Want it
hasn't.
to be a different animal, or like?
No, the animal is fine. The power levels of the animal have been concerning for a couple of years now. This was shot to do something about it, and it just hasn't happened. I'm very happy that we've seen a lot of the filler inits attacked, so people actually have just their regular abilities back. And I think in terms of, for example, maybe Ember Spirit, it's been a bit of a nerf, but for the rest of them, it's mostly been like, hey, you actually get something that does something for you, as opposed to just an extra level of your spell.
Yeah, but Ember Spirit in general has been buffed, right? So it's
Yeah,
that is the one
to make
that
up for it.
yeah, sure, to make him the strongest hero ever, because people have been first picking him so much. And let's see if that's gonna continue here. The Immortal, they're waiting on their first pick. They did ban out the Grimstroke, so maybe your hated nemesis, the Pangolier, will be coming out. Yep, there he is.
There he is. I mean, you know what? I think Pango is like a good hero to have as a nemesis. I think he understands being a nemesis very well.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's a good thing, because he seems pretty good at dueling, right? Though you're a lady, right? And he's a gentleman, right? He speaks French and all, so I think you're cool. You're fine.
Yeah, no, he'd have to duel my champion.
Ah, okay, that's fine. That's then we'll. I mean, I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of your champion, but sure. I don't know. No, pangolins are small animals, right? Who cares? Okay, your champion is gonna be fine. As there will be a Sven. This is the guy that you do not want to duel.
No.
Big, buff, strong, the power of the gods in his hands. Some slight changes, but really still does the same thing. Even as a support, even as a core, looking solid.
Yeah, and one of the things that this really does, like the threat of a support Sven, if you want to make the support Sven useless, you're really looking for a lineup with a lot of magical damage, which you've already got the Pango, so his Warcry is going to do something for you on Team TK no matter what. And then these magical damage lineups usually tend to be a little squishier, so Sven will still enjoy that, so this is still a great pick to start a draft off with.
Yep, I like it. Usually in the past days we would see like Ember, Dragonite, those were the openings. Maybe a Hoodwink here and there, but she got banned out. So this to me is kind of new, that teams do go for the Pango and the Sven. But these heroes have been in the meta for quite some time, so it's not all that surprising. Anything in particular that you would like to mix up with them? Do you want to get some... Okay, so now we are leaning more towards a support Sven, right? Because SF mostly being played in the safe lane.
Yeah. And then Rubik, I mean, Rubik, very, very expected. Did you see the... It's a while ago, but the insane if you have 3 heroes on top of each other and Rubik has Raise, you can, and the shard I think, and you can keep on, you can empty out your entire mana pool.
Yeah, raise. Yeah. I know. I haven't seen it like
The
a clip
Thompson,
of it, but
special.
yeah, but I get what can be done.
It's pretty nuts.
Yep. But I guess that's unlikely to happen in a competitive game. Not impossible, but still very, very unlikely. As the Immortal, so they're shown their off lane / mid laner, their position 4. Now, a lot of teams would pick up their position 5. Clockwork has been relatively popular. That could be a deny pick if you're afraid of maybe a Sven being moved somewhere else, because it does go well with the SF. Not sure what else the Immortal would like to go for. Wasn't expecting that.
No, definitely was not expecting that either, because that's a completely new pick for them. Haven't done that in, well, basically forever.
Yeah, weird.
Clockworks and techies, but Treant Protector, and I don't even think that Treant got changed all that much, did he?
I think not.
No? No, Nature's Guys has a... The Aghanim Shard has a little bit of a steroid on it now, but...
Yeah, so
that is literally it.
You hit a little bit stronger. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Once you have Shard.
Yeah, it's not too much, right? It was from 200 to 100 plus 75% of your base attack damage, so it's gonna be slightly stronger later on. That's about it. Here's the Beastmaster. Before we got into the program, you talked about the bug a little bit. Can you explain what the bug about the Beastmaster does?
Yeah, so the Beastmaster Hawk currently draws aggro before the creep, like on the first creep wave, and it is probably the only thing in the game does that. It's specifically meant to not do that, but since it draws aggro, you can keep the wave from hitting the tower, and you can abuse that in order to clear a wave, put an enemy carry, especially say a ranged carry under tower versus a full wave, and there's nothing they can do about it really. So that is, I'm expecting that to be patched very soon.
So are you one of those people who say that should not be used, or are you more in the fountain hook corner.
So with the fountain hook, it's a little bit more like that could have been the intended behavior, whereas for this one, it's pretty clear that it isn't the intended behavior of the interaction. And of course, for both, I think you should ideally ask Valve, and then if they say no, you don't do it. But in this case, I think it's much clearer that you're not supposed to do this. Let's see if Team TK cares, though.
Yeah, we'll see if they care. Overall, they are coming in as the heavy favorites. I don't know if they necessarily need to abuse any bugs or any weird things for that matter, but still, this is a very strong offlane duo. I mean, we don't really have to talk about the bugs all that much, as there will be a Darkseer being picked up. So now, when we have a Darkseer Treant and the Rubik, do you still lane the Rubik with the Darkseer? Or is it more likely to see the Treant in the safe lane?
It really depends on if they're going to go for a ranged carry, right? You usually do want to try to match up a ranged core with a melee support and the other way around, just to keep the balance of your lane intact. But of course, Darkseer is one of the melee heroes that does quite well with a double melee, so I think a lot of it depends on how the Immortal feels about their safe lane pick, but you can definitely still flex it because you have a Darkseer. And this does bring the emptying out your raises pool. I was like, you said it's not very likely that it's going to happen, but because it requires a Darkseer, right? Getting 3 heroes on top of each other usually, like, it requires a vacuum. The Immortal might be legit going for it.
Yeah, they're gonna put Rubik into the mid lane and just make sure that he steals the raise and the vacuum, overgrowth, and then raise. Yeah, maybe. Unlikely that is the whole point of your lineup, but if it is, hats off to them. We have no hats to pull off, but and I don't want to take down my my headphones because I'm not gonna hear you, but it still would be pretty fun to see them attempt it.
I like the Muerta coming in here as well. The Ofrenda is very interesting. I've been wondering about it before because clearly the best use for it is for buybacks, and buybacks are one of those tools that's usually best used either once a game or never. But this certainly gives you extra incentive to be hyper aggressive in team fights. Buyback, come back at your Ofrenda, and in spite of all of your spells most likely being on cooldown, you're still having something to do there because you now get a steroid. So let's see if we're carry Muertaing, if we're doing some Yatoro things up in here.
I don't think so though. SF mid isn't something that I've seen too much, so I would assume that they're gonna be picking up their mid laner. There will be a Dragonite pickup, which kind of makes sure that this Rubik is not gonna be a core. But we see a carry Dragonite that has been happening quite a lot, and to be honest, for me, it's one of the heroes that can deal with the SF quite nicely, right? Because you have a ton of armor, you can stand your ground, you don't have to get into his face to be able to do damage because your range is quite high once you're in dragon form. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I'm good with it as well, and I do think that the carry DK is the only way that I want to see him right now. I kind of can't believe that the corrosive version got nerfed even after its win rate has already been plummeting, but better late than never, I suppose.
Yeah, the frost one needs work. I don't know how they're gonna make that one viable. No farm, no tower taking potential. Okay, so it is gonna be a Muerta core or a Sven core. Okay, there is gonna be a Sven core and Muerta 4. Okay, so when I saw Sven SF, I was like, okay, that's the safe lane, but Team TK are gonna be approaching it in a different way, and I'm fine with it, right? Because Sven in general is gonna do well versus the Dragonite. SF carry can struggle.
Can struggle, yeah. And this is the kind of lineup where definitely if you would like to go for magic damage SF, you can definitely be the be-all to end-all in these final team fights. The Immortal has strong team fight, don't get me wrong here, but making sure everybody is forcibly disengaging or has to pop their Beaky Beazle at the same time has always been a very strong tool, and I still think that is the whole reason that SF mid is still viable.
We're not going to see an Ofrenda going with the Dance of the Dead. A couple of days ago, I saw I think 4 heroes dying in the Dance of the Dead. The circle was so huge. It's not even. It was like the screen, Kips. I can't even explain it to you how cool it was. It was the biggest one I've seen, especially in a competitive game. So I'd like to see something like that again. Probably not gonna happen, but still a possibility. How do you feel about this last pick, Shadow Demon?
I mean, this is the kind of support pick that I live for, right? Which is anti-carry properties, going to be bringing in a lot of purges here, a lot of heals as well. Making Dragon Knight illusions always very handy. So a lot of good things to say about the SD late. I do think that it leaves you with, well, I said before that you don't have a lot of team fight on this lineup. You've definitely not compensated for that whatsoever. You're decently suited for pickoffs, but I feel like TK with the SD as the last pick is leaning really towards like, okay, we just gotta have to be ahead, have more items, have more damage, and just tank everything that the Immortal is going to be throwing at us.
That actually does make a lot of sense. Also, Shadow Demon counter to the Darkseer. They banned out the troll, but they forgot about the little guy, right? And he's gonna be here. Speaking about the little guy, look at how much our sponsors favor TK. They really look at the Immortal as the little guy. Of course, there are people who believe in the little guy, and just like in Bitcoin, if you've invested in it 20 years ago, you'd be a millionaire now. Maybe you can invest into the Immortal. We have a promo code 1XRLGSEA for you to use to double your first deposit. As let's see. Give me your prediction, Kips, right? Okay, we know TK are a better team. Is the draft of the Immortal good enough to kind of even the footing?
I have a hard time judging it. I'd say that as much as they have really good control in the team fights, I think that they too are like on the road to struggling for damage, whereas Team TK, and I say two, excuse me, I don't think TK is at all.
Is that a dead Rubik? Yeah, that is a very dead Rubik.
Yeah.
He's gonna hope that the SF doesn't get the first blood, but his hopes are very quickly gonna be taken away. This is bad. It's
Very
an
much
SF versus a Pango in the mid lane, so it's an SF versus a melee hero, and you just let him have first blood. At least they take down a ward, so there is some good things at the start for the Immortal as well.
Yeah, just a little bit, but that is a pretty awful start, I gotta say.
Yep, that doesn't get much
Does
worse
not
than
get
that.
much worse.
No. I really, if you would look at an SF game and think, okay, how do we, sure, people are gonna say, but what about 4 runes and SF getting 5 kills? Yeah, sure, that's not gonna happen. Like in a normal scenario, this is as bad as it gets.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very realistic way for things to go tits up.
Yep. So, SF, of course, is going to be CSing quite well. How about the Sven? Sven is a melee hero versus a Darkseer, so sometimes can struggle a bit. Speaking of struggling, uglier. Is that, or is it uglier? Either way, I like the sound of uglier is going to be taken down by PMA.
It's Pangolier's stunted little brother. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it is a...
I mean, it's the same as noob, right? If you name yourself something like this, it's gonna happen.
Yep, that is true. That is it's his own fault, right? It's not our fault.
We victim blame here.
Exactly. Exactly. We're doing exactly that, Kips, and we should be proud of it in this situation. As already 1k gold lead, a lot of it coming out from the SF crushing the mid lane. Pango cursing his life right now. Like, why did I have to lane versus this beast?
Yeah, I mean, the benefit is, of course, that you are a Pango. Ideally, you would get more out of this lane, but much like an Ember Spirit, you care most about the levels, and once you have level 6, you will always be able to do something for your team. The real problem is that not stopping off the SF for at least as long as possible is going to give Mamang Daya such a good springboard to really launch himself in the rest of the game for him. He's getting more like a trampoline right now.
Yep, it feels unfair. At least the Pango will get some of the CS under the tower. We'll know melee hero has good turn rate, good animation. He's gonna be fine. As a very nice dead shot from PMA. gets France back from himself and just uses the calling to dissuade any kind of chase. But overall, when we look at it, all of the lanes are going well for TK. Sure, Dragonite is farming okay, but that just means, okay, we're winning 2 lanes quite handily, and then the third one is even. So that's a pretty good deal.
Yep, and an even lane versus the Beastmaster usually spells trouble. Like, the way that you need to get him is this lane ideally needs to stuff the Beastmaster down the dumpster a little bit, make sure that he has to go back to his Ancients, and then contest those as well. But right now, he doesn't even really need to be stacking, and if he does start stacking, what are you going to contest him with? Because you are currently going even, and he's completely fine fighting back against you. You're not going to have the tools to necessarily take that pesky tier 1 tower down, for
Especially with your other lanes going terribly.
Yep.
As this mid lane, is somebody gonna react to this? Can they do something about this?
No, you have 2 very defensive supports.
Okay. This is sad. Insane coming forward to die, obviously. There's the TP, and from the Rubik, he's trying to be a bit aggressive, but only level 2. Maybe he can kill DSF. Among that, just decides to go through the tower. Has a Fairy Fire and 14-1 charges. He's not even close to going down. There's a Water Rune waiting for him. He got the kill. He did a lot of damage to the tower, forced the TP, pretty much did everything.
1-man army already online, and this forced TP here. I mean, at the very least, he grabs away that Water Rune, but yeah, Rubik towards top, trying to see what stacks have been made here. Only a single one in the triangle so far.
Maybe he's thinking, let's at least win 1 lane, and then you're coming to a place where 2 of your guys are relatively low. The Dragonite using the Soul Ring, do you really want to do that? It gets silenced up, at least they're going to be bringing down PMA. Okay, they're going to be fine, and this rotation will at least give them something, but I don't think that's what you were looking for. They needed more. Don't be sad, Kips. It's fine.
It's fine. I feel like that dog sitting in the burning house. It's fine. This is fine.
Yeah, this is fine, I guess, for TK. And I like that they're playing like this because I want them to have a chance to get to the land. They're not the only team from Group B that has that chance. There's IHC as well. So it's going to be a big battle. And you know what would be funny? If Team Tough just again gets the victory and none of them go, right? That would probably be sad for them in the next Execration. Would be making a trip to Belgrade in late October.
Well, Execration is going to be bringing some fun Dota on LAN, if I've seen this weekend correctly.
Yep. I mean, whoever goes, I'm fine with it. I have to say, a bit biased maybe towards TK, but just a tad bit, right? I think I would be happy for any of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, the same as you with... I mean, not actually the same as you with TK, sorry. I'm quite biased towards Team Tough. I think they deserve it.
But they're already there. They're already there, right? So it's we don't have to.
Oh, sorry. I thought you implied that they couldn't. There was a scenario where they didn't make it.
No. Team Tough are going 100%. There's no chance they're not going.
In that case, yeah, TK, absolutely. I'll root for them.
What's with these Darkseer hands? What the hell is that?
Is he throwing hands? Is he? Ooh.
What is this? It's like Thanos' hands on, I don't know, a small guy's body.
Yeah, I mean, he can punch your soul straight out of your body, so it would probably require fists that look something like that.
I don't know, it just doesn't fit. You know, when there's some people whose voice and look doesn't fit at all. There are there are people that don't fit a bit, but then it just are assumptions. But here, this is his hands and feet. They're nowhere close. Spango, look at how he's holding. Oh, I'm having a bad time, and the SF doesn't care. He's not like a fair duelist. This is a battle till death.
Spango clutching his side.
Run, little pangolin. Oh, he will survive. Fairy Fire. Not Fairy Fire,
This
the
time.
raindrop coming in handy. Kips is being brutal. He survived this time, but the next time he's not. Poor guy.
Yeah, no, he's going extinct. I'm sorry.
Makes sense. As Rubik, he's going pretty extinct as well. There's going to be 5 shadow poisons on him, and he doesn't even leave the disruption. Actually dies in the demon world.
Sad place to be.
Speaking
Now
about
we
demons.
have the Darkseer still with a lot of time to build, and of course you don't get as many stats out of the for free out of your building only strength anymore. You do also need to take care of your agi. Now you do get a lot of all stats, so the strength and the agi are usually not that far off, but I think he's been losing like what, about 5 to 10 int on average from this change.
Well, pretty much. I think you're losing half, right? Because you don't need your agi. You're just getting half from the strength, and I guess it's not really half because some items, as you mentioned, they give all stats, but a solid amount, like 30% at least.
Yeah,
I'd say.
30% is very possible, which is a big ass nerf actually.
Yep, for sure.
But he did deserve it.
Gibbs is like, why did he deserve? He's a cool guy. Look at him. Just throws out his iron shells, makes people face their biggest fears, what is inside of them, right? So it's not that bad. They do have a Requiem. And yeah, goodbye, Darkseer. Boom. There will be a lot of damage, and Sven connects with the stun. Castaway in the end gets the kill. I'm guessing Mamang Daya wanted that one, but to be honest, he's already rich enough.
He is, yeah. 1200 gold in the bank, can buy whatever he wants right now. And we are going Yasha into Blink. Okay, so we do in fact have magic damage SF coming to a game near you.
Yeah, it didn't seem for quite some time, I have to say. Even when people get Shadowmire, it was a carry SF going for Shadowmire and still going for right-click items. But, you know, he did get nerfed slightly. Still seems not enough. And with this kind of a start, it's not even gonna be felt.
Yeah, I mean, the real raw deal is that SF just doesn't lose a lot of lanes right now at all. And he has 2 different builds that he can go, so he can fit into pretty much any game still. We're going to see him a lot.
I like the SF. It's one of the iconic heroes of Dota, and it's always a bummer when he's not viable, especially because you have some of these specialists who, in their childhood, they watched all of the videos, right, the Yafets and stuff like that, and then the hero is unplayable.
Oh, very, very glad to see him back at the forefront. Absolutely. We did just have some of the big camp stacks taken away from the Beastmaster, which is a decent little boost to a Pangolier, but you know, that's a boost that he really needed because the man is this guy poor.
Yeah, it's not looking good. He's 2,000 behind the SF, even slightly more, which is a problem. And of course, SF at this point is like, I don't want to pressure him any longer. I don't want to give my life away. Goes into the jungle, allows PMA to collect some of the experience in the mid lane, which is going to be great for Immortal. Though I guess Shadow Demon level 6 is more important in this game for you, especially versus the Darkseer. But you're fine giving that experience away to any of the supports, I guess.
Yeah, and you gotta look at the overall impact on the game. Like, the Muerta can sit in mid lane for a bit and not do anything else, but Castaway just double stacked in that same amount of time.
I think, can Muerta double stack as well? I guess with a dead shot you might be able to. It is quite a high range spell.
Certain locations I think you can.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Everywhere.
Yeah, Shadow Demon can stack everywhere, like 3-4 camps at once. It's like the god of stacking for sure. But and you know, he does have his demon buddy holding hands and just making sure that the SF farms even more. Even with the Pango getting some stacks, it's just not gonna be enough to even start to get closer to the SF.
At the very least, the DK has exited this lane in relatively good pace, so we do have a bunch of levels up now. He's cleaving nicely. He's going to get that farm. We're going into Armlet Blink, so definitely very brawly build here. No shenanigans with, let's say, Midases and the sword.
Oh, nice deny on the tower. At least something goes for Insane. Nothing is going to be going for Ren, as he will be taken down quite easily. Castaways on a killing spree. He's been getting most of the kills for TK, which not ideal, but under the circumstances, I'd say they're fine. Okay, so let's say that the laning stage is done. Obviously, TK are ahead. What's the play now for the Immortal? How do you attempt to play this game being already this far behind?
You have great defensive team fight, right? You've got the roll, you've got wall, you have hopefully soon the overgrowth as well. Those are all things that once TK groups up, you can really punish them with and get a lot of that EXP back into your pockets at the very least. That's some of the gold difference. But the real problem starts happening here if TK never has to group and you have to choose if you want to spend one ult or several ults trying to get maybe like a singular Beastmaster and one support shoving a tower in. That would be a very harsh scenario for you. So what you're hoping here is that TK is going to group up and that you can catch several of them in your superior team fight.
They're not grouping up, they're just taking towers. The another one will fall, the one on the bottom lane. Darkseer, one of the heroes that shoves out the lane the best, especially without even showing, and his tower goes down. This is not something that you want to happen, especially because you have a Fire Dragon Knight. He wants to be farming the Ancients, and with the mid lane and the bottom tower being down, the ability to contest them is very, very high.
Yep, a lot of that defensive. I mean, the creep waves are going to naturally come into you. You've lost TP points. You've lost points where you can hide under for extra armor. It sucks. So all you have left is, well, your Roshan tower, I guess. But I gotta say, this is not a great game to be taking Roshans for the Dire.
Stolen that shot by the Rubik, but he's gonna be hit with it before he uses it. There is a Rolling Thunder. They found PMA. He's gonna try to get pushed to the high ground. The disruption will actually save him from the damages. Mamang Da has a shield room coming forward. Deadshot pushes him away. Rubik saving his Pango's life. Well, he kind of owes it to him, as he did give the first blood of this SF, ultimately in the end destroying the Pango's lane completely. As there will be a smoke, they want more.
He's busy with the roll down.
Oof. Uglier will get taken out. It will be the dead shot that kills him, bounces off of him. Of course, not to anybody in the vicinity, as everybody else from Immortal gets themselves out of harm's way and just trying to farm. It is baffling how small the map of the Immortal is already.
Yep, already. I mean, the real deal about that is that you can do that since the Immortal is really all in on a bunch of team fight. They don't have a lot of pick off. They don't have a lot of burst damage. So as TK, you can keep your core spread out if you want to. You can just legitimately have one core on every lane and feel confident that they're not going to die, or that if they die, you're going to be able to bring in all of the backup that you could possibly want because it takes so long.
Well, that's going to be Rubik shoving out the mid-wave. This Deadshot level 4 is really coming in handy. They have a smoke, you have overgrowth. The problem I have is, with you being this far behind, how do you do the damage necessary to bring people down? That Rolling Thunder is going to have to be perfect. Okay, they brought in the Darkseer. I think he is necessary for these engagements.
Absolutely. And we do have the mech on board as well. He can do a lot of tanking, stepping forward. Problem is, of course, how do you lock them down first?
Let's see. Finds the regen rune, instant disruption, there will be a lift, silence, and the demonic purge. They already killed him. Oh, with the roar, it's not enough. Stolen shadow poison. That is a big damage spell if you can use it. Mobo runs himself away, and the Sven will be joining in on the fight. Look at that hit onto Uglier. They're playing around this wall. Shadow King dropping. Oh, Mamang Da, he doesn't get his ulti off. It will only be the Death Requiem, so that is the biggest kill on the map. That's Darkseer surviving, such a huge deal. He could have died very easily. Stolen Deadshot once again, a big spell for Ren. Nice disruption saves, takes a lot of damage on Castaway as well. Stun from the Sven, connecting onto two people, but they're gonna get two kills now. Onto JG, the Dragon Tail disconnect. They have to be careful. This tier 1 tower, it still does quite a lot of damage, and in the end, Castaway with the 5 shadow poison stacks make sure Insane is dead, making it, in terms of numbers, an equal fight. But when you're this far behind, you're gonna be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got an opportunity there that you really shouldn't have gotten. TK mostly does that fight to themselves because they don't want to step back. They're like, okay, we're here, we're gonna fight. Oh, there's a wall in a very awkward position. Well, I guess we're far enough ahead that we're just going to stand in there and soak it up. And that is, I don't care if you're sex guy, and that is just a bad decision. Mamang Daya dying there without getting any of his spells off just because he wants to be in a good position to use the Requiem. It's like you don't need to Requiem. You don't need to have a good Requiem there because you don't need to fight. You can just back off. They used all your all their ultimates. Congratulations. And then you take your win by farming the hell out of the map afterwards. But TK were a little too eager to maybe put an extra nail in that coffin. And instead they give the Immortal a decent fight where they shouldn't have had any.
I'm telling you, Kips, you're a girl, you don't understand. Somebody has challenged you to a fight. You have to fight.
Yes.
You cannot run away, right? So I know it's the more sensible thing to do, but no, this is honor on the line. And kidding, of course, Mamang Dai did make a mistake. It's not game-changing still. The goal lead of TK is still increasing. You didn't lose no towers. The game, in general, hasn't changed. It's still going to be TK farming quite a lot and the Immortal struggling.
Yeah. No, agreed. But there's a little chip in the armor. Like clearly TK could do a little bit about their discipline still. They brought double blink daggers right now though, and this is the Beastmasters had this Aghanims for a while. They're really not in a hurry, so now is as good a time as any to start doing that Roshan.
Yeah, they go into it. There is a big wave on the bottom lane that they're gonna be able to get to once this Rosh does drop. You get the Aegis on the SF. The hero is still very squishy, so you want to make sure that you do have that extra life on him.
Yep. And of course, is one of those heroes that also really likes emptying out his mana pool in fights, so getting a refresh on both of them. Like the best heroes are with Aegis are the ones that empty out both before they die and then get both back.
Yep, very true. We have been seeing so many of these high ground siegers getting the Aegis lately that we have forgotten about the storms and the SFs of the world. Though SF can be a sieger, but a right click SF, not really this magical damage guy with a blink and Kayasha.
Yeah, not really. I mean, he gets decent damage just naturally from his souls, but nothing to call a siege engine. No.
Yep, definitely not. As there will be a smoke from TK. One thing that this team has been doing is pushing the limits a bit. I'd say that it even have cost them the game versus IHC, which is not ideal, but considering it's the group stage and you are... I think there's no chance TK are not making it through as Blink, Roar, onto the Rubik. They started the fight perfectly. JG pretty much gets a solo kill. The rest of them do reveal their smoke as well. I'm gonna guess a bit of a mistake, but you still don't want that Rubik to survive because the turnaround, you mentioned it, the turnaround potential of Immortal is pretty good.
It's pretty good and it's going to remain pretty good, and it is going to, especially you mentioned that high ground siege. You do have a Beastmaster, which usually helps a lot, but you're going to be forced into a choke point fight at some point on that high ground, and that is a potential turnaround point.
Misses on the last raise there among Daya. His raises do way too much damage, but his right clicks, they're not going to be killing the treant all that easily. So actually gets to the high ground. That could have been an easy kill, but a bit of a mistake at the end. The blind raise is never easy.
We're getting closer to Harpoon on the Sven, which is definitely... His physical damage output is going to be required now that the BKB for France is all but flying in.
And he has all the items that he needs already. He is speedy. He has like max movement speed when he pops the Mask of Madness and the Warcry, so that's where you want to be at. He has 250 damage per hit without his ulti. And imagine just how powerful he's going to be. Stolen Warcry. Okay, that's a nice spell to have, especially versus Sven.
Absolutely. One of those heroes that counters himself.
Yep.
These dead shots. Ah, they're annoying.
And they give you so much info about what's going on, as the Immortal will go for a smoke, but you cannot go for a straight up fight, especially not when your enemies are on the high ground. I guess the idea is to move a little bit towards the bottom and wait for TK to come there, and TK are coming. They're, I don't even want to say taking the bait because they feel like they're stronger. The roar will be used onto the Dragon Knight. Okay, vacuum wall, and with the overgrowth already, the SF will lose his Aegis. Beastmaster, he's tanky. He's not tanky enough to survive that. There's the turnaround fight that you were talking about. AD Rune onto Franz. They're going to be destroying Mamang Daya. He just tries to go for the Requiem. Not going to be annoying, and that's a dead shot.
Yep.
That was annoying to Immortal, but it's gonna be more annoying to the Muerta herself. Rubik playing a hell of a game, and the Immortal getting a hell of a fight. Pretty much equalizing on what's happening right now. Only a 3K, only 20 minutes in, that's nothing.
Yeah, showing off the power of this lineup in a choke point. The fact that they actually react just about fast enough. I thought, oh no, they're going to take too long deciding who gets the DD rune. And they're all going to be caught in the river. But that blink over on Insane in the way that he gets to interrupt, the Sven never actually gets to enter into that fight at all. And that is where the Pango and especially the Darkseer as well get to reign supreme.
Yep, it's very weird how TK approached that, right? You have everything you need. You have position, you have a tower to take, you know that the enemies are together, and you run into them because you think you're stronger. The thing is, you're not respecting the strength of your own lineup, and definitely not respecting the strength of the enemies.
Yeah, I mean, you say you have everything you need, but I was immediately going to jump in, well, except for a BKB on Mamang Daya. That is the second time that he dies because he puts himself in an awkward position.
Yep, he literally blinks into 5 heroes. Like, why? I understand Roar into Requiem, it's a free kill. But sure, the rest of Immortal are just gonna stand there and watch. Oh, yeah. You are killing one of our guys. We are completely fine
fascinating. With that. Yeah. No, it's a guaranteed kill in a vacuum. And this is definitely not a... well, the vacuum is on the other side, I guess I should say.
Yep. And, controlled by the Immortal, who are... I don't want to say in control of this game, but definitely in a lot more control than they were just 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago, this game looked out of their hands. Right now, 34% win probability. Not ideal, considering the circumstances. Pretty good.
Yep, pretty darn good. Didn't even have to use the BKB on Franz yet either. So they've got that in their hands now. The only thing that I do want to say is that, yeah, they're entering a window right now, but that window is also going to close again at some point. If you look at the scalability of the lineups, I would very much favor an SF Sven lineup, especially once you have the double Requiem online, to make sure that even the team fights are going to be in TK's favor. So the Immortal do have... you know, they have the agency to do things right now, but they also need to get to them. They can't just hope for more opportunities from TK.
And after that fight, Sven changed his mind and actually went for an axe rather than a harpoon. Purging off the Darkseer, solid. Purging off the living armor, solid. I still don't know if I like the way that he's going with that. The harpoon for me is still the item supreme for the Sven.
Yeah, especially because the axe did get nerfed a little bit. Things like Lotus and Lincoln's now counter the moment that you cast a spell, not once you arrive at the position, so you don't actually get to do anything anymore at all once those items are up.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit tougher, but are there any Lotuses being built? Yeah, Pango wants one, can need a lot of time to get it. The Darkseer has a blink, Rolling Thunder, Stolen Deadshot. Every single time the Rubik gets it, and he's very happy with it, there will be the calling to allow himself to move away. The Immortal are being a bit hesitant in terms of committing onto a hero, which I get. You're next to an enemy tower, there could be a disruption. The turnaround of the enemy team is pretty darn strong as well.
Yeah, and you have, well, 1 point and click stun. I could be generous and say that you have 1.5 because you do have telekinesis, but in the end, the hero that you used the Dragon Tail on, that's the one that got stunned. Nobody else is going to be stunned, so you have to be quite careful with who you pick there. And I don't really think Franz had any particularly good targets within reach.
That's smoke from TK. Let's see where they're gonna be going. Would love to initiate Sven. He takes care of the wave. Mid lane is going to be pushing a good ward of the Immortal around the mid lane, so the DK will be able to use that to make sure that the wave doesn't get to their tower.
And they're mentally recovering as well. Once the voice lines start coming out, you know that a team is feeling it better.
Yep. Usually when you're under somebody's feet and then you get strong enough to push them off, start feeling a lot better. Even so, TK's lead is still continuing to increase. They're not really losing any towers.
That cancelled TP right there in full view, that's a problem. He better start making a beeline for his base because they know that the DK is not going to be home now.
He doesn't care. Doesn't seem to care because TK are spooked, and they should be spooked because of what happened in the last two team fights.
True. Every single team fight so far has been bad news, Bears. You know, that's with all of the bear puns. I can't believe that one's not in yet. Is Sven?
No, he is pretty speedy. He doesn't have the BKB. This is very dangerous for him, but the calling is going to be keeping him safe. This is so annoying when you have the Rolling Thunder and you cannot get on top of somebody. That could be a problem. No Rolling Thunder, but they do have a vacuum wall. They have the overgrowth. Their big spells are still there. Going to be jumping onto the SF, who now has a BKB. Mamangda will get it up, but he has to run away. Here comes the Sven to try and protect him. And with the movement speed, the SF will be fine. Sven, however, is he going to be fine? Demonic Purge going to be used onto the
overgrowth and backline
to use. And the SF is sticking down to it. He does go for the Requiem Dead Shot. Nice protection from PMA as the Pango does finish off Castaway. It is going to be a 1-for-1 at the moment, but Mamangda cannot fight. And the Sven is going to be next to the menu, surrounded by enemy heroes. He's going to go forward, but he's gonna be going down, burning to the fire of the dragon just before the Roche respawns. You have buybacks, but you do not want to be using them. Kips, what's happening? Mamangda is always the first one to get caught.
He is, yeah. I mean, the real deal here is that we're seeing TK learn in real time. The problem is that they've learned a little too late, because this time they're like, okay, we're going to split up. We're going to make sure that we do not get caught with, for example, 2 cores in the same big ult, right? So instead, they're split up, and that works if you still have overwhelming gold advantage. You're like, okay, unload everything on one guy, and then the second guy comes over the top. But the first guy dies too fast. So yeah, they've adapted to the game they have in front of them, but they didn't do it fast enough, and now just instead they're getting taken down one by one by the lineup with the team fight advantage, because they're avoiding the team fight. It's something that feels very counterintuitive, but it has to do with how they're learning too late.
And Stolen Stormhammer by the Rubik, having that spell is going to be a problem for the next fight as well, and he's going to have it for a very long time. So this is going to be Aegis and the banner for the side of the Immortal. It's looking pretty solid for them. The win probability is still in favor of TK. Is that the late game potential of the Sven SF?
Late game potential of the Sven SF, as well as I think the ability of TK themselves to make plays with this lineup. I've said it before, but you have 1.5 stuns and not a lot of burst damage to come over the top. So anytime you take a fight, it's going to be a full 5-on-5, because you don't get to decide to burst and isolate anybody.
Yeah, that does make sense,
unless,
right?
Of course, TK gives it to you.
Yeah, their pickup potential is not ideal on the Immortal, and for a Dragon Knight to be able to do much, he needs to pop his ulti, which now the downtime is, what, 40 seconds? It's not really that bad.
No, it's not that bad at all.
So let's see, what can you do with this Aegis? Can they get another tier 2? I'd say yes, right? And with that, you would equalize the tower count, of course, unless you lose your last tower in the process. TK, how do they move right now around the map? How do you move to be able to separate the Immortal? How do you move to be able to take as much of the time away from this Aegis?
Your split pushing capability, not that amazing. You could definitely throw the Beastmaster down a side lane and see if you can, ring their doorbell a couple of times. See if they want to perhaps defend their top racks, say. It's funny that I say that because a lot of TK's heroes are going to do that right now, but the Beastmaster isn't there yet.
Click on the Hawk of the Beastmaster and look at the dive bomb radius. Just look at that. 100,000.
Huh. Interesting.
So wherever you are on the map, the Hawk will hunt you, but the Immortal, they're actually the ones that are ringing the doorbell. Ding dong, TK. They are going to be opening up that door, and let's see if the Immortal are crazy enough to go in.
Yeah, and JG was in position. Oh, that's grand. JG was in position to split push top in, but he TP's out to defend, and at the exact same time, I think without seeing his TP come in, two heroes of the Dire decide to defend top side versus that Beastmaster that's surely going to come kick in their door anytime now.
Yep, he's not gonna be doing it. They're baiting on the illusion rune. Mamang Daya, he does get it. Illusion very big. Roar onto Momo. Requiem gonna be used, and it's super fast because of Kayasha. They might get an extra. Glaper gonna be connecting. PMA coming forward. He wants the Chain Protector. Will be able to get in one more hit. There it is. This is how you fight. They did bring down the Dragonite as well. When the Sven is on top of you, you don't know just how much pain he's gonna be bringing. Franz has to run away. There is a big guy, a bigger guy than him, coming for a stolen Requiem from the Rubik. Now the Deadshot as well. This Rubik is really striking fear into the bones of TK and will push them back for now, but finally a good fight for the Radiant side.
Using those burst damage capabilities, making sure that they have a hero down and another hero on the run, with Uglier getting slowly chipped away at by PMA, to make sure that the counter, even if it comes, is going to be too late to be effective. But I gotta say, Ren was already playing one hell of a Rubik game. He just saved them from getting chased down big time.
There's a smoke from the Immortal. They want to change this dynamic immediately.
Counter attempt.
Muerta.
Nice.
Good pickup.
Yeah, DK showing me that as the game goes later and later, you only do need one stun and one hero for the burst damage.
Yep, you don't need anybody else. Like the Immortal, like what do four of us do? You team fight. And everything else, split pushing, farming, fighting, damage, it is done by the Dragonite at this moment.
A true carry does everything.
Exactly. That's how it should be. Whenever I would get in a pub and play my position 4, I do not understand why I would lose the game if I have a carry. I just don't get it.
How dare they want all of the farm on the map without also doing everything on the map?
Exactly. Exactly. Yep. I think we both agree, Kips, on the
We do.
wrongs of the world of some of the carries, not Franz. Franz is he knows what's up. Castaway did get the shard. That's gonna be a big deal though. Having the dispel, overgrowth, lift, disarm, attack slow, for lucky shot of the Pango, let's put it that way. So all those things will be purged off by the demonic cleanse. And even twice, because he's gonna have an axe in 1,000 gold.
Twice, yeah. And the Bangalore himself, meanwhile, has stepped off of the idea of a Lotus. We've got Shiva's online, and we're going to go for Lincoln's next.
Rubik hasn't, though. So Rubik is going to be getting that one.
And Rubik's net worth, well, it had actually at times been at risk of overtaking the Pango, but Insane, once he did have his Aghanim Scepter up, has been finally starting to collect farm like a Pango should.
That Lincoln is very needed, though. Dragonite doesn't want one. He wants to go for a Satanic, which I'm fine with. You get the 12 Dragon Blood HP, regen, and armor on level 25. You get the Satanic, and it's very unlikely that you're dying without getting it off. Look at him, 4.2k HP with the armor turned on. Imagine what that's going to be, more than 4.5 once you have the Satanic. It's insane.
Yeah, and it's a decent amount of damage still as well. Which is, you do need very much for your DK to keep on scaling in damage. He's your only, well, he's not your only consistent right-click damage dealer.
Yep.
So you need his output to stay on top of the curve.
Exactly. I mean, Pango can do a lot of damage. Darkseer does a lot of damage, but the one that needs to just continue dishing out and ultimately even finishing people off is this Dragonite. Is moving towards the top lane, TPing towards the outpost. Sven, he doesn't even know that he's sandwiched, but they're going to be finding Castaway, and there's going to be a queue to just get out. Is JG going to go for a play and kill the Rubik? Yeah, very nicely done. He's going to be able to take him out. BKB TP out, nothing to stop it. Overgrowth could be there, but the Treant a little bit too slow to do anything about it.
That 8 HP melee creep looking around in confusion as all of its compatriots have died around it. Very good to get an extra cut wave out of that as well. Very nice efficiency from JG. I mean, it's what I expect of a player like that.
Okay, they're going for the Dragonite. He's the one with the Satanic. I don't know if the Sven.
You don't have the damage for him.
He used the BKB Overgrowth will connect on him, and that is a Dragonite without the Dragon form. But it's just murdering everybody. You don't have the Roar, you don't have the BKB, you don't have your life either. 2 cores down. One of them no buyback. 90 seconds on the sidelines. As PMA lucky to be alive with the Shadow Blade.
So if you make a list of all the heroes that you go on the Immortal,
there's 4
DK's at the bottom.
Yep. There's 4 and there's the 5th that you don't go on. And
yeah. Literally pick anybody except that one. And he looked the DK in the eyes and said, "You, me, behind the bicycle shed, right now." And that's no.
Wrong opponent. Abort. And he didn't get to abort as there were also some friends that were gonna keep you in place, like the Overgrowth from the Treant Protector. You do not have a glyph. TK are gonna lose a tier 3 best case scenario. Probably the Rax.
Might be Rex, yeah. No, and this is once again TK misunderstanding, because the previous fight that they took was correct. They got the Roar pick off. They turned that into a successful
Look at the Dragonite armor. He has 92 armor. What?
92 armor.
Okay. I have to say, I've never seen that. I've never seen close to 100 armor. Sure, maybe when in Dota 1, when a Omni Knight would use the Guardian Angel, it would say 9,999. But
like the range on that hawk.
Yep.
No, I have seen this once before, but that was Skeeter on DK.
That is very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah, it's especially cool if you're a Sven and you're the build and all the physical damage.
Yep. Like, I'm gonna kill this guy with my 1,000 damage, and then every single one of your hits does... Let me check. He doesn't have that much at the moment. He has like 76, but it is 80% physical resistance. It's like hitting an Ursa with an Enrage.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. And he just is like that all the time. Ursa has to press a button for it.
Yep.
DK just exists in this shape.
Exactly. And even more with the living armor, of course, when he gets up to that 92 as the smokes will break, jumping in on the Sven. Disruption instantly going to be used. Sven pops the BKB. He's going to be turning around. Yeah, okay, that might be a guy to go for in the backlines. They brought down the Rubik. They want to go for the support. They know this guy, they can't do it.
Very nice.
Daya with the double Requiem. And now let's go when you don't have any friends. What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to eat all of you because I'm a big-ass dragon. But Monk Daya, though, is a big-ass demon. Standing his ground, he has another Requiem to play with. We'll get a triple kill. And he might have made some mistakes in the mid-game when it came down to positioning. But now he single-handedly wins this fight with double ulti.
As was foretold.
Yep.
In the prophecies, it's always at some point you hit the double ult on the Shadow Fiend and team fights are yours. But the targeting here, finally TK learns their lesson. They're like, hey, this DK can only stun a single target. They don't really have the burst. Once he is engaged, we can go on anybody else and they can't stop us. And especially, unfortunately, that whiffed Overgrowth from Uglier means that you don't get to support your backlines anymore at all, and the rest of TK actually gets to take him down, and you kill the Sven, or excuse me, the DK last.
Who did they give the Axe Blessing to? I guess they're giving it to Christian. He's just gonna sell his own. Yeah, he was about to buy that one anyways. And there's the push. I mean, you want to equalize the Axe count right now. There is a buyback on the 2 cores of the Immortal. The question is, do you want to use them? And they actually aren't committing for their axes, just shoving in the waves. I'm fine with this. You're setting up for a next fight as well.
Yeah. You ideally want to wait for your BKB. So, for example, Krish's BKB just got off CD. He is the one that steps up. Mamang Daya still wants 10 seconds. Should be playing a little bit more careful here. And, of course, in the end, what you're waiting for is that refresher on Mamang Daya specifically.
Stolen Warcry by the Rubik. That's going to be even more armor on the Dragonite. He's actually going to have 100. More than 100 lift up onto the Sven, Rolling Thunder. Yeah, the Dragonite Overgrowth
Here's a
will
choke
connect.
point.
Oh, he didn't use the Aghanim Scepter jump with the Sven. He's not going to remove the Overgrowth Finding. Cast is really not taking that much damage. Roar onto the Dragonite, but he has the status resistance from the Ascetic's Cap. They bring down the Sven once. Has the ulti, has the BKB. He might be able to turn this fight around. There it is. There's the ulti, but the BKB doesn't get it off and just dies. Forgot about that one. Castaway will be next on the menu. There's 3 heroes without buyback. The Immortal, they can go for the Jugular. They can end the game. There's no glyph on TK.
Wow, and this is why I'm like, you kind of want to wait for that refresher on Mamangdaya, because you do need both of those ults to actually make the difference. One to make them pop their BKBs or to make them split, and the second one to finish people off. And you only get one there, and that is not enough to make Team TK disengage. You can't force them. That is the choke point. That is their advantage.
And they're gonna be going forward. Roar gets used. JG. Okay, he will survive. He was in a really weird spot as the SF is pushing the top lane. The only way that you deal with this is with a split push. They're going to be putting down the banner. I guess they don't know that there's no buybacks, but they can still go for the mega creeps. I mean, what's stopping them?
Nothing and nobody. No glyph, as you said. No Sven. I mean, there's a refresher up on Mamangdaya. You can ult twice here and keep him away that way, but you don't actually have to, because the Immortal are backing off for now.
I thought this was the end. It is a fake back. They don't really have to go away from here because the mid lane and the top lane will be pushing in. So bottom lane is kind of the part of the map where they need to have control. SF is level 25, so he does have the Feast of Souls, grants 30% cast speed. You use the Feast of Souls, you jump in. I still don't know if it's worth it, Kips. Even though you literally instantly cast your Aghanims, 5 souls is a lot.
It is a lot. You are shooting, well, your entire load in one go. I can't put it any different. And after that, you're just going to have to sit back and wait. But sometimes that's exactly what you need. However, if you don't get to get it off...
Yeah, that's a disaster. Disruption will save his life, but how does he heal? The answer is he doesn't. He can now buy back, but he's not going to have that many souls as the BKB. Protecting JG for the time being. Let's see if he can get out of this one alive. He will be able to live, but at what cost? You're still in a 4 versus 5 scenario with Rubik buying back as well.
We need the Sven to be tanking that engage. It needs to be the Sven, it needs to be...
Look at the Sven
Beastmaster.
positioning. He's gonna find him in the backline. He's already going for the Rubik. Goes for the ulti. He wants
Now
to
the
take him down.
chaos.
We'll be able to take him down. There's
Yes.
now gonna be 2 heroes dead. They are gonna be taken out. The SF uses the Requiem and Insane. That's not gonna be happening that you escape. You do have buybacks on 2 of your cores, but the Rubik's dieback will be a problem. TK are not letting this game go that easily.
No, and this is clever, right? You sneak the Sven out of the base, and that was just, he just walked out there.
Yep.
And you make sure that you create that chaos in the team fight. The comms are like, oh god, he's on our backline. And you see the reflex. You see the cores on the front of the fight turn around to deal with whatever's happening at the backline. And that is exactly when Mamangdaya jumps in. When they've just used their entire time to turn to get away from you. You jump in on them. They can't do anything to react anymore because they're not aimed the right direction. And Mamangdaya blows them up. And you have successfully sandwiched the fight.
Now the double roar is available. They're gonna go for 1 to make sure that the Treant is dead. The stun connects and he's gone. Does have a buyback, goes for it instantly. 4 of the heroes are gonna be alive. Mangda used the refresher just to get the BKB off Requiem to keep them at bay. Okay, France says no, that's not gonna work. And that is gonna be Mamangda without a buyback. So again, in a back and forth game, 44 minutes in. Sven goes forward, doesn't have the ulti. They're rolling thunder. He's gonna be going through it, but JG is actually dying. The demonic purge makes sure that he can't do anything. The Sven, who is gonna kill him now? He has the BKB still. Now gonna be continuing with the right clicks, flying towards the enemies. It's gonna be 3 heroes. Now he gets his ulti. The strength of the gods only needs for me to get 3-4 hits onto Insane, and that's gonna be enough for a kill. While PMA is also contributing so much in the damage department. 2 heroes alive, not enough to stop this onslaught of TK.
the Immortal understanding correctly that Mamangdaya needs 2 ults in order to live, but on the other hand, only taking him down. Oh,
Vacuum Ball. Does this change the game? Nice blink out from the Darkseer Sven, taking some damage. He has some lifesteal, but really not a lot of it. Not a Satanic like the Dragonite. Still, this is too
and
much.
Rook's got Axis.
Is that enough?
He's gonna at the very least be able to... Well, I say clear, but no, Roshan's banner's in the way.
Yep. Doesn't allow. They're next to the wall. They would love for that one to expire. JG, he has one
He's gonna
roar.
force him back.
Yep.
He knows he only has to threaten it. He doesn't need to use it.
Vacuum. Get close to my throne, please, but don't kill it. There's the demonic purge, and that's the spell that destroys the Darkseers. They're gonna be entering the fountain to punish this Rubik. As well, disruption to save the life of the Beastmaster. GG was already called, and the throne will fall either way. Be it that you tap out or get knocked out. It doesn't matter. Team TK get the victory in game 1.
Yeah, but in what a messy way. And you can see that this is a very high-skilled team. They've got a lot of tricks up their sleeve. They've got a lot of ways that they can approach this, but it almost feels like that makes them a little too casual about this whole ordeal. So they spent a lot of time in this game running after the facts. And I think that the right team still won here in the end. Like, the stronger team takes this one, obviously. But man, TK, like... untangle your shoelaces from each other because you keep on tripping.
Yep. That's not something that they should allow. This is one of the series where they should go through easily if they want to have any chance of winning the entire tournament. But one could say that they're testing out their limit skips. I don't know if I agree. These are still some positioning mistakes, and I want them to get better. So how do you get better super quick? Because you know the playoff is approaching.
Yeah. No, the way that you do that is by talking through these things before they happen instead of afterwards. And that's really just a case of not being content that you're going to win it anyway. And in that regard, maybe I'm happy that they do it in a match like this, where they have time to recover, where their opponent is not going to punish them, and they can actually come away with the win and the lesson, as opposed to having to pay for it with a loss in an important place.
The Immortal putting up a fight against a team of this caliber is impressive. In the end, they don't get the victory, just narrowly escapes them. Team TK, they're gonna have to do better than this if they want to go to land in Belgrade in late October. But of course, there's still one more game in this series, so let's take a break and then after it find out how it's gonna go.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet Betting Company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And the regional Dota 2 series continues here with Team TK versus the Immortal. I'm Harry, joining me is Skips, and we're gonna be taking you through this game 2. These two amazing teams. Skips, very fun game 1, but full of not needed mistakes, uncharacteristic mistakes. I don't even know how to put it, but there were a ton of mistakes.
Yeah, unforced errors is what we call them in tennis, I believe.
Yep.
And I don't want to take all of the credit away from the Immortal here, by the way, because they did have a very good teamfight lineup, and the moments where they put all of their spells together right, especially that river fight, where they just about managed to get that penguin at exactly the right moment for the counter initiation, that looks sharp. And if they can find a couple of more moments like that, then maybe even if Team TK makes a couple less mistakes, they're still going to be up versus stiffer opposition than they actually thought. So, hoping for some more of that from the Immortal.
So I wasn't gonna mention it, Gibbs, but since you started already, who won the gold medal in tennis? Which country won the gold medal in tennis yesterday? Okay, no, just checking, so you know. That's fine. There will be a Monkey King ban.
Sorry, I live under a rock. All I know is that Femke Bol just outrun everybody for the relay.
Okay.
Past 3 people right at the end. Mickey Mouse has successfully delivered.
Yep.
Love that woman.
So let's see. There will be a ban on the Brewmaster and on the Jakiro beside the Monkey King. When is this Monkey King gonna stop being banned out so that we see him more often in games? Probably when he's not pick material any longer, right?
Yeah, basically, I mean, these things are a little trendy, right? And the Monkey King definitely, between the flexibility and the fact that you get so much vision out of this hero, no matter where you play him, I definitely do think that he is a little too strong to go out of fashion as a ban just yet. But if he gets nudged down a couple of pegs, we're going to see people try it, and then if he doesn't turn out to have like an 80% win rate, he might actually, step out of that role. But for now, no.
So there's the Hoodwink ban. Immortal getting rid of that. Let's see if there's gonna be anything else that the Immortal want to get rid of here. What else do you see, Kips, as like ban material? Maybe even something that's not being picked up that much as they get rid of the Doom. Is there a hero that you think might be underrated?
Underrated right now. Yes, I did have Death Prophet. Death Prophet underrated as hell right now. Like, the new facet is absolutely bonkers, and it's not just about being able to stand your ground in team fights. Because I mean, Cap said it the best yesterday. He's like, Death Prophet. What does Death Prophet want? She wants to be tanky. What is more tanky than flat out percentage based damage reduction? It's like, I do not take this damage right now.
Yep,
that's nuts.
Automo was very much in love with that facet as well, but still nobody is getting that much. And poor guy. Okay, he's traveling today, so he's not gonna see that. You're not gonna crush his spirit. Good. So and then Bowie, I asked him about it, and he said that the Death Prophet with that facet just doesn't do enough damage, and that she can be ignored. And that is the downside that might be the reason why professional teams aren't playing it. Do you agree that that could be the case?
No, I think that anybody who says that you can ignore, and this is like exorcism specifically, is being a little naive about it. You do need to be very far ahead in order to be able to ignore an exorcism. That is why people mostly care about living on Death Prophet, because as long as that R is going, you deal enough damage to be worth the while. And I also think that the facet actually delivers a lot in the laning stage, because even you only get 20% out of it, I think, on the first go around of it.
Yep.
But that is still quite massive, especially when you're the one spirit siphoning and the other guy is not. So
why are people not picking it then, Kips?
not yet. But this is one of those things that is going to happen. I think one of the reasons is that the Death Prophet right now is just not on the whole. So you first have to adapt all your strategies to actually involve this hero in order to be able to see if this facet is worth it or not. And that's just a natural slowdown. After a patch, the heroes that you're going to see if the changes are good for it or not are the heroes that you were already playing. So we're lagging a bit, that's all.
Yeah, yesterday we saw, or Dicky Truman was actually casting with me in that one. He came in as a guest to help us a bit. We cast a mid lane flow morphling, and it looked so cool. This time around, though, I think the Immortal are playing a carry morphling, right? Because you ban out the AA, you get a Treant Protector to lane with you. It pretty much seems like you want this on position 1.
It does, yeah. I mean, the AA is deadly against you no matter what, I guess, because you're going to get low no matter what. But it's definitely worse versus the Agi, where your theory of play involves absorbing a lot of damage and getting low HP first. And the Shadow Demon again. Very important. I feel like we didn't quite get to highlight the break versus that insane amount of armor of the DK enough. But this is one of the reasons why the last pick of the Shadow Demon was a favorite of mine. It's just such a good anti-carry hero in general. Like, no matter who you play it up against, either the slow is going to mess with them, or the break is going to mess with them, or the fact that you get to purge your allies is going to mess with them. There's so many reasons why this is a fantastic hero once the laning stage is over.
The Demonic Purge is just a hell of a spell. Though Disruption is maybe going to be more popular in this game because of the Roar. I have a problem though with the Immortal lineup. They've got no damage on their supports. Maybe laning stage wise the Shadow Demon does contribute a bit, and stacking Shadow Poisons is fine, but you do not have that burst potential from your support. So the Morphling is going to have to join early, and I don't know if you're going to be capable of that, especially if you have a bad laning stage like last time, because with these two supports, you are not turning the fight around like you did in the previous game.
Well, there's a lot of utility and a decent amount of damage with the Urn/Vessel, but of course that does limit itself to the Vessel as a damage source. Yeah, and you're not sold on it, are you?
No, it's still not damage, right? And
no, it's not capital D damage, no.
No, it's just some of it. And then you look at DK, you have a Beastmaster, that's tanky. You have a Tiny, that's tanky. Muerta can sometimes be hard to kill as well. I think you're in trouble. You get the Void Spirit. It's a hero that actually lanes relatively well versus the Invoker. You're not going to lose that lane. And really, when you look at, even though Void Spirit can lack damage nowadays, if you look at it, Tiny, Muerta, and the Void Spirit are killing a Shadow Demon and the Treant Protector. Believe me, they're killing them, right? And Invoker, Shadow Demon, and the Treant are not killing a Tiny Muerta Void Spirit. It's just how it goes.
Yeah, no, the Immortal did just draft 3 combo breakers in a row, which is you're not doing any comboing of your own there. I also have a question for you, because I got a little sold on a build for the Void Spirit that might not make me hate it so much. Can you guess what it is?
I mean, no. Now I'm gonna think it's something out of the box, so I guess saying Aghanims or Echo Saber is not good enough. I don't know, Kips. I'm gonna say Aghanims, and I know it's the wrong answer.
No, you're correct that it's incorrect. Dagon. I think I like Dagon.
That I'm fine
Void
with.
Spirit.
I'm fine with that. Yep.
Because it solves my issues, right? I'm like, man, you just simply don't have staying power if you go in with your 2 steps, and if you don't go in with your 2 steps, you don't have damage. But you get damage, you get a bunch of spell lifesteal from that shot, and then on top of that, it's not even that bad for you because Dagon has good stats.
Yep, it's solid.
I think it's the item.
I have seen Void Spirits go for it. Forgot about it. I apologize, Skips. Next time, I will be able to get it right. Get into that mind and find out what you wanted me to say. Is there will be an anti-mage ban?
Women love that when you read their minds.
Yep. Being a mind reader probably isn't as cool as it sounds, but who knows?
I made a whole movie about that. I'm trying to remember which one. I just know the clips.
Yeah, you know how rich people say money doesn't matter.
Yeah, what
People
women
who,
want. Yeah.
people who read minds, they're like, yeah, it's not that awesome. I don't know. It does sound pretty awesome, as there will be a troll. Another hero that's very hard to bring down. You get the Aghanim Scepter in this game. You don't care about the overgrowth. I'm loving the TK lineup. What is this, a 5 tiny? Is that a 5 tiny? This is the only part where I'm kind of hesitant.
Yeah. I guess that's a 5 tiny then, which is that is a little sad, but I guess you're with a ranged Gary technically, so fine, whatever. Troll is decent enough to stay in lane by his lonesome, and you can just sap off of him. I guess you pull a little, you secure some range creeps with that toss. All good.
Oh, I know what Immortal need to get here. An axe. Let's go. Get an axe. Send his illusions. Shove in the waves. Get super farmed, bring people down. That's a hero that can kill people solo. That's a hero that can kill the troll through his ulti. I think you need your offlaner to solve way too many problems right now. And even though it's not being played right now, I would love to see it.
Yeah, no, I like the fact that you're actually going to be able to kill the troll through his ulti, but I've got a feeling that the Immortal is going to say, no, we have enough tools to deal with the troll. We're not looking at him right now. We're looking at our overall game plan here. And they're going to go for something a little bit more stopgap, a little less decisive. So we're doing, I mean, that is damage, that is lockdown, that is the kind of hero that can make plays, make moves as early as possible, works together well with the Invoker. I definitely don't hate the pick. The problem is just that I agree with you that the rest of the draft already had so many issues that needed solving that, yeah, this is as good as it's going to get, but that doesn't mean I have to agree on the draft as a whole.
Yeah, you know, there's one thing that can salvage this draft, and that is a out-of-the-box performance from the Morphling. I think if he joins the fights a little bit earlier, Morphling can be a high damage dealer, right? You just need to find the way to include him. And considering that you're the weaker team, considering that we expect Team TK to move better around the map, even do better in the lanes, I don't know if that's going to be possible. I'm going with Team TK, despite some of the mistakes that I really wasn't too fond of in game one. I think they're the better team. I think they have the better draft. I think they're taking the series 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Friends really can only come in these fights once Mamang Daya has already stepped in and delivered the payload. If you cannot see Mamang Daya, I don't think as friends you can actually risk coming in here at all. Afterwards, yeah, sure, the amount of magic damage is going to be relatively limited. You still have to worry about some tosses from Castaway coming your way, right? There's some unexpected burst damage lurking in the bushes, perhaps. But that is I agree that Franz needs to step up. I also think that that's risky because of this Void Spirit being in the game.
Yep, for sure.
But he's going to have to.
Are we going to be seeing a Dagon, Kips? Yes, no?
I'd like to. I haven't actually checked. Let me stalk Mamang Daya for a bit here.
Sure. You can stalk whoever you like, Kips. I totally respect that. Your decision.
So that's what I made my entire career on.
Like, what do? I'm a stalker. Imagine that.
Yeah, professional stalker. I link people to their Smurfs. I see what kind of pics they've been trying to hide. I overlay all of their warding maps on top of each other to see if they're patterns. That sort of stuff.
Imagine that conversation on a first date. Like, what do you do for a living? Well, better to keep that after you've already liked me, as we do have a game ready. Let's get into it.
And you're thinking that when I was in Pro Dota, I had time for dates. That's not how going pro in this game works.
No,
Really
no.
not. Personal life, forget about it.
You know what? Yesterday I talked to Dickie Truman about it. Maybe it was Bowie, but either way, yeah. I don't know how it is in the girls' world, but for me it would be I walk into a pub, I play professional Dota, a semi-pro Dota because I'm not really good at it, and then I would get like flocks of girls to choose from. So it was not that hard, at least from my side. I don't know if you had the same experiences.
I guess I've had like.
Kips, you are
like
muted.
After. Oh.
Are you still?
Still muted?
Yep, I do not hear you. And okay, now I hear you on Discord as well. Okay, cool.
Okay, good. Sorry. No, I mean, like, I'm not gonna pretend that as a woman in Pro Dota you don't get a lot of attention. Like, that would be silly. But do you have time to entertain any of it? Like, during a tournament, as long as my team is playing, I'm only sleeping 4 hours a night, and the rest of it is spent in my spreadsheets. And then once you get to the after party, you're just gonna go to sleep. You want sleep more than anything else. So
exactly, I get it, Kips. Yeah,
that was a couple of years of my life.
Yeah. There you. When you look back to those coaching years, is it with a smile?
Definitely. I mean, especially when I hear from others. Like, for example, right now, Undershock, my mid laner from Vega, is apparently on the Russian broadcast sometimes. And sometimes he brings things up and he says, like, when Gibbs with us, she told us this, this, and this. And then the rest of that cast sits around and nods wisely. And I'm like, they listened. And it was good stuff too, apparently.
But did they listen
makes my
at
week
the
every time it
time?
happens.
Or
Yeah.
again, it's
a bunch of them.
It's
There's
Discord
definitely
that's having issues here. So okay, I hear you again. Kips. That's awesome.
Okay. No, there's definitely players that make me, and this ways make me.
Okay, you do not have to name them, but if you really
will
want to, okay. Nah.
I mean, the smile ones definitely, right? Because Zayats is my favorite. Zayats is the man.
Okay.
I will go to bat for that guy. He borrowed my slides later in order to teach young players from his country with. During COVID, he spent a bunch of his own money to get personal protection equipment to people in remote villages and shit. That dude is awesome, guaranteed. I've met very, very few Pro Dota players with that kind of attitude towards life.
That's pretty cool. We don't know him personally. We know him as a great player, which is great. Is he playing anywhere right now? I know that we were casting him even in the original Dota 2 series, if I'm not mistaken.
He's captaining Navi currently.
Okay. So he's.
But he did take a break for a year when he was getting married.
Yep.
Which,
that's a long time for a honeymoon. 1 year is a long time for a honeymoon.
Yeah, well, I guess if you got that time,
very true.
Might as well take it.
Very true. The reason why we're not in the game, just to give the a little bit of update to our viewers, is because there is a pause. Everybody's smoked. There is one of the players is disconnect. So once he comes back, once everything is fixed, let's say, because there's obviously some issues, we are gonna be coming back. But keep sorry for interrupting you there.
No problem. I'm done. I can like gush over Zayat some more, but like we didn't really tune in for that today, did we?
Well, hearing about pro players and a little bit about behind the scenes is always nice. So okay, give us a little bit more of the smiling players, the players that make you smile when you go back in time.
One of the players that made me smile, but like in a fun way, is I have briefly had a roster, and I don't even remember exactly what it was, but I think Celery was on there at some point. We had the Bloody Sky, and there was a little known guy named Mio on there, who currently goes by the name Toronto Tokyo, and already back then he knew that he was too good for us. He knew it. And he's one of the very few players where, a player has made that very clear to us, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, sure, because I can see that you're too good for us too. Normally, I don't abide by that sort of attitude, but that man had like a radar in his head. He would pop ult on Death Prophet, run blind up high grounds, and there would just be a triple kill waiting for him there. It's absolutely nuts. And when that happens a couple of times in a row, you're like, he's not staying, is he?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
well.
You're going next. That's a bummer. But anyways, you know what's not a bummer is that the game has started, Kips, here. And of course, there's a QR code, like always, to download the 1xBet app. Good user experience. You get all of the info that you need. A lot of the stats are in there as well to help you do with them whatever you would like, as we do get ourselves into the game here. Do we both agree on Team TK? I mean, let's just review what we have talked about in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the review is really that the damage of the Immortal is limited, that they're going to need to bring in all 5-player, which includes their carried Franz on that Morphling, in order to play that early mid-game, and that is a risky business for him, because there is a Void Spirit on the enemy team with enough nuke damage to throw him 6 ways to Sunday.
So it is going to be a 2-for-2 in terms of runes. The Beastmaster takes some damage, and other than that, we do get an even start, thank you God, to a laning stage. So it's not going to be an SF with 10 kills and suddenly just destroying the mid lane. Is Mamangdaya going to be able to in any way replicate the success he had in the mid lane in the previous game?
It's certainly not going to be as easy. Like, he didn't get the first blood this time. This is not automatically a winning matchup for him. It's not even automatically an equal matchup, I don't think, because you do, in fact, need to make sure that this Invoker doesn't tornado off your shield as soon as you get it, which requires a little bit of fancy footwork.
And with the Void Spirit, you do have fancy footwork. Once you get to level 6, before that, it's a little bit tougher. He actually does skill up Dissimulate on the Void Spirit. Not something we see too often, but the Ether Remnant isn't that great versus an Invoker, so I'm kind of okay with the more of a farming approach.
Yeah. No, and it's just not just a farming approach, right? It's also, we saw him just dodge the EMP with that, which is really good value for the mana. And then on top of that, if you do Resonant Pulse and you want to dodge that Tornado, the Dissimulate is another option for you. So this is also definitely meant for the outplay possibilities.
Looking at the other lanes, how do we feel about this 5 Tiny, right? How is he going to contribute? Is it even a liability for a troll lane, considering that we know how strong the troll is anyways?
In most lanes, I wouldn't say that it's a liability, but this Primal Beast, you can't really get yourself out of dodge for the Primal Beast by saying, oh, you have mischance right now. The Primal Beast just walks all over you. That is the damage that you're going to be taking. And Primal Beast himself, very tanky, very hard to work down with just a troll throwing ranged axes, especially when that troll is also getting harassed by a Shadow Demon at the same time. So Castaway is a bit of a liability in this lane.
Is he going to be able to help maybe with an avalanche slowing down the Primal Beast, or is that just not the best hero to do so?
I mean, he's going to have to.
Okay.
It's very simple. And like, Avalanche is a pretty nice interrupt, but I don't see this lane going on the aggressive at any time.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Overall, looking at the lanes, this time around a lot more even. Everybody's getting farmed, nobody's getting shut down out of the supports. Of course, the Muerta at the moment doing the best. Everybody else, we see no differences. I guess mid lane a bit of an advantage for the Void Spirit, especially in terms of denies.
Invoker is going to get more EXP eventually in most of these lanes, but Mamangdaya is doing everything he can to stay on top of that by denying as much as possible himself.
Yeah, for people that don't know, the innate ability of the Invoker is that he gets experience when denying as well. Though considering that he only has 3 denies, it's not going to be all that much, right? Especially because Mamangdaya has 10 denies. That's actually quite a lot.
He is really giving it his all.
I mean, but in terms of CS, not really that far ahead. So there's not going to be a big discrepancy in terms of gold like there was in the previous game. And that was absurd in the previous game, more than 2,000 gold ahead, 8-9 minutes in. But obviously, would love to replicate it, and obviously that's not gonna happen.
No. No, you're not an SF. Like Void Spirit farms alright, but it's definitely not ever going to be the same in terms of turning mana into damage.
Also, where are we gonna be seeing a first blood, right? Because I don't see much aggressive potential on any of the lanes, to be honest.
No, I think you're right there. I mean, I would have said that it's going to be this, this Primal Beast taking down the Troll, but no, it's the Avalanche.
Ren is going to try to bring down the Troll as well, and with the Shadow Poison, we'll be able to. There it is now, the Healing Lotus as well, because he wants Castaway to die. He needs another connection on the Shadow Poison, and he gets it. Ooh, single-digit HP there for Castaway. Sorry, not single-digit, but like 20, 30 HP. He does get to live in the end.
No, but absolutely fantastic for TK that they actually get the kill on the Primal Beast there first, because this is definitely the most dangerous point in the lane. Level 3 for both of these heroes. Shadow Demon with the level 2 Shadow Poison. We saw how effective that was right there. And then, of course, the 1/1/1 for the Primal Beast. This is the go time for these heroes.
So you got the first blood on TK. You are pretty happy with that, right? Because it was the Troll to get it. The question is, what item is he gonna go for? Hasn't queued up anything. They toss in the Primal Beast. Disruption from Ren. He doesn't really have that much mana. Uproar is gonna be used. Goes with the Trample. And there's the rotation from the Train Predator as well. Nice Avalanche to keep them at bay. But it's still not gonna change the fact that you're probably gonna die. Castaway's still alive. No way that he survives twice in a row on a sliver of an HP. This time around, Uglier will take him down.
Very clear that now that the Immortal wants the Troll to be kept down in this lane. That's what they picked the Primal Beast for. The fact that it just didn't go to their preferences. It's like, okay, fine. Then we bring in the Treant Protector and we try again, because we are going to keep you down and we are going to keep running at you. And we are content with risking our Morphling a little bit for that. And to be fair, the Morphling might not suffer from that directly. The thing where you are going to pay for that eventually is in the fact that you didn't contest the Beastmaster as much as you could have.
Every single time when players would pause and say Discord, I wouldn't trust them. But now, after today, we had problems on Discord, I'm gonna finally trust them. There's the toss doesn't even do damage because of the disruption. There's still gonna be the calling, silencing the invokers, who doesn't get to use his spells and actually survive as Ren. At least he finds the haste rune, because that would have been pretty dangerous for his own life as well if he wasn't careful.
2 runes, and watch your Ren making up for, well, the loss of the invoker just there. That's a pretty big deal. Very good rotation from Castaway. Risky one too, knowing that there's perhaps 3 heroes still lurking in the bushes looking to kill his Troll Warlord.
Yep, but they did it fast enough. He's back to the top lane. The Wisdom Runes don't look like they're gonna be stolen, really. Maybe if the Void Spirit had taken that Haste Rune, it would have been a different story, but this way it's very, very unlikely to happen.
Said Mamang Dai is going to stick to that mid lane for now. And knowing that the Invoker, like, he doesn't have to match any rotations until the Invoker gets to earn. You can spend all of that time keeping Insane further down, getting your own farm up.
The question is, are you going to be maxing out the Dissimulate in this game? Usually it's the Ether Remnant that people go for, but in this game, I'd say Dissimulate might look like a better deal. Okay, toss.
I mean, Remnant versus Morphling, and I guess you only need it for the interrupt.
You're going for the Primal Beast, the disruption on the Troll, they turn around onto Ren, he tried to save his buddy, miss on the dead shot, it won't matter, Ren still looks like a very dead hero, one more hit, there it is, PMA is the one to secure it, but it is a solid rotation that doesn't give you all that much.
I like the healing particles from Leech Seed also coming from very random directions for you.
Yes, that does
Okay.
does happen
Just
sometimes. But you know, this sapling tends to sometimes hide between the trees as well, and then we might think that it is random, and it was actually Uglier that has been planting trees. This goes to show people that you don't have to be pretty to do nice things. Planting trees is fine for everybody.
Exactly. It matters if you're pretty on the inside. With lots of EXP and items.
Yep, that's what you want. Looking at the net worth, the Morphling is actually at the top, right? Despite, actually, he's now at the top with the CS as well. He was actually behind in CS to the Beastmaster, but I guess Beastmaster got some of the neutral creeps rather than really farming all of the lane ones.
And we're rushing Lincolns here on the Morph. So that is one of those items that Morphling players like, yeah, you don't have necessarily a lot of extra damage to bring. It's really just your spells, it's your waveform, and your longevity. But the survivability versus the roar might enable friends to step up and contribute as we wanted him to.
Yeah, I think it's a smart choice, right? You're not going to be doing immense amounts of damage, but the Morphling naturally does a solid amount. So Invoker is rotating even without the urn. He wants to make something happen. The Void Spirit is already there, so I don't know how good of a rotation this is actually going to be cast away.
Void Spirit has an AD.
Going to be caught, and that AD rune will make sure that the Primal Beast is already dead. Insane. He's trying to be annoying, but that's the most of his abilities is able to. Actually, from the other side, here comes Ren. Astral Step is available. Void Spirit might even decide to go forward. Avalanche gonna be used. There's the kill. And now onto Insane, who gets silenced up by the calling. He doesn't have the Ghost Walk. Actually, let's get it right now. The dust instantly pops it. Among that is still coming forward. He has to be careful because France has rotated. And that is the hero that they needed to get only one kill in the end. Leaves the Beastmaster all alone in the bottom lane. Definitely not good for the Immortal.
No, at least they get the kill on Mamang Daya in the end, which is something. And you do have Franz now rotated to the top lane, where presumably you're going to get a little bit more mileage out of him, because he was never going to be contesting that Beastmaster anyway. But that said, who else is going to do it? Momo is in recovery mode on the bot lane here.
Yep, and it's not a good place to be, right? Because the Beastmaster with a roar and one rotation can still kill you, right? He does contribute quite a lot to the damage department. So I'm not sure how good this is going to be for the Primal Beast. Very good response from TK. That wasn't the Immortal making a bad play. It was kind of slow, but it was TK being 100% ready for it.
Yeah, and loving the fact that this is the moment where the Beastmaster is going to be taking his stacks and all of the action is on the other side of the map. He loves it when that happens.
The Invoker now does have an urn, so at least that is there for Insane, but he has no charges, so you have to kill somebody. And Beastmaster is a hard guy to bring down. Look at him. He even was greedy enough to get the Staff of Wizardry other than the Ogre Axe, which is now going to be delivered to him.
I mean, if you're so sure that all you're going to be doing is throwing axes at Ancients, then yeah, get that Staff Wizardry, get the extra int, get the extra mana pool.
And he gets that Ogre Axe.
And Invoker's have to back off.
How do you kill him? Look at that, 1700 HP. He also has the bubble as well. That's way too much HP that you have to go for.
I mean, listen, Insane has another option to get a charge with.
Exactly, but he wasn't gunning for that other option, unfortunately, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it, DK.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
No, please don't, as the kids say, unalive yourself. That would not be very helpful.
That is a good way to say it. Imagine Insane is just like, okay, I'm done. I'm going to the tower. I want my urn charge.
Yeah. I mean, there are actually situations where, but you need to be able to see in the future where an Invoker hasn't had a charge for like 10 minutes. And you're like, you should have just died at some point, and your game would be better now. But that's very hard to say beforehand.
Yeah, if not impossible, to be honest.
Yeah. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that sometimes I would encourage risky play when you've been sitting on that urn for a while, no charges are appearing. Maybe I've seen it upgraded into Vessel and they're still sitting around counting their fingers, like when is my opportunity? Like, play that risky, risk it for the charge, and if not, well, you're gonna get that charge anyway. And then you get to play.
So let's see, Mamang Daya, he's ahead of the Invoker, not by 10,000 gold like in the previous one, but still slightly ahead. Behind the Primal Beast, who actually didn't have that great of a lane, died twice, so this is that is kind of weird. He's going for a Manta, so Kips, I guess you hate the Void Spirit still now.
Yeah, I mean, hate. I think in this game, you're not the load-bearing element of the construction, right? You've got a Beastmaster, you've got a Troll, you've got a lot of presence on both side lanes. You're not the one who needs to... You can be an accessory, what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And yeah, Void Spirit is going to do fine. He's going to be hard to kill. He's going to deal a decent amount of damage. And it's not like he has to play out of his mind in order to secure this game for his team or something like that. So, you know, whatever.
So they're just going to be walking into the Roche pit after the tower. It is going to be the Roche they want to take. On the top lane, they already lost the tower themselves, but there is pressure coming towards the mid lane. So sure, Roche is fine, but losing the mid lane tower might not make this worth it.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to leverage that Aegis in order to trade for the enemy mid tower at the very least, but you gotta honestly get a little bit more out of that.
They defended it.
And you... Just about.
Yep. That's big, right? If the tower had fallen, that would have been solid for the Immortal. Now, with that tower not dropping down, you can actually leverage it still being up to take the mid lane tower of the enemies and still keep yours alive whilst getting that next round of items, which is going to be huge for the side of TK.
And I imagine Mamangdaya is just going to continue living in this mid lane until they get an opening and they have a reason for the troll to come back in.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Mid lane is actually quite nice. You are next to a river, kind of the giver of life as jump in, Ether Remnant, Deadshot connects. Insane is looking like he's very much alive. They're gonna dust him, slow him down a little bit. They need the roar, beautiful tornado to keep him at bay, but there's the boards slowing him down, and the toss in, the poor man's Blink Dagger is coming. They're gonna scream at this Invoker. Don't scream at your children. This is what's gonna happen. Insane. He does go down.
Charge acquired.
Yeah, let's go. The Immortal is probably going to be rejoicing right now.
No, I mean, of course, the real problem with that is that, yeah, you're going to get your vessel now, you're going to have a charge, but you're also right at the moment where the enemy is going to group. They have an Aegis, they have Aghanim Scepter on that Beastmaster, and this Earn Charge with the Gold Snap particularly good at getting pickoffs, at getting a snowball effect going, which works especially if they're split up. That might not be.
That's a 4k gold lead for TK. This time, a lot cleaner in the early mid game. They don't have as much of a lead, but they understand what they need to do. That was the battle trance being used, and somebody getting hella lucky, the Morphling himself. If he gets caught by the net there, very likely loses his life.
Absolutely, yeah. With the Tiny already coming in as well, there's no way you shake your opposition anymore.
It's going for a Manta next. Much needed versus a Troll and Snare. You need something to protect you also. It's a big damage item for the Morphling in general. What's the move now for the Immortal? They don't have the Spirit Vessel just yet. Is that an item that you have to wait for before you make a move?
I think you do. We're also looking at Pipe. Pretty close to being done on that Primal Beast. And that must be it then, because the timing where I'd normally start saying, hey, this Morphling is definitely going to want to join is once the Phylactery is in. And since we're doing the Manta style before that, I don't really think that France is going to be eager unless the fight looks really good already. I don't think he should be in the initial smoke.
Okay, no longer a poor man's Blink Dagger. He has the real man's Blink actually going with the Pulverize next to the Calling, and the Calling actually expanded and silenced him. Avalanche toss onto two heroes. Here comes Monk Die as well. Will make sure the trend goes down. He actually gets the disruption off while Momo gets the kill on Castaway. Nice rotation from the Morphling, understanding he needs to join. And there's the stolen Void Spirit, Ether Remnant as well. Here comes the Meteor. Monk Die, he doesn't want no meatballs. As JG, he still is sporting that Aegis. Not really a target that you want to go for. It will end in a 1-for-2 with so many rotations used by the Immortal. So another victory for Team TK that will increase their gold lead.
It will, but once again, could really be a lot worse. That is all three cores surviving. Oh dear, and now it's gone bad.
No steps on Mamang Da. There will be an avalanche onto them, but a beautiful tornado to do the same thing. He'll be slowed down. Mamang Da, they need to get on top of him. Deadshot, not going to be connected on the motion. Dissimulate on the other side. He does have a Manta, and Astral Step comes out just in time. Ethereum are not going to be allowing the Primal Beast to get out of the Calling, but it doesn't matter as they just do not have the damage necessary to fight at this point.
Very close there from Mamang Daya. all damage shield necessary to actually carry him through the final points of the vessel. And man, now he doesn't have charges anymore again.
I think we know a solution, Gibbs.
Yep, we do know a solution.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Take one for the team. Take one for the team.
No, but I'm really happy with Franz though. Franz has been showing up in good positions, has been clearly ready with his finger on the trigger. Say, if I can contribute, I will. And it's saved 2 fights so far.
Yep. Actually salvaged it quite a lot. No, that's close. If the troll had gotten the ulti off there, who knows what would have happened. Also, you know who I'm happy with and who's happy for himself? PMA. PMA is very, very farmed for his support, and the Spore Invoker, I don't think he's going to be able to keep up. Even with the Midas, a Muerta that has a Maelstrom, or will have a Maelstrom soon in the full Gleipnir, is going to be a problem. Uglier, taken down. Troll, not the prettiest guy himself either.
No, he is not. That's really just a face only a mother could love.
Maybe, right?
Maybe. Sure, his mom is a nice lady. Anyway, yeah, the thing with the Midas on the Invoker is that it's supposed to tide you through and get you extra experience while you're running around team fighting, getting those earn charges, dispensing them out again, getting kills, and keeping the game going with that, right? And then you stop here and there for a little Midas snack in order to keep your farm going. But that is just not the game that this Invoker has whatsoever right now. Constantly out of charges, barely any kills. He's 1, 2, and 1. He's not the mid-game engine for his team right now, and it means that Midas is mostly just going to be a tool to allow him to hang on to the bottom of the course.
Yeah, that's not a good tool to have for a core, especially 20 minutes in that you know that it is gonna be your future. The Aegis has expired a minute ago. Beastmaster didn't really fight too much with it, but he's gonna have a very early BKB, and this JG Beastmaster will be a problem. Good thing, of course, you do have that Lincolns, you do have the disruption, so definitely ways to at least deal with the roar. Kill the Beastmaster. Oh, that's another thing. Whole.
That is another thing entirely, and definitely one of your combo breakers, with that being the Invoker with the Tornado, with things like the EMP, the Deafening Blast, is going to be unhappy with that BKB being in play.
For sure.
Taken out of the equation.
There's going to be an Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit. That's the one that he's going to be working towards. Of course, needs quite a solid amount of time to finish it off. Primal Beast, you mentioned the pipe. There's going to be an Axe on him as well. And Momo has been farming quite well, right? Considering that there were times in this game where it looked like they were trying to shut him down, where he needed to rotate towards the bottom lane, he's actually getting a decent amount of farm. And I'm liking that he's getting an Aghanim Scepter. Considering that the Invoker is not looking good, you need somebody else to contribute quite a lot in the damage department. It's going to be Momo.
Throwing his tantrum all the while. No, but like, I was thinking too much about who's going to contest the Beastmaster stacks on that bot lane. But the truth is that while the Beastmaster is doing those stacks, if you already know that you're not in a position to contest him anymore, that's just a free lane for whoever needs it to recover while the Beastmaster is doing that. He's not going to be doing anything with lane creep, so that was the little boost that Momo needed to recover, and he's been doing quite adequately for himself since, so I do think that the Immortal made a very good decision there.
Yep. The last big Primal Beast did solve a lot of their problems, but you're still 5k gold behind. It's not insurmountable, but you are playing against the odds at the moment. Speaking of which, great odds for you guys. 1xRLG SCA with the banner down below. Get a bonus on your first deposit if you haven't done so already. We're getting close to the end of the Southeast Asia tournament, so this is gonna be the last time in this regional Dota 2 series, because this is our last SCA tournament. You're gonna be able to use that promo code, so if you haven't already redeemed it, do so right now as Krish. Let's go towards the tower, and that tier 2 will fall. They are trying to trade and might be successful at doing so.
Get some of those morph illusions in here, though.
Morph?
Spent off. And this is why you always step into the trees first. It really doesn't matter if you
Oh, he
think
thought they were coming
can
for him
get
in the
you
top
off.
lane, and now he's gonna get feared. Look at that in the bottom. He doesn't have a tower. He should have a waveform fairly soon. He gets out of the silence. Momo gonna be joining in on the fray. Krish actually gets bursted down.
Yeah.
Disruption.
Yeah,
There
got him.
was a sound and the TP ended. The sound was there, but PMA didn't leave. He stayed on the bottom lane once again. This mid game, not the early mid game, that's where they're doing fine, but the mid game of Team TK is where they start to struggle, and the Immortal actually has a shot of taking the game back. That's 2 games in a row that this is happening.
Yeah, the Morphling getting out on top there, absolutely huge. Means that they still get the tower while 2 teleports from Team TK went top, while Franz in the meantime goes down to bot to contribute to that fight with his fresh phylactery picked up. That is 3 things going the way of the Immortal in a very short span of time. And this man just got the phylactery up. He is going to buy the entire Khana immediately on top of it. That said,
Beautiful tornado. Did they save Ren's life? Yes, they did. There's the mech as well. He gets super high HP. Goodbye, JG. This is a complete turnaround of the game. 2 heroes dead. Now it's going to be Krish on the menu next as well. He doesn't have the ulti for 7 seconds. He needs to survive. He needs to run and will be able to do so at the moment. But already losing 2 of your heroes is bad enough. The Immortal, for the first time, not in this game, in this series, Skips, they are ahead slightly, but still ahead.
yeah, absolutely. They have equalized. And here is one of the things that will happen with an Invoker that, you know, if your Void Spirit is not having that great of a game, he doesn't contribute anything to the game apart from damage. Maybe eventually the silences come in, right? You can get an Aether Remnant here and there. But Insane still packs that steroid. He has the alacrity at the ready to throw onto his Morphling and amplify up his carry that way. And you know what, Franz, he's in a kind of position where you can make good use of that by now.
I thought that was
Level
a
20.
mech for the Immortal, but it was actually a great healing Lotus that the Shadow Demon used that saved his life in the end. So a big deal. They actually do not have a mech on the Immortal. So what now, Kips? What now? Is TK in trouble? Are you very likely to lose this game now, or is it still quite fine with them?
I mean, you did just hit a very powerful item spike. The Aghanim Scepter is up. That does mean that we get the silence on the Resonant Pulse. Pretty decently big deal versus a lineup that doesn't sport any BKBs yet on the course, and just the Morphling is able to shrug it off. Talking about the Morphling.
Yeah, they want him dead. There's multiple silences going through the Lincolns as well. And Snare does connect, doesn't have the Manta. He might lose his first life. And with the Avalanche, that's gonna be all but certain as Momo. Next on the menu, there will be a roar. No onslaught for you. They take him down. Disruption. Actually, he's still alive. We'll see for how long. Dies to the Whirling Axis right afterwards. France is going for the troll. He needs to ulti. He needs to ulti right now. And there it is. He goes for it. Silence onto the Morphling. He needs the ensnare. The ensnare is not happening. He's focusing on the illusions. Krish is not really healing all that much, but maybe enough to strive. No, not even close. France, he turns around. He's going to be going into the calling. Doesn't really care. Nobody is here. It can actually do enough damage to the Morphling to finish him off. Monk Daya on the other side of the fight. He's trying to do everything right, but it cannot be done. They do bring down JG. That is a big tanky hero that is gone. PMA next on the Major Castaway gets a nice Avatar's combo. But he's all alone. Where's my team? They are dead, my friend. And it's gonna be a much more effective Avalanche, even though it's only on one hero. Insane gets a double kill and a big team fight victory. Mamung Dai could be next to the menu. They did see him as they did use the Sunstrike, but he's a little bit too speedy. One Astro Step at the ready with the Simulate. He'll get himself to save spot, or will he? France still chasing Tornado, coming over. Nice footstep to the left from Among that, dodges on the adaptive strike as well, and he will be the lone survivor of TK.
TK once again really pressing their advantage here, thinking that because they can take the Aegis away from the Morphling, they're gonna have a good fight in their hands, but ignoring the fact that they didn't have BKB on the troll yet, and he was really close.
Avalanche used. They found the big target, Ren. That is going to be a huge one. Momo going to be making a line that the side of DK cannot cross this time around. They don't want to be making the same mistake. They're going to wait a little bit. Now, go for the chase.
Toss back. Could do it.
The Nature's Grasp slows them down way too much.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp has been doing so much work in this game. The amount of times that the troll has been stuck in that as well. It's I hesitate to call it powerful, but it's certainly been impactful in this game.
For sure, for sure. Troll is level 18, but he is not as strong as the Morphling. There is a 4.5k gold difference between the carry of the Immortal and pretty much all the cores on the side of TK, apart from the Void Spirit. He's a little bit less farmed than the Troll and the Beastmaster.
No, and now we're out of that window where it's like, oh man, if France doesn't contribute, the game is going to go badly. No, the game never got far enough out of control because France kept on contributing, saved several fights from becoming disasters, kept them even. And now TK is at the point where your Beastmaster snowball stopped a while ago. You couldn't really press that one on into the base. Your Troll Warlord has fought without his item timing several times. Yeah, he's got the BKB right now, but you're already behind that Morphling now. And the Void Spirit, his damage output just doesn't look high enough.
But they do have the Muerta. I think that's the saving grace. Muerta can do quite a lot in this game, right? Pierce the Veil. He also got the Shard now. He's looking very, very powerful on PMA.
He's not going to be a very high priority for the side of the Immortal to take down. He can keep good range from all of these damage dealers as the important part. In the middle of the fight, the Morphling is going to be picking and choosing his targets. As long as you're not there, the Morphling doesn't want to go away from the middle because he wants to be tanking damage all the while. And that is going to be what allows the Muerta to stand on the sidelines and constantly deliver
Smoke being
gunslingers.
DK, they want to fight. Their Muerta is not with them. She's going to be the one to push out the mid wave. Currently, you're not even close to catching anybody, but they do find the Arcane Rune, and that is a big deal, right? Because Void Spirit with an Arcane Rune is no joke.
Absolutely not. That is what's going to allow him to get several more spells off during these fights. Actually, empty out that mana pool. Link to the high ground.
Oh man, that Adaptive Strike almost finishes off PMA, and there it is. The waveform finishes him off. We talked about Muerta doing damage. It's not going to be doing anything in this fight. You did lose Ren, so two very high net worth supports have fallen. Nice Ether Remnant from Among Daya to stop the Polarize that was used on himself beautifully.
Does not actually stop them from realizing that they have the numbers advantage now on the Immortal, and they can just take down your bottom tower here anyway.
France benefits so much from this alacrity, right? Insane uses it on him, and suddenly the Morphling packs too high of a punch. Look at that. 450 per hit, even more than that.
So smooth. And TK, where do you go from here? The Troll has a bunch of scaling left to go, certainly, but it's not exactly a high damage build that he's sporting right now. The Beastmaster is basically full slotted.
Yeah, he's got everything. I guess Shiva's does change the game significantly, actually, versus the Morphling. Yeah, smoke from TK. They're going for one more move, and this is the second one that might just be completely dodged by the Immortal. They seem to know exactly what they need to be doing.
Really using their Morphling, the fact that they know that it's very hard for France to die here. All he needs to do is keep his HP above the level that can be bursted between a Tiny and a Void Spirit.
I think JJ made a mistake there. I don't know if you saw it. His Hawk didn't get smoked, and then it attacked the Morphling illusions.
Yeah, it does that sometimes. Hawk's a little plays with different rules.
I mean, training birds is hard, right? It's,
yeah.
And yesterday I found out it's very expensive. It's like for 2 months of training, like $2,000 or something. It's actually
okay,
cheaper to buy an already trained bird.
Huh. Are we talking about like hunting hawks here?
No, but the one
parakeets?
that's we're talking about hawks, but the ones that are like gonna fly from hand to hand, that are gonna
okay, like so. Yeah.
That you can let go, that you can literally play fetch with your children. You just get those gloves, and then it goes from one to the other guy. That type of.
I know that at some airports they're training big hawks and eagles, giving them like plate armor on their legs, and they're training them to take down drones.
Not only
That's
that,
cool as fuck. I want that to be my job.
and to
Why am
take
I here?
to take down other birds as well, because bird strikes are
Yes.
actually a problem for planes. But I think
Oh, yeah.
you have those.
Is my mum used to call it chicken in the engine. She worked with the KLM for years.
Yep. I think you
The
have
official term.
you also have some kind of a frequency that birds don't like around airports, but maybe somewhere it's not possible to do that. So then you have an eagle hunting that's actually much cooler, not gonna lie. As let's see, Dota is also cool as the Immortal. If they win a game versus DK, that's
right.
also gonna be amazing, but it's just super hard to do so.
Castaway, this is one of those reasons why Tiny, especially plus 5 support, yeah, you needed to squeak it through the lane a little bit, but afterwards you're still Tiny. You still get to eventually burst down these waves with ease, and you don't really have to show yourself for it.
Very true. The avalanche toss, maybe they can spot you for a second sometimes, but that's really not gonna be a issue to survive, especially with the items that he has, Yules and a blink. PMA though, speaking about survival, he just gets destroyed. We talked about his damage output. It's really not gonna matter when the Morphling one-shots you.
No, and it's happened twice in a row now. The Muerta definitely needs to not be the one that the fights start on. Or if you're a fan of the Immortal, definitely is one of the best opening kills you could possibly have.
They're actually going for the push. There's no glyph still. Gonna be up in 45 seconds. Void Spirit will do his best to be annoying. Onslaught forward. He does get the silence again. He's canceling the Pulverize himself. Buyback from Muerta. PMA wants to be a part of this engagement. Nice use from the Tiny to make sure his mana stays intact.
And Mamang Daya there, throwing out all of his spells, barely tickles the Morphling. Morphling does it back to him and he loses 2/3. That's rough, buddy.
This, France really likes high armor. He played that Dragonite with like 80 armor. Now he's playing a Morphling with 60 when the Trim Protector uses the living armor on you. Quite a lot.
Smoke out. I think the Immortal has read this perfectly again.
Yep. Every time. Every time TK has smoked, it has been red.
And they even have the tower still up here, so they can just hide under this tower and on this high ground. And there's not really a good angle for TK to come at this drone. Like that brown line that was drawn by the Beastmaster, kind of awkward.
Let's see, the Immortal, are they going to be turning this one around? They understand that Roche will be spawning. It's a big Roche to give up. Do find the Trim Protector protected by the Pipe Castaway. Who is caught who? There's the Hex, and goodbye. This time around, you're not going to be saving yourself. Invoker coming into play. Finally gets a big item. That Hex changes things. It changes things significantly in the game.
Mamang Daya really just struggling to be relevant here, and he's been like, he bought a nullifier in order to keep on contributing on the damage department. Clearly his team has been struggling there, but that also means he has zilch in terms of defensive items, and Momo grabs him, the Hex comes. It's, what are you gonna do? And here we are again, where I'm struggling not to get on my preaching chair and talk about why Void Spirit is ass.
Void Spirit without Dagon is ass. I heard a very good analyst in the regional Dota 2 series talk about the Dagon and say it's actually really good. Aghanim Scepter goes towards the Shadow Demon. Look at his net worth. Mid laner who?
Yep.
Mid laner what?
Mid laner what? I don't know her.
Yep, he's the one. He also has the shard, so double Demonic Purge, double Demonic Cleanse. TK are in trouble.
Absolutely. There's... Well, they go in the back line.
Well, let's see if that's going to be good enough. And going for it, that is the perfect target. Yeah, this is why I need to be a mid laner. The overgrowth is going to be quite high. Krish going for the Mortal. He's the one with the Aegis. He's going to beat him up maybe once. Krish is full HP, but his 9-second BKB now is going to be down the drain. Invoker next on the menu. He's still being healed up, but the Ether Remnant will not allow that heal to continue. And the calling, look at how big it is. We will have all of your souls. And the Morphling with the waveform tries to get away. He needs to TP out. It's not going to be allowed. They're chasing with so many heroes. Tries to morph. Not allowed to live. TK getting themselves back into the game. They're not going to allow the lane of Rax to fall. They're not going to allow their base to get breached, and they will kill 2 of the cores. Make it 3. Shadow Demon can be counted as 1 as well.
At this point, yeah, and he is the opening kill that they need. Nobody else suffices. You need to get the Shadow Demon, otherwise he saves whoever you went on first, and you are in the middle of so much AoE damage between the Invoker and Momo on this Primal Beast. And you could see there that the DPS of Momo there really making it hard for Tiki to stand their ground for a while in the middle of that fight. But as it turns out, without the save, without the combo breaker, not quite enough to actually make for a one fight.
Troll
and that
has a
Morphling
refresher.
there. Who has a refresher?
Troll, right now. Just bought it and got level 25.
Okay. 2 strong dispels.
Yep. A billion basic dispels because he has an Aghanim Scepter.
Basically untouchable. And, well, all he needed to do in that fight was be on top of the Morphling and stay there. And those nets kept coming.
Yep. He has a shard as well, so he was dealing a ton of AoE damage with his Gleipnir. As well as the Muerta. I mean, in that previous fight, the Muerta did 5,000 damage. That's also a hero that needs to die very early on. But I think it comes down to who kills the enemy position 4 first.
Yeah. Yeah, you're completely on the money there, especially because the one team that makes the jump towards the enemy position 4 is also going to be distracting away from their pos 4. The reactions need to come in. The pos 4 needs to be saved. Your pos 4 is free now, and that's what the Muerta... The 2 fights before this, she was gone on the first. This fight, you are the one that initiates. Muerta gets the pew 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 to her heart's content.
Morphling is going for a Satanic. I don't know if I like this. I know it's a good item for the Morphling, but I think if the Troll sits at you, that he's winning either way. Right? There's no way that you're man fighting the Troll. So I'd rather him have ways to find the backlines even more and burst people down rather than go for this. I'd be okay with the Hex, you know, something along those lines, maybe even a Bloodthorn. Those are the types of items that I like to see for France.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you do get an extra dispel out of it, making sure that you can get out of the Troll net, I think that is what he's especially gunning for here.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, that's the part that I forgot. As TK, they're in a smoke. They're 1k gold ahead, or is it sub now? It's actually 1k gold ahead, which at this point in the game means nothing.
It's no, zilch.
Yep.
I think it's even until we get to like 10k gold differential. Honestly.
Okay, yeah, and even then, it's not that big of a difference.
No, like that item, it needs to be a full item difference on somebody. It needs to be an item like a refresher or a hex or something like that. That's when you really can start counting that. But that's, you know, that's one of those things that I also like to get on my preaching chair about, is that the gold differential often means less than we attribute to it, just because often there is no team that is a full item ahead. They're only an item ahead at certain moments.
Yep.
Those are your timings. That's what you got to play for. And if you're not ahead, then the amount of extra gold you have in your pocket does nothing for you.
Are we even going to see a fight before the Roche comes, or are we just going to be waiting for 3 to 6 minutes for these teams to actually make a bit of a more aggressive move? And I think TK are responding to me immediately.
There is a possibility, as TK have something left on the map to manipulate or to think about. There are still 2 towers in the top lane that you might want to remove off the map before it gets to a Roche fight.
The France Needs to be careful. He's pushing in the mid lane with these illusions. Not really getting too close. They're under their own vision, but the outpost of DK is next to them. That is the one that you have to be careful of buybacks and coming. How are the buybacks looking? I think that's what we need to focus on right now, because they might be used for the next Roche, and that is the thing that could overwhelm the fight.
Morphling and Beastmaster not happening. Everybody else is within reach.
Yep. Pretty much. Oh, there's the Tiny with his ninja gear breaking the smoke. There's a ninja gear on the Beastmaster as well. Everybody's a ninja here. There's gonna be a roar.
This is where you get a fight.
Start. Yeah, this is what we talked about. JG will get the refresh as well. Another roar into the Invoker here. Hex means nothing. Onslaught will be nice, but the toss makes sure the Invoker is dead. Buyback from Ren. He wants to assist his teammates. 2 cores have already died. He's not gonna be assisting anybody, because there's gonna be more of them dead than alive. Morphling is the lone survivor of that one, and he's gonna have the Shadow Demon to keep him company at least.
Yeah, but Ren already burning that buyback there. I mean, it's a compounding error here, because he is the one that gets caught. He's the one that they want the most. We already detailed that. So he exposes himself in the river, dies. Rest of his team dies as a result in the follow-up. But then you bought back as well, and now you are double the juicy target that you were before. Killing the Shadow Demon right now, I don't want to say that it ends the game, but it could.
Yep, it's really good. We talked about it. Who kills the position 4 first, and now the position 4 on one side has no ability to come back into the fight. He has to be extra careful with his positioning, and his team needs him. They need his saves, especially now when there's a double roar on the other side. Hasn't really made use of that Aghanims.
Nope. No, he's just gonna be sitting in the fountain. As he should.
If used, it's not gonna stop the boars from killing that Rax. And the illusions, Morphling coming forward. Nah, it's gone.
Unfortunate.
So TK
and
ahead
now you're going to
right?
lose those towers. Yeah. Absolutely. That's the other thing, of course, gold differential. What's gold differential if we're talking about buybacks instead?
So
Heroes not being able to contribute at all.
Roche in a minute and 10 kips. How do Immortal do it now? It is going to be a dire side Roche. You at least have the advantage there in terms of wave pushing, as you have taken down the range racks. Is this good or bad for the side of Immortal that the Roche will spawn on the dire side?
I think the fact that Roche is going to spawn at all is a problem for you.
Wherever he spawns, that's a problem, because you're not controlling even 10%
yeah,
of
you're
the
not going to
map.
get close enough. You're going to have to get PMA, and that's going to require, well, you to move forward like this, perhaps. And they are close to where PMA was just a little bit ago.
The Morphling is still at the top of the network chart, even after all of that. Of course, it doesn't matter all that much, because DK, they have the items that they need. Nullifier on the Void Spirit. Really like to get a grab. That Shadow Demon positioning is going to be everything.
They're already gunning for him.
Leipnir, BKB gonna be popped. They turn around. That's a Void Spirit making a mistake. He gets saved. Assimilate gonna be used. Roar was used. That's the one. That's the second one as well. They want the Invoker. He's gone. Among Die in the back lines. He has his BKB and he will be taken out. Both of the mid laners buy back immediately. Disruption gonna be used. Shadow Demon still alive. We'll see for how long. Krish, he still has his ulti coming forward. Uses it and makes sure that Uglier is dead. Running for more. He wants them all to pay. There's gonna be 2 buybacks being used on the Immortal. DK, they don't have the
Everybody
refreshers. They have to be very, very careful. Castaway Or staff, Yule's
Ren
onslaught
showed
will
himself.
be waiting for him. Ren has showed himself. He has been nullified, but of course, Mamang Dai, he did buy back, so this is very dangerous. Troll didn't lose his life, has a buyback if he wants to use it. This fight is looking good for the Immortal, especially with France. He's gonna start murdering them all. JG turns around with the roar. There's gonna be the third one. This one, a lot of screaming happening as TK are buying back on their heroes. That is a dead Muerta as well. Instantly, she will be back into the land of the living as Tiny dropping low, has to be careful. The tornado, amazing onto the 3 of them, but the Glaive, here comes the Muerta in the backline, spears the veil. It's gonna start as this dishing out insane amounts of damage. We talked about her, and she wants to win this fight for her team. Troll, however, is gonna be dying back, so now PMA, it's not wanting, you have to do it, but that means that the Morphling can buy back as well. That's gonna be 4 buybacks used on the Immortal, and they have protected their Shadow Demon perfectly. You're in a 5 versus 3 scenario. It might be even less as Castaway gets the blink out, but surviving this is gonna be next to impossible. They did spot him. He's a really big guy. You cannot hide in the trees, my friend. You will freeze, and then you will be drowned. In the end, the water washes you away. TK missing on 3 of their heroes. Only 1 has the buyback. It looks like this time around, it should be game.
It should be. And I gotta say, as I was so scared for Ren in his positioning several times, but he knows they're gonna come for him. And I think part of what he does in that fight is he stands, I don't want to say just a little bit too far forward, but TK knows where he is, and especially Mamang Daya could not resist going after that Shadow Demon time and time again without actually having enough backup to follow up on it. So all he did was split up his team. And Franz loves that when it happens.
France is loving this. There is gonna be a glyph being used. It will refresh after the melee reactions. Might be enough for the troll to come back. Let's see, Mega Creeps or Throne. What are they gonna choose? It is gonna be Mega Creeps that they're gunning for at the moment. No, France says, screw this. I want the game to end. I want it to end now. They're gonna force TK to fight.
Let's see, half a minute left after this glyph.
Double roar in 20 seconds.
Anybody who you kill.
Morphling gonna get gone on. They do get the roar disruption. Yeah, this is what you were afraid of. Now Muerta, she's doing the best she can. Morphling, he has that rapier. He's doing way too much damage. The radial deafening blast will make sure they don't lose too many. Actually, Ren gets taken out at the cost of the Beastmaster, however, which is a big deal. PMA, the second he dies is the second that this game ends. But Mamang Daya is gonna come over. He's gonna try to stop them. He's gonna try to delay for the troll. The Morphling with the rapier will not allow for that to happen. As he takes it down. With that, he takes down the chances of TK to win this series with a 2-0 score. TK coming as the heavy favorites of Group B now are going to be taken down by the Immortal at least once.
Yeah, and bravo for the Immortal. That is exactly what I was hoping out from them. Just a little bit more initiative in the moments where they did have it, capitalizing very well on the mistakes that Team TK did make, and no overplays, no panic. It's very easy for the Immortal to start overdoing this in the mid game when their Invoker is in a slump. Their Morphling is still not quite at the ready, but they play it cool, they play it calm and collected, and TK ultimately just doesn't actually get to leverage their advantage to the win. And they have a lot of looking at these 2 replays to do.
Yep, really hasn't been clean as they would want it, and in the end, even losing this game is gonna be a problem. Of course, Gibbs, that's only our first series of the day. We're gonna have 2 more. Karstens versus IHC. That should be IHC coming in as the even heavier favorites than TK were in this one, but considering that we're already a little bit behind schedule, let's get to that break and jump into series number 2.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only 1 victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back. A lot of you people thought we were going to be seeing T-Panda here, but I'm going to be standing in for one more game as we are here with the Regional Dota 2 Series Skips. You have to put up with me for another, well, let's say an hour.
Well, let's see if it is going to be an hour, shorter, longer. You did say that you massively favor IHC in the coming matchup, and I do think I do the same, but we did just get taught a little bit of a lesson about favorites, didn't we?
Yeah, but the Immortal players are all, you know, like rank 100, 150. Karsten's players are rank 500, rank 700, rank 800, you know, so they do have a carry who is like rank 50, used to be rank 20, you know, definitely Ifrit knows what he's doing, but the rest of them, they tend to not pull their weight from time to time. However, these guys, they're pretty powerful.
They are pretty powerful, and I've been showing this for a long time already. One of the two prime Mongolian rosters. IHC lagging a little bit behind what Team Tough has been able to achieve recently, but nonetheless, like the speed that we've seen out of these guys, the discipline that we've seen out of these guys, the basics, especially the foundationals that they've always got. They've got all of their ducks in a row, and that makes for a team that's very hard to beat.
Other than Ifrit, are you acquainted with any of the other players?
I think I've heard of Fufufie before. Has been around for a bit, but no. Otherwise, it's definitely. I'm starting to get old, man.
Okay.
After my time.
I guess. Nah, Kips, it's only in Dota or esports in general that they look at, oh, they're 30 years old, they're an old man. No. That's not true. We are young.
I prefer Hag. Hag will do.
Sorry, Kips, I'm not gonna be calling you that, even if you prefer it. I can't force myself to do it.
That's all right. You were raised very polite.
Yep, very true.
Mom and Dad did a good job.
Awesome. Like if it's the best raising ever, so I would recommend. Obviously, I don't know if you can get the same parents, but it is what it is. Right.
A little late for that.
Yeah, very true. We do have a draft ready, right? So it's never late for a cool draft in Dota. IHC versus Karstens will start right now, where they're gonna be clashing their minds first before they start clashing their fists, right?
Exactly. We set up the chessboard right now. We select our pieces, our positions, and then afterwards we play it out.
Yep, that is true. So ban out on the Sand King and on the Weaver. Brewmaster and the Enchantress are gonna be taken out by IHC. I mean, there's still no surprises. There's so many heroes that are good currently that none of it is gonna be surprising. You know what I want to see again? An Alpha Wolf like. That for me is the. I saw it once, and there was even a bug where the level 6 wolves didn't have armor, and they should, and it still looked amazing.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, what do you know? Wolves need no armor.
5 seconds.
No, but I
This
think
is
that
this is the 10th time I'm hearing that sentence in 2 days, and I'm still happy I do.
good memes never die. But really, I think that the Lycan has been underutilized in general. I think I remember you asking me previously, like, hey, which heroes haven't we seen yet that are still gonna come up? And I was like, oh, Lycan's still gonna come. And you know what? I'm still waiting.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be right eventually.
Yeah, I guess. You know, imagine in 3 years, Gibbs is sitting and she's telling her grandkids, like, I said that the Lycan will come back, right? So we'll see. As there will be a hoodwink. So that is a squirrel, something that wolves do eat. So, Karstens, come on. The choice is obvious.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and Hoodwink did get buffed a little bit in terms of like you get 50 more for both the cast range and the attack range for the Scurry on Go Nuts right now. So making it more attractive over the tree bounce trick shot. But on the other hand, your scalability did get a pretty big hit, especially with the extra acorn shot bounces. Only 1 extra bounce now for your talent. That is a bit of a problem. Like you were definitely getting picked because of your scalability as an AoE right click ranged hero, and that took a hit. It did.
You know, the Go Nuts is a bit more appealing than before, but the trick shot is 10 times better still. I would be very surprised if I see it. Maybe on a core Hoodwink, maybe you go for the Go Nuts, but I think that the trick shot is just the superior one. Karstens, they're gonna go for the Primal Beast. This has been their go-to. It's most likely gonna be their offlaner playing it.
5 seconds remaining.
We just did see the amount of AoE damage and the amount of tankability that a Primal Beast is being able to output. Also one of the better carriers for a bunch of auras, but especially for the... mine completely slipped on it. Crimson Guard. Thank you.
Yep. Yesterday we were about to see a Crimson Guard Rubik, but... fortunately for him, he did lose before that even happened, right? So
thank the Lord.
He ended the game with the Vanguard. It was an interesting approach. I guess, so this is how it was.
He core?
No, he was a support, but he was very farmed. And he was playing versus a Pango. He was stealing the shield crash, and he was being very tanky in fights. And my kind of read of the situation was he wants to use the shield crash and then use the Crimson Guard and never die, which is a weird way to play Rubik, and we never got to see it. As I mentioned, he lost a little bit too fast.
No, that's especially the percentage part doesn't do jack for you. No matter how tanky the shield might have made you, that's still not HP either.
That is true. That is true. As Phoenix ban, SF ban, Karstens, what do you go for? Speaking of the Rubik, you could take it, but they're gonna get the Ember. A lot of the times the response to this is the Dragonite. They get a Corrosive Dragon, they win the mid lane. We saw a Huskar, but the Huskar did lose, and it was a Mangdaya Huskar. So I don't know if IHC wants to go that route.
Did he go for the max HP spears as well?
Yeah, the new ones.
Did you try that one out?
Yeah.
Okay. That one's risky.
Yeah, he did demolish the lane, but he was versus the Timber. So, I mean, I didn't like it. He had no defensive heroes on his side. He did demolish the lane. And, you know, I mean, you just saw Team TK, that they tend to be a bit disrespectful and then make a mistake or two and suddenly lose the game. So
get
that's kind of
punished
what happened.
for their transgressions. Well,
there's DK.
There is DK, and the corrosive aspect did get nerfed again. So, it's still a winning matchup, but you're definitely not demolishing the Ember as hard as you could have been previously. And you're gearing more and more towards being just a stable old DK.
Yep. I mean, it's still a good carry if you're, let's say, laning versus a primal beast. He comes in with the trample, you stun him, and it's not a problem. This is a pretty good Dark Willow game. I don't know where the Dark Willow will be laning, though. I don't know if I like the support duo of the Hoodwink and the Dark Willow, but versus an Ember and the Primal Beast, the Bramble Maze is just hella good.
Yeah, I mean, especially Primal Beast,
Seconds remaining.
very, very upset about charging in and immediately hitting the brambles.
He's always
But for the
upset,
Ember
Kips, though.
Yeah, but true, always throwing his tantrums. Every single time. No, and of course for the Ember, like placing the Bramble Maze right so that he returns to his Remnant and lands in a Bramble, absolutely devastating for that man as well.
Yep, you hate it. He's a spirit, he's not a man. But he does look like a humanoid to me. Maybe they should have made the spirits a little bit resemble the Wisp, or maybe they should have been pandas, just like in Dota 1. I don't know why they're not.
They could have also been women instead of men.
Do you think all of them? But you know, they're the spirit brothers. Then you would have to make them spirit sisters. They'd all have to be female.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And they're pretty... Their egos are very high. I don't know if that would fit. I don't know. They're like, I am the strongest, right? I'm the alpha, right? All of them are like
have
that.
Have you seen Legion Commander lately? Or Dawnbreaker?
Yeah, sure. That is true. It's still...
The Brotherhood is an important part of the characters.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind a sisterhood. Maybe Arcanas that make them all girls. Right, and then we see different personalities. Would be cool. Quite a lot of work. I think we would have to.
I know the same personalities, obviously.
Visage. Is that a carry or a support Visage? I'm gonna assume support to be laning with the Primal Beast, right?
Yeah, unless it is a support Primal. Like I think POS 4 Primal is a risky proposition, but it is still possible. I don't know if I feel the same about support Visage at all.
I don't know, like...
Safe lane Ember, question mark?
No way. If there's I don't think that's going to be happening. Even though when I saw the double impact facet, I was thinking of Battle Fury Ember coming back, but the Battle Fury Ember is not coming back until they change back to how Sleight of Fist used to work.
Agreed.
That's a
And look,
beast.
it's a Beastmaster on IHC. That they have some push, and I like the way that this lineup is coming together with tanky frontliners that are going to be jumping in as well. Both of these definitely Blink Dagger builders, and leaving these two supports that are great as follow-up to indeed do that job, not force these two fragile heroes into the front lines unnecessarily.
Yeah, I like it as well, right? Because when you see Hoodwink and the Dark Willow, you think these two are getting murdered. But then Beastmaster and the Dragonite are actually pretty solid in being in front and giving vision for you to use the max range of your spells basically on these two and keep yourself safe. And really, when I look at Karsten's, their ability to go into backline is there. But actually, if the Emperor does it, he's probably dead. If the Primal Beast does it, sure, that's fine. But the Roar is actually quite good versus you. So I'm liking what I actually have. They did a great job protecting their supports.
Dire team back.
And I'm still unsure how Karstens are thinking about. I mean, in my head, these are 3 support picks. None of them flex particularly well, or excuse me, 3 core picks. None of them flex particularly well towards support. I would.
10 seconds
I'm
remaining.
just at a little bit of a loss as to how you would lane it then, because
5 seconds.
yeah, safe lane Ember, you could do it, but the level deficit is a real problem. We've previously established that really the only thing Ember wants is levels initially.
Yep.
So that feels bad, but neither the Primal nor the Visage seem to be of the type of scaling that would warrant putting them in the safe lane. It feels like you're missing an opportunity by not putting something that benefits more from the protection that you get there.
They ban out the Medusa. They're thinking this Dragonite could be in the mid lane, and that's still a very Very reasonable possibility. I think with the Medusa ban, they're showing that they want to be playing versus something squishier in the offlane, which to me is even more screaming that this is going to be Visage and the Primal Beast in the offlane. Considering they have Yorushika today, it's not Leon Baby, so that is the stand-in for Karstens. Might be that he's a Visage player, right? So it could be a position for Primal Beast, not out of the question, as you mentioned.
That could be the deal.
Radiant team pick Dire
For
team.
IHC, we were talking about really good heroes and if the Monkey King was ever going to make it through in the previous series, and then we completely forgot about him now.
Yep. And I was hoping to see more of the Monkey King. There he is. It's going to be a carry Monkey King, though. I think, if it's an
Fantastic
offlane...
first Visage.
Yeah, because you can dodge the soul assumption, but it's still Visage still has this way to get away from you. You can max out the Grave Shield, which you probably will. So I would, I don't know. I'd rather see a core Visage now than a core Primal Beast going up against this Monkey King.
I mean, that's the great thing about the Monkey King pick, right? Both of them are bad.
Yep, yeah, they're not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I would say Primal Beast instead of the Visage is for what happens after the laning stage, where if you're investing into a core Visage, but he is going to lose both of his familiars to a single slam of the staff every single time, that's a problem.
So it is going to be an offlane Visage, yeah. Yorushika is getting it. Ali has been known to play... these position 4s, he's played a lot of Tiny, so he knows what he's doing. He's actually quite good, I'd say, out of between him and Ifrit. Of course, Ifrit is better, or the star player of the team, but he's the one that has been contributing the most. Yesterday, Karstens won with the Ifrit Gyro, literally 1 versus 5. I just don't think it's happening this game. Versus a Beastmaster, Dragonite, and a Monkey King, I actually think that the Gyro cannot carry this one. For me, it is a win for IHC.
Yeah, Monkey King is already not a matchup where I would favor the Gyrocopter all that much. I mean, it used to be a 50-50 back in the day, I think, but especially with IHC outmatching, you're most likely going to get more... You're going to most likely be ahead on that Monkey King. IHC is going to be able to leverage all of that vision of the Monkey King better for those 2 other active cores as well. Ifrit's going to stand alone versus Monkey King, who's just going to have all of that extra armor of the Wukongs every single time. I'm not feeling it either.
Yep, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Karstens, they have been notorious in this tournament to kind of lose the laning stage. I mean, we talked about it. Their ranks are slightly or maybe even significantly lower for a professional player, right? 700, 800, 900 rank. That's just not good enough for this level of competition, most likely.
No, and I definitely want to expand on that, because usually these players, if you give them half a second extra, they can perform to the same level, but that is actually where the level difference is. They don't have the instincts. They're going to, if they want to win a lane, they're going to have to over-communicate. And you lose time when you over-communicate. If you want to make good moves, you're going to have to over-communicate. You lose time for that. You lose time, because you could be making up for it in like the raw skill by making better decisions, but then ultimately you're still going to be behind because you're actually behind on the clock. And that's what really hits you in matchups like this one.
And suddenly, in those kind of situations, just enemies start blinking around the map. That's how you feel, because you're losing a second here, second there, second here, and suddenly enemies are surrounding you, whereas you thought they were still pushing the tower. That's just not the case. But of course, the game has started. Let's get into it, Kips. Let's actually find out how it's gonna go in the game itself. Of course, guys, if you want to find out how to make some easy bets, you scan the QR code, you get the 1xBet app, and everything will be explained there as we get ourselves into it. 10 people smoked. It's only for a division. We're probably not seeing a level 1 fight.
So what I want to know, since you've casted Karstens before, clearly, is like how has Nadeshot been doing after his transition to Dota 2?
Is that the same guy?
No.
Okay, so he okay, I'm gonna answer the question seriously anyways. He been doing decent, right? But he needs to do better.
Seconds to battle.
Yeah.
I don't even know which game that guy exists in, so I only play and watch Dota.
Counter-Strike.
Okay.
It's an old name, I think.
I actually do know quite a lot of CS players, so I was, I guess, lying there, cheating a bit on Dota, but
I only know Alexi B. Hyvä Suomi.
let's see. Bounty runes? Is that 2 for 2? Yeah, pretty much. So no surprises there. And the laning stage will start. How is this Visage Primal Beast lane gonna go? I mean, we both agreed that the Monkey King should do well, but the Monkey King can make a mistake with the Mischief and not dodge the Soul Assumption. So that is a real possibility.
Yep. And the Soul Assumption, of course, also definitely a lot shorter of a cooldown
True.
that you're going to get. So you're not going to be able to dodge all of them if you're in a clash. You just get the one, but the one might be decently darn big.
Yep. It really can be. It will be the Corrosive Dragon in the mid lane versus an Ember. This is pretty much a winning matchup for the Dragonite. So tell me, Kips, Fufufir, is he gonna be able to somewhat keep up, or is he screwed?
No, this should definitely be a somewhat keep up, especially because we do have the double impact, which does help a lot with keeping your harass up. You're not dealing with the added, I don't want to call it like an added difficulty modifier of the chain gang. Rather, chain gang requires you to forfeit this particular bonus. So you're going to be able to secure your range creep still. You're going to do decently here, especially after the nerfs to the corrosive damage, but it's losing for you. You don't actually have any shot at solo killing the DK, or you shouldn't get one.
In terms of lanes, though, Karsten's doing pretty solid. It's only like the third wave that is coming, but it can make a difference. Okay, we're seeing the tree-bound trick shot there, doing a lot of damage to 9-shot, and the Wild Axe is, however, completely off the mark from 11, which is uncharacteristic considering that he plays this hero quite a lot.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I like the little joke that he's got going on. He's not nade shot.
Yep.
He's the next model.
Exactly. That's how I do it. Maybe it is the same guy, it's just that he added a new number because it's a different
Evolved,
game.
yeah.
Boundless Strike as well. Hiroshika is in trouble, turns around, and 11 gets the first blood. First Fortune Soul might be in some trouble as well. He dodges. Okay, that was a good dodge on the Soul Assumption. There's no more mana on this guy, and Ifrit also loses his life, and this is a problem, right? Because you are putting so much into your gyro. You got him in the last pick. You knew what you were up against, and you still die.
Yeah, and the Gyrocopter can have a very good lane versus the Beastmaster, right? You do damage all of his army with your flak cannons just by playing the lane normally. But the inexperience here shows in the fact that they calculate this as a possible win if they go on the aggressive instead of just sitting back. And I do agree that if you want to beat players that are better than you, that you are going to have to take chances sometimes. But in this case, you essentially just threw your ability to have a 50-50 lane.
And it's a disruptor, right? So your strength early on, not the best. Yep. I mean, this hero is solid in lane if you are bullying the opponents. But the thing is that the other side has a hoodwink. So in terms of bullying and poking, it's still an advantage for IHC.
It is, yes. And ideally what you do is you build out that advantage that you get from having a disruptor for a while. Like you get them low on resources, you use that Thunderstrike to trade to your advantage, and then you start looking for an opening. And level 2 is just too early.
Let's see, Kishka gonna be annoyed a little bit by the Thunderstrike. Shadow Realm attack. I have to say I'm not the biggest fan of the 5 Dark Willow, and it's showing, but speaking about the supports of IHC, Kishka was dropping low, of course, protected by 11 for the time being. One surprising thing to me is that the Ember is actually winning the mid lane. I don't think I've seen this for quite a while for Ember to do this well versus the DK.
Yeah, well, it means that the nerfs are working. 3 points into the Worm's Wrath, and still the DK not quite pushing that Ember Spirit out, so
Yep.
all good there. As long as you have that Ember Spirit, you're going to be able to make plays in the mid game.
Yesterday, though, I think I saw the DK still beat an Ember, so I thought it was just going to be a repeat of it. But seems that people are getting used to it, and the Ember is... I mean, the hero is still incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
Bowie has been crying about, I don't understand why this hero is buffed. Nobody understands why this hero is buffed, but nobody cares because he's so cool, and we want to see him in games.
This is true. I think Ember Spirit's one of the heroes that people... They are going to get fed up with it eventually if it stays good for as long as Pangolier has. Because for a while, I was on the Pangolier train too. I'm like, I don't care if Pango gets played every game. He's cool. But, you know, 3 years, I think 2 years is like the maximum.
You betrayed your boy. Gibbs. No. We actually saw a support Tinker yesterday, so it has been something that's being played in pubs with the Healing March of the Machines. 11 is in trouble on the top lane. So he might die. No glimpse is going to be happening. That is a beautiful bushwhack. And actually, Ali will be rotating Onslaught charged up. Kishka, he might have saved his buddy, but who is saving him? Ali with a good rotation, secures the kill, equalizes the kill score.
Well, it's going to cost him.
Oh, well, it is gonna... Is it Yoshika? Yep, he's dead.
Try to get a cute little tree block off there. Not gonna happen. Even if that Primal Beast returns to the bottom lane, he would have been so far away since the gate is all the way by the Radiant Tower.
Oh, Ember is taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have a remnant back. Is he dying to the corrosive? He has the Sleight of Fist to remove it, so to buy himself some time. Arcane Rune went towards him, and he still has to walk back to base, so it is a bummer, but the siege creep has fallen, so not that big of a deal.
No, not that big of a deal. Little bit of experience for his support, and the DK doesn't really get to lane to the tower.
Not again.
Oh, Yoshika, that's brutal. That was his TV back in.
Yep, and now the disruptor did come, so if they can kill the monkey, it's gonna be good enough. Fortune Soul doesn't look very much dead. Ali is on a killing spree. This guy has been the shining star, especially in the early games of Karstens, but that does live Ifrit all alone. The supports of Karstens are being pulled everywhere, and every single time IHC are punishing it.
Great killer instinct on IHC. As soon as you move your arm to block your face, they're going to punch you in the gut, etc.
They're just a classic SCA team. Glimpse gonna be used. Fortune Soul. Oh, he returned him to the base. He didn't expect that to happen now into the Shadow Realm. You can't even kill the Disruptor himself. This little go of theirs didn't turn out well. It's gonna turn out worse if Ace loses his life, and he doesn't look like he has much to defend himself with. Trample does stop. You need one more hit extra. Tower armor, not enough. Ali Akbar, he does still punch pretty hard. 80 damage per hit, enough to get a kill.
Yeah, Ali doing a really great job here, and this is hard on a Primal Beast, because getting enough levels and making sure that you don't... He's got the clockwork problem, except worse, because you don't even get a stun for running in or anything, or the cogs to protect you. You just have to put the pedal to the metal and hope you're still alive when the car stops.
Ifrit, he was running away, and then suddenly he runs into Kishka. It was the creeps that actually got the kill, which is quite unfortunate. The rotation from the Monkey King, he definitely wanted it for himself. But everything is working out for them. They're getting the mid lane tower, they're getting the enemy carry kill, and they're annoying the Ember Spirit, or are they putting themselves in harm's way? The Curse Crown connects, tower in deny range, pretty much just one poke and it will die.
Karstens will have to keep that honor to themselves right now, or else it's going to be done for them. So I think the glimpse on Fortune Soul there, probably the most impactful play out of the entire series of events that we've seen there, because everything else has come with a price tag.
Yep. It's still not enough. I mean, when we look at the net where the top two are from IHC, and the Beastmaster is 1,000 gold ahead of the carries, right? Only the Dragonite is even remotely close to this guy, and it's still his teammate.
Yep, and that means some... Oh, look at all of these stacks here as well. Juicy, juicy, juicy. 11's going to take all of them. He's going to get his Aghanim Scepter in no time and start... Well, I was going to say running down some towers, but top and mid are already gone. There's really only one more tower left for him to run at, so it's going to be Roshan instead. That's going to be a really high priority.
I guess he's going to be posturing aggressively as well. You get some hate onto yourself, create space for the Monkey and the Dragonite, who are actually heroes that can very easily connect to you, as they are speedy, especially once the DK gets his blink. So I'm not sure this is going to be an easy one for Karstens in the next 5 minutes. It is going to become significantly worse for their side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But do they have anything
Question
going
is
for
if they-
themselves? I guess Disruptor 6 is a big timing you're hoping for.
Disruptor 6 could do a bunch of work for you. You have an Ember Spirit, but you don't get to play this like an Ember Spirit wants to, right? Ideally, you'd sit on the flanks of the fight and slide. Well, somebody else does all the tanking, but Visage, your only option there. I guess Ali can do some of it because he's had such a good game up until now, but the real deal is that if you don't go in hard on that Ember Spirit, nobody else is going to actually be running after those supports. And those are the ones that you're going to need to take out from IHC.
Ali also needs to be careful, right? Because he has a 4-kill streak. You give that away, it's a problem. He's literally the only guy on their side who has kills. Nobody else has been successful in bringing down enemy heroes.
Yeah, he's a juicy piñata.
Yeah, but a scary one, right? Usually they put like a rainbow-colored donkey or something. You know, they look helpless. Imagine a piñata that is a big beast. A lot of the kids would be afraid, and we'll see if IHC have got the guts to take him down. They're going for the Visage, and he is looking very much dead. With the Boundless Strike, they finish him off. It's actually going to be the Bedlam. Ali did come close, and that Juicy Piñata, for now, is going to be scaring the Radiant side.
I remain unpopped. Yeah, this is a futile effort right now. But later on, once the Boundless Strike is maxed, we're going to see a couple of those familiars pop as well.
Shadow Realm going to be used, but they're going to have vision of this Dark Willow and actually bring her down before anything. Again, it's Ali that gets the kill. They want Tifrit. There's the Sharpshooter with the roar. He's not getting out of this one alive. It will take him out. Oh, actually, I was about to say with these, but that did take some time. Kishka will be on the menu as Fear will be rotating as well. Sleight of Fist doesn't have the chase. Here comes the Dragonite. This is dangerous for the Ember. He does have a Remnant back, so very likely not going to die.
No.
Was supposed to be my sentence, and no. The Hoodwink, Dragonite, and the Beastmaster do more than enough damage to bring him down. That's 2 cores off the map. And the third one, you know, Visage, he's already struggling a lot.
Yeah, there's, well, I guess you're going to have the drums right now, but that's not exactly a massive item to have first. And you broke tower. This is something that, you know, I talk about in games that teams are, you know, where they poised for a pretty rough mid game. You need to break some towers early on before you can't even 5v5 them anymore, just to give yourself some time to breathe, just to slow down the enemy side a little bit by taking 1 or 2 towers away. Take the towers while you can. That did happen naturally right now, so Karstens at least got that going for them.
Yeah, not too bad. The thing that is kind of bad is that the Gyro lost his stage 2 on top, and he does have good wards to protect him. But the thing is, any smoke takes his life, and you cannot afford to have other heroes there. They have to be playing around your other players. It's only a 2k gold lead, but still in terms of map control, IHC are in a really good position. Polarize gonna be used, no Shadow Realm just yet. Terra is gonna be used on all of them. And Boundless Strike as well. Where's the Static Storm? He's going to be connecting onto the cores in the backlines. The Ember was the kill on the Dark Willow. Will be able to do it. Monkey King healed up for the time being, trying to escape. Nice dodge on the Soul Assumption. There's the glimpse, getting him into the hands of Ipsit. Another Soul Assumption won't even be needing the Familiars. Get the kill. Onslaught forward. Dragonite surrounded now by enemy heroes, but the help is coming. Here's the Beastmaster going in, and they will bring down Ifrit. This Dragonite is a little bit too tanky for them to deal with. He's going to be looking towards 9-shot, as really killing the Ember would be very hard. That's the repulsion. Doesn't really do much. Dragonite still has the range. Ali is going to be smashing the Beastmaster into the ground. You're a beast, and this guy, he is your master. He's going to put a leash on you, slowing him down. Ali, though, going to be breaking it thus far, but there is a bigger lizard flying around. Shadow Realm finally does connect and give them that 6-kill streak. The Dark Willow did have to spend the money to buy back, but now gets all of that juicy coming back to her.
And the gyrocopter dying again is just not something that you can afford at this point as Carson. So to be fair, you got the Monkey King as well. That is a pretty darn huge kill that was all fought on the enemy side of the map as well. But in the end, you just don't get enough out of that fight, and it doesn't really feel like that was a fight they picked on purpose either. Like, oh, we have an item timing that we want to exploit or something like that. The Mage Slayer is still getting built right now.
And the Dragon Knight
double
will have
drums. That's a little awkward.
Well, that's a problem. That Orchid is gonna be such a big problem, Kips. I don't know who's gonna be able to remove it. Nobody. Gyro Axe. You mentioned Ember Spirit is going. Okay, he's delivering the Mage Slayer, but still, it's a disaster. You know, I talked about 10 to 15 minutes is gonna be a problem. 15 to 20 is gonna be more so.
Oh yeah. No, because we're setting up for that Roshan right now, and with the Orchid in the works, like once that Aegis is up, and the DK can just play forward whenever he wants to, because presumably he is going to be the one with that Aegis on him. I don't see what you do against him, and the Ember Spirit especially has to play so far back. You cannot afford to get silenced.
They usually give it to the Beastmaster though, right? The Aegis, every time I'm seeing a Beastmaster with the drums, Blink now as well.
Yeah,
they
do tend to put Aegis on him. I guess he is the bigger damage threat as well. Yeah, he's gonna go for it. Okay.
That's fine.
Nonetheless.
Fortune Soul is actually going for a BKB. Usually we see the full Glacier on the Monkey, but he understands that he's actually a very real target and the Static Storm is way too annoying. So he's showing on the bottom lane while his team is going for a fight. Fufufir, yeah, he's fine.
For now.
There's a sentry, ward taken out. Do they have any vision? They have one ward protecting their triangle, and that's it. Karstens are blind during this night time. There's an Aegis on the enemy side, and 3.5 minutes left on the nighttime, while you have one ward on the map. A pretty defensive one at that. Okay, you have 0.
Just gets taken out like that. Fully blind. This is going to hit you in your wallet, if not in your kill score. You're just gonna need to hold hands through this cold, dark night.
Yep. Night is dark and full of terrors. Ali is in Invis. The mid lane tower is still up, so you can't really be all that aggressive. You have the glyph to protect this tier 2. The question is, do you want to use it? If you do it, they're gonna mow down all of your towers, and you're not gonna have it for the next 5 minutes.
Answer's yes, apparently. But that's really just a stay of execution, because I don't think you're actually mounting a defense for this one.
Yep, Ali cut the wave.
Well,
and died because of it. Does save their tower, so it wasn't for nothing. But they could still just continue to play aggressively.
Yeah, no,
I don't know how you...
They'll just come right on back.
Exactly.
There's Orchid on that DK now.
Roar onto the Ember Spirit. There's the Orchid, and he is very much dead. Even with the Static Storm usage, wouldn't change a thing. I thought maybe the Flame Guard was gonna help, but the Soul Burn a little bit too strong. Monkey King jumping forward. He understands just how dangerous the Glimpse can be, and actually changed his mind. He doesn't want to be KB. He wants the full Gleipnir.
I mean, certainly if the rest of your team is playing up and being the threat, and you are not the one that goes first, you can afford to get the Gleipnir, but you do need to adjust your playstyle to that.
Exactly. We still haven't seen a Wukong's Command being used, right? Nope. But with the Gleipnir, it really does make that spell like 3 times powerful. It sometimes feels like the Gleipnir was made for the Wukong's Command.
Oh, it's fantastic. The fact that you actually get to have a right-click item that locks people in there. Beautiful.
Yep. And actually has an active that works on your monkey warriors as well. It's beautiful. It's amazing. They do take some vision down Karstens and put down a very, very defensive ward that they hope is not going to be found. Ember Spirit, however, has been found. Orchid, too big of a problem ever since that was bought. He just has been dying over and over again.
And it's not like this Orchid purchase is new in any way, shape, or form. Like, this is what DKs do versus Ember Spirits. You can count on this happening. So the fact that he's gone for it, Mage Slayer, now bought the Javelin first as well instead of Mithril Hammer, so he can't even back out and buy an early BKB here. He is committed to the Maelstrom.
That's gotta be the last outer tower. We are not even 20 minutes into the game. A 9k gold lead. not insurmountable, very, very hard to come back into this game. All three of the cores of Heights here topping the network chart, and things are looking grim, Kips. But grim doesn't mean impossible. So how do you? Okay, they even have the double drums. This is even worse than I thought.
Sorry, what are you?
I wanted to ask, like, what do they do? How do you approach it? How do you shove out the waves? Who do you focus on?
Just,
like anything. Give me anything.
Just having a giggle at you, seeing the double drums here, and having the same startled reaction that I had a couple of minutes ago. Oh no. No, the answer is of course that you have a gyrocopter, you are going to have Aghanim Scepter eventually. There is a possibility where you hold this high ground, IHC stays too long in the chip. The problem is really that I don't see a good way to save anybody that gets jumped by IHC, so you're always going to be one man down no matter how you fight. Even up on your own high ground, between the Beastmaster and the DK, they are just gonna come for you.
They're coming for the Visage, he's looking very much dead, Sharpshooter kills him, already the familiars are gonna go down, so it's not only 500 gold for that kill, but also 700 as each of the familiars is worth a 100 gold. Ali hiding in the trees, and these big guys, they just don't understand how funny it is when they try to hide. You're way too big, my friend. There's the roar. Primal Beast this time around will be caught by the Beastmaster. He cannot move all that much. He's gonna try to turn it around, but there needs to be a distinction between the Beast and the Master, as Bushwhack to stop the gyro. He's still doing quite a lot of damage to Fortune Soul. Very nice boundless strike. He's gonna try to dodge the damage. In the end, he goes down. Ifrit is really doing a great job. He might even get down Kishka as the Dragonite needs to run. The help is coming for Ifrit, and this guy is really, really keeping this team afloat.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. He's actually going to have a BKB before the next fight if he does not get picked off at some point. So that is just a cool 2k gold in his pocket from a single fight. Fantastic.
Yep. Tormentor will be taken on the other side. So that'd be a shard towards Ace. Very big. We already talked about the strength of the Dark Willow in this one, and this is going to be even more brambles on the ground. Poor Primal Beast, poor Ember. I don't even know how they move.
I mean, it's the gyrocopter that's going to be the problem, and so far Fortune Soul is making some mistakes. And like, I understand, right? You already got what you wanted on one side of the map. Now you have two cores on the other side fighting up against Ifrit. That looks like some advantage that you should be able to press, but of course the problem is that Fortune Soul is not built for that. He's built for having two other cores in front of him right now until that BKB comes out, so...
Yep, it is
giving Karstens a little bit of an, well, a leg up. I don't want to say it's going to be enough for them to get over the hill, but...
Yeah, probably, but it's still something, you know, it's something to work off of. The gyro is ahead of both the Dragonite and the Monkey King. Sure, the Beastmaster is also a problem, but these two are the ones that are going to be doing the majority of the single target damage, which is what the gyro should be afraid of in the first place.
Ali just cut a wave. Might be his last.
Let's see. Uses the drums. It's pretty speedy. Boomerang is going to be connecting, as well as the Gleipnir. Yep. He has sang his last song, or growled his last roar. I don't know. We're going to ask Panda. He's the expert on those things.
Oh, yeah. He's pretty darn great at growling, roaring, throwing tantrums.
Okay.
I don't even know. He's hard to upset, actually.
I'm just I was about to say I was hoping he wasn't listening, and now unfortunately I know that he was, as he's ready to take over in the next game. However, IHC are ready to make this game as short as possible so that we can actually hear those growling. Now going on to the Ever Spirit, there is gonna be a static storm that does nothing to the BKB. Terrorize onto the two heroes as well as the two familiars, but with the glyph, those tier 4s, they do pack a punch. Glimpse is gonna be used, 11 pulled in. There is a Wukong's command, a very huge one. 11 will lose his life, but now let's see if they can deal with Fortune Soul. They all walk into the Wukong's command, and they will be able to bring him down, or will they? It's gonna be the Echo Shot bouncing around. Fortune Soul is still standing his ground, and there's the life steal. It's gonna keep him alive still. He is fine, and Karstens, they definitely are not. They lost 6 of their heroes and only bringing down the Beastmaster. A complete disaster strikes.
Oh, that hurts. And the start of that fight is pretty much the way that IHC calculated it to go, right? We have two heroes with the BKBs, they're jumping in. A non-hero did 1500 damage.
That's tier 4 towers with a glyph for you. But even with that, it's not enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
No, but the fact that the Monkey King actually gets to life, like, that was not calculated. That should not have happened. And Carson is correct
No,
to
it was calculated.
commit that hard right there.
Fortune Soul knew what he was doing. He's like, guys, I'm jumping, but you don't have a BKB. I don't care. I'm strong enough, right? So, and then he knew.
Yep. Sometimes you just know.
That's only one lane of Rags though, but I mean, we saw that non-hero damage, 1500. How do you hope to win a fight? In a fountain, I guess? And I'm pretty sure that IFC are not going to be diving in fountains.
No, and now the Monkey King does have a BKB finally, so presumably that was the last time he is in mortal peril because he simply can't stand against all of the disables.
Gyro didn't even finish off his BKB, right? You talked about it. He's going to have it for the next fight. He just didn't have anywhere to farm. The push was constantly coming. He was being pretty defensive, understanding the dangers of dying without a buyback. And, well, he didn't want to risk it. Now he's probably going to hope that he's going to... well, he should have
really darn close.
Yep, he got very close. He's going to have it for the next fight, I guess. Hopefully. We said it last time as well, and he didn't get it.
Juicy AD rune in the river, going completely uncontested.
Yeah, not noticed. It's going to be there for another minute and a half, so there is a chance that somebody marches.
Yeah, Ali does not check it, and Visage is just ticking off all of the value items. Got the pipe, now we're bringing in Vlad's. So that onslaught is coming, and it...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, like the 18% bonus damage. That's decent, especially on the flak. Ifrit can use all of the help that he can get.
He needs it. So what's the play right now? Do you just straight up go high ground, or is there a better approach from IHC to make it less painful for themselves?
I mean, I definitely think that you can fish with Fortune Soul a little bit, use all of his extra vision. But he himself is currently... He's got a lot of extra gold in the bank, so maybe looking to buy an item instead before they go.
Could be.
Here.
Anybody else that is rich? No, but I mean, all three of the cores are rich. But anybody else that is not spending money and wants to invest into something? Not really. Beastmaster, what's being delivered? That's gonna be a full Shivas. That is gonna be a dead Yorushika. The familiars are in the ground, but most likely they're just gonna be 200 bonus gold. Exactly.
Fortune Soul could be thinking about Ags, could be thinking about Daedalus. There's a bunch of different options for him here.
In these kind of scenarios, I'd rather go for the tankier option, right? So the Ags, because it's obvious when you're this far ahead that the damage is not going to be an issue.
Yeah, and you definitely have damage dealing supports behind you as well, which is one of those luxury situations where as long as you make sure that you're alive, they can hide behind you and then do the damage for you.
Well, the push is coming. There's no glyph on Karstens. They have a banner that they're not even placing down. Okay, now it is going to be placed. So that range creep is not going to die. Glyph not available. Nice boundless strike. Gyro has to pop the BKB very early on. Terra is connecting. There's no BKB from the Prime. He's going to have to buy back immediately. Are you happy? He's dropping low. He's the one with the Aegis. However, roar onto the Gyro just to keep him at bay. And there's the Echo shot just bouncing around in every way. They did bring the Dragon Knight back, protected by the pipe for the time being. In the end, he does lose his life. Very nice curse. Crown Prime still not popping his BKB, doesn't want to do it. There's the upper and the BKB. Dragon Knight, he has his own as well. Fortune Soul going to be jumping into the fight. There's the Glacier. Boundless strike into the backlines onto 3 heroes. Did miss on Ifrit. Is Ari happy? A bit too deep, but here comes the big boy, the one that has the most net worth of them all. The Beastmaster sent back immediately. Ari happy dies to the Soul Assumption, but you still have 2 cores to play with. Very nice familiar stone form is it does stun 3 heroes, but the Glacier, it is going to be better. Very nice usage of the Wild Axes as well, making sure 9 shot is dead, sharpshooter, some whips, and in the end, enough damage to bring down the Gyro as well, who does have a buyback, decides not to use it, seeing that there's really nothing else left to give in game 1.
No, the writing has been on the wall for quite a long time for this one already, where you're like, yeah, you technically have playmaking capabilities with an Ember Spirit, with that support Primal Beast, actually Ali keeping them in it for quite a bit longer here, I think, the amount of extra leverage that he applied in the laning stage. But ultimately, you don't really see a scenario where they're going to crest the hill, come out over the top, have more damage to take down all of these tanky enemy cores, get an opening on their support without leaving their entire own lineup open. It just felt like the lineup was never going to make it once IHC gets ahead in this game.
So, I mean, coming into the series, we didn't really expect much from Karstens, but we didn't expect much from them yesterday versus Manta, and they did still win a game. Before I leave, Kips, give me a chance, give me a hope that they can take a game.
Hope for Karstens? Yeah, against some of the other teams.
Okay, sure. That does make sense. So we are going to be going on to short break, swapping out the play-by-play caster. T-Panda is going to be joining you for the second game of the series.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva. The new OneXBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at OneXBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, welcome back, folks. We're heading over to the second game of our second series, which means we are over the halfway point of the day. Quick shout out to Harry. Thank you for taking over with the play-by-play cast, and I'll be here now with Kips. It's looking like what I was keeping an eye open on IHC versus Karstens. That game one was a bit rough for the Karstens side, but I think you could maybe say it was a bit rough for IHC as well. Maybe extending their limits a little bit too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, between, not buying that BKB on the Monkey King, the way that they go high ground a couple of times, definitely a bit more touch and go than it needs to be. Like we have to understand with a lineup like that, you most likely have to make a jump on the high ground in order to push it that early. You're not going to be sieging with the DK. You're going to blink, DK stun, roar, everybody up that high ground with BKBs on the whole 9 yards. But the fact that you don't back off after to reset and instead just take the entire fight under the enemy tier 3, that's the part where IHC is perhaps a little overzealous.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, in Group A, we also had something similar going on in the first, I think, 2 or 3 days, where a clear favorite for taking the win, not clear victory. It was kind of like we're watching a friendly match between a team that thinks they're tier 1 playing against a team that they think is tier 4, and they would throw it literally by diving tier 3 towers at 10 minutes. And I was like, what the hell's going on? It was the craziest game that Bowie and I have actually ever cast in our lives. I was like, I've not seen a shit show like this one. This one, at least, this particular game that we just watched, was not that harsh, at least, because the winning side would still be able to get that victory under their belts. But maybe gives Karstens something to hold on to, right? Because if IAC does something like that again, maybe Karstens is ready this time.
Yeah, there are openings, and one of those overextensions did give Ifrit on a gyrocopter a good leg up towards getting a BKB before the next fight. You're going to get moments like that again unless IHC paces themselves. So let's see, because we do have our draft underway
We
right
do.
now. First bans coming in as we speak.
Radiant team
Well, let's see what game 2 brings along. We're going to get the DK out instantly here in the first phase, but you mentioned that they had a Monkey King gone through. I
All the
don't
way to the
think
last
Monkey
pick?
King should be.
No.
I mean, it should be a first phase ban, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. But since it wasn't, like, he completely slipped every single one of our minds. And to be fair, he didn't even look that imbalanced. In fact, it was the Monkey King that died several times because of the lack of the BKB purchase, some overpositioning. So perhaps in this particular series, both teams are going to say, it didn't look that good. Maybe we'll let it through again. It is entirely possible.
It is possible. You got ways to maneuver, especially in this first phase.
10 seconds
You're
remaining.
targeting comfort bands, or you're looking at previous game 1 heroes that might leave something through from the meta to be picked in. And also, of course, responses. Really important here. Carsons, they get the next best hero available. IHC, what do they take? Do they want a hero that they're familiar with? Do they want a hero that looks good in the meta? Do they look for a counter? These things are going to be revealed in a few moments. We've got
Ember out.
Jakiro and Ember, yeah. Not a whole lot of first phase Ember bans in the course of this tournament, if I remember correct.
No, not a whole lot of bans, but quite a lot of picks, I have been told. Which, Harry seems pretty up to date with that, whereas I have been moving house all weekend, so for me this is the first Dota I get to touch in a while.
Yeah, I mean, Ember's been picked 50% of the time. So 23 picks out of 43 games, if I looked at it correctly.
Really thinking about this ban. Is it going to be Beastmaster? Are we thinking about taking out, I don't know, the Shadow Demon? Perhaps not. He hasn't been that over. Hoodwink. Hoodwink has been
Hoodwink's definitely
overrepresented
out
today.
there. In the most picked heroes, or maybe most contested heroes,
Radiant team pick.
probably have to look at the Monkey King, definitely. That is one of the top 5. We've got, okay, Weaver's not there. Brewmaster, top 6 right now. Only 6 picks. Currently 4-2 in the tournament, but 28 bans. So that could be a hero for purging the Monkey King, if you want to worry about that. You could also, if Carson's is like, we might play Monkey King core, not now, but later on, Underlord. Could be something to look at. Well, yep, there's your Brewmaster. That's pretty self-explanatory in terms of Monkey King core countering. Not the best lane, though, if that's a Monkey
No.
one.
No, that's where I was going to go as well. Like, sure, later on you're going to do really well in the team fights. Keeping him out of it is a very high priority, and you're going to be excellent at doing that. But
5 seconds remaining.
unfortunately, your lane as a melee versus melee, this is just one of those heroes that you don't get to slap around as a Brewmaster, because he loves slapping you back.
He certainly does. Going into the second phase 2, I think if this brew is now off lane, we don't think about Underlord to counter the Monkey King. I think we're okay with that. We might need a 4 that either zones out the Monkey King or keeps Brewmaster alive just enough so that he can regenerate back. So we've looked at these changes to the Bracer. I haven't fully gone through the 737 patch, but I know this Bracer had some changes. But
Yes.
I think if Brewmaster still has a lot of evasion, right? You can make that lane work by relying the RNG. You get a hero that slows or stuns to keep the Monkey King afar just enough so that the Brew can live. Maybe Dark Willow could work with the roots. That's an idea.
Yeah, and the Brewmaster
Hoodwink.
can also take the Drunken Master in order to increase his chances
Yes.
of outrunning
Definitely could. Definitely could.
that Monkey King.
Radiant team. Dire
I was
team
thinking Hoodwink as well, because it is just such a good hero, but Clockwork for now. Nothing too special.
No, I mean, Clockwork did get hit by the nerfs a little bit, right? A little bit less push for the cogs duration, and a little bit less.
remaining.
I believe it's damage from armor that he gets has also been attacked just a little bit. And Carstens has you know, that Primal Beast performance from Ali in the previous game was pretty outstanding. Of course, it doesn't really do anything for you when, you know, at some point your cores need to take over and none of them are ready to fight anyway. But I would not be mad if they ran this in the support position again, just because the effectiveness that they got out of it was definitely that he was overperforming on that Primal Beast support.
I think Primal's a bit of a risky pick right now, though, because when you think about Clockwork, it's not just a natural counter to the Primal Beast, but it counters your gameplay style. If you want to play aggressive early on, every time you're trying to make a trample dive, Clockwork Cogs is enough to hinder his capabilities. If he goes for a charge in or out, battery assault, that breaks the channel right away. That also hurts his abilities, but that hurts his gameplay style. Why Clockwork is such a good hero. That's why I'm like, why are they actually willing to pick this Primal Beast into a Clockwork when you already know that this guy is a pain to play against? If you can hit other targets and Clockwork isn't there, of course, then Primal Beast really gets to excel. But that's why the clock should always be where the Primal Beast is going to be.
Chase him around the map. No, agreed. I think the reason why they do it is because they've already decided in their heads that they're going to be running its support, and therefore they're a little less bothered by the interference. But you're completely correct in that the interference is still, you know, Clockwork loves it. Any hero loves it when you pick heroes that you counter into them. It's like, nobody's going to be upset that their efficacy increases in a game. That's not going to happen.
You're never going to get a free game, right?
No, you're not. And now IHC with the Jackupler. We've seen this team run it both on the support as well as on the core position with great efficiency. So still full flexibility for them there. Well, maybe not anymore, because that definitely puts it in the hands of Fortune Soul.
So it looks like our Brew, Hoodwink, and Clockwork Gyro lanes locked in for IHC. And now it's really up to Karstens to open up those flexes. Where's the Primal going? Where's the Monkey going? How do they want to play this through? Offlane Primal looks really bad now. I maybe look at mid Primal, 4 Monkey King, or maybe even a 4 Primal Beast. But then you'd have to play 5 Techies into Brewmaster. I don't think you're getting the best potential out of it. Yeah, now you put Medusa as well. You could play Monkey Medusa lane, though, where both get to farm.
You could run offlane Medusa.
Offlane Medusa? Alright, how does that work?
How does that work? I mean, listen, I haven't seen it myself just yet. There just have been whispers on the wind that once you get the safety bubble, you can always blink. Because you're not actually taking any damage. And then you get to do wild things because you have a damage spell now.
So extra mobility early on. Yeah. Guess I could see that. I mean, it's just what is the efficiency of the offlane Medusa though? What is its real peak? Is it the shards and the ags to disrupt your opponents, and you're not really like a carry Medusa?
Yeah, I imagine that it is a little bit. I mean, this is very, very fresh.
Fresh and experimental. Yeah, new tech.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking. It's like
no, but
you've seen it in action. What does it
is Ag Shard. Yes. It's Ag Shard. Usually Maelstrom and Gleipnir. So damage and tankiness into then the Ags and Shard.
Yeah, alright. Sounds like a build that I could do as an offlane Medusa. Definitely work.
It gets you some venomous volley and bully people.
Alright, so we're missing mid laners by the looks of it, because Karstens with the lanes that they have, it looks like Primal Beast might end up going versus the Gyro Clockwork, where he's durable in the lane, and I think you can punish, you can get some kills. You are, after all, a very tanky hero in Primal. You have reasonable armor, you have good HP scaling. I guess you could still play this lane, even with the Clockwork being a nuisance, not to get too much tangled with that. So you could actually get yourself a strong mid pick up here. Though you're picking before IHC, they naturally would love to get themselves a cheesy pick if they have the opportunity for it. Because right now, when you look at the draft, you actually have room for a pretty untraditional mid pick hero here. maybe even on the lines of, say, a Tinker, for example. Could be something
Possible.
like...
I heard that's a support, though, these days.
I've seen him being tried as a support, yes. I've also heard from my fellow Tinker enjoyers that support Tinker was a thing already 2 patches ago. But now it just looks even better with the changes. Changes with the defense matrix. But you could definitely still run it as a core.
Not happening this time, though. We have Pangolier online and in the game.
It's a lot of physical damage for Karstens.
Yeah, not a lot of magic at all, but a lot of AoE, a lot of AoE. Their team fight looks really good. And here is a hero I did not expect to rear his scarred face for a while yet, because Kunkka feels a little, I want to say, lost.
He's bad right now.
Yeah.
I'll say it. He's bad right now. Nobody is enjoying Kunkka currently in the current meta. So hopefully they did some reasonable changes in this patch to Kunkka to buff him up a bit, because he was always this unreliable damage dealer. They tried to make him a crowd controller with the 18-minute Bloodstone Axe type of builds where you have these big torrents going all over the place, and that's your timing. If you go for the right-click build, you're chasing too much time on heroes, on getting into a creep wave, potentially if you're fighting around one to get your damage out, and it's just not reliable. So Kunkka's really been lacking that depth in his builds. Maybe if we see something like a ganking type Kunkka, say Silver Edge type build, type of gameplay, maybe even just a Shadow Blade could work. But something that surprises a bit, isn't too easy to read, isn't too straightforward, because otherwise Karstens is like, well, we've got this Medusa who can keep him at bay. It doesn't really die to the Kunkka at any stage. No way a Kunkka is ever going to kill a Medusa. Brewmaster, all these types of heroes that IHC has are able to move in so many different ways that you want to get this Kunkka enabled too.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that most of why you picked this hero here is because of the X marks. As for the rest of what it contributes, like now, the Admiral's Rum in it now is going to make you slightly tankier than you were before. You team fighter, but you definitely have to aim it this time. You don't just declare an entire area offline. You have to aim your ghost ship fleet. But on the other hand, the fact that the Ghost Ship fleet dispenses rum and stronger rum is going to do wonders for your team. So,
Yeah, rum does wonders to a lot of people.
Spoken like a Finn.
making everything look good. But yeah, I do hope that these changes now actually make this hero better. The Admiral's Rum, I've yet to see it in action. I was at a LAN event this past weekend, so I haven't actually had the time to catch up with any of the Dota games that have been going on. Like you said, you've also been on a trip. I've also been on a trip.
I've been watching some though. I've been watching some. I have some opinions. Yeah, I've seen some Beastmaster getting abused.
That's why I use the 1xBet mobile app to keep myself up to date with all the scores and all the odds that are going on. Between every game, there's a QR code you can activate with your mobile phone, or just go and check up 1xBet mobile app. Download it for yourself.
Beautiful, and you can
Segue to our sponsor.
Yeah, just as perhaps better informed than we are.
But looking at the start of Game 2, and also a bit of a recap in terms of points, Karstens has only managed to tie a series once so far. IHC, they have a win and a tie under their belts, and it's already going to be a guaranteed tie at a minimum for IHC. Of course, if they win, they'll push themselves in a pretty good standing in Group B, still looking at a playoff spot. We only got so many games left here in Southeast Asia. And do you remember if IHC still has a shot at the LAN?
They are in the running for the LAN. It's not they're not one of the favorites here, but they're a good candidate.
All right, so something to play for all the way through. Getting our bounties here. We're already fighting in the river versus a primal beast, and Yoroshika, nice dodges there off of the flying cogs. Looks like we're going to get a lot of firepower as well from Karstens, bringing in the Techies and the Monkey King. That's going to take down Ace and might even take down Fortune Soul. Monkey King with the extra movement speed, and Yoroshika, the Primal Beast, will get himself a kill. So that's going to be 2 down from IHC, and they also secured the bounties. 1, 2, 3, and that is 4 bounties for one team. 1K lead already.
Beautiful. And Karstens has, their weakest spot has definitely been this laning stage so far. So getting that out of the way, fantastic. And now especially if Yoroshika gets to walk out of here alive. Perhaps not. Clockwork.
Yeah.
No? No,
was
it
close.
was or movement speed. Slower. Or.
Sometimes it's not enough. You need the opponent to make a sidestep to get the animation off.
Now that romp and stomp, man. That's the difference maker right there.
The romp and stomp, yep. Truly a helpful tool.
It's fantastic. Everything you might ever want. And yep, Yoroshika getting off to a good start here. Very important because, as you said, up versus the Clockwork.
Oh,
this
Monkey.
is one of the most annoying supports.
I was actually thinking Monkey King should have just jumped in the trees. He's placed down a ward behind the tower to see the couriers, but he wasn't going for them. Instead, it was hiding, and now I think he's trying to read the courier movements and try to catch them to get 2 courier kills. See, the Clockworks is running past, the Gyrocopters is running past. He's almost back to full HP. 90% is required for the instant jumps, and Ace is just trying to interrupt him with a potential cog placement if he jumps in. So no couriers taken. Level 2 secured on both sides.
Yeah, camp dewarded as well. Clockwork doing everything he needs to give his Gyrocopter a comfortable lane right now.
And it's a funny thing because he's melee hero. All he needs to do is just stay on the move. That's just a beautiful cut right there, taking the Monkey King
Very
out of
nice.
the tree and drops Ali straight down to 200 HP. Tanks quite a lot from Ace's battery assaults. And Fortune Soul popping the flak cannon. Ali trying to juke in the trees, but look at that. A trample in from Yoroshika. Still taking flak cannon hits at the back. The Monkey King dropping low. So is the Primal. Everyone is quite low in this lane. Top lane, everyone's full HP. Very different story.
Very different indeed, but that is going to change once we get to level 3 here and the level 2 Mystic Snake comes in. That's where 11 is going to start suffering more and more. It's a classic Medusa lane, right? You can do whatever you want here as a melee hero, right up until she hits 3, and then the pain train starts and never stops.
They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming, like they say.
Don't overplayed his hand on the bottom lane on the Clockwork, and now a 9 shot as well.
Looked like somebody got the Lotus, but it did still come at a cost of a Clockwork dying. Top lane,
Now
they're also
Fortune
trying
Soul.
to play on the Medusa, down to 100 mana, still 7 stick charges. Ace is actually getting a kill on Ali here in the bottom lane. Another brawl going on, very low on HP here, as it will take down the Primal, and Techies is rotating in for the Gyro kill. That does leave our Medusa completely vulnerable in the top lane, just being chased and chased and chased.
And this is a
Medusa had
problem
nowhere to
that...
go.
Yeah, this is a problem that Karstens had in the previous laning stage as well, is that, yeah, they're aggressively rotating their supports to make opportunities happen, but unfortunately, their laners don't actually adjust enough to the fact that their support is gone. And that might, of course, be part bluffing, but they're not out of dodge yet when the support reveals himself to be on the other lane. So there has always been counter kills, and Karstens made that mistake consistently through the previous laning stage.
Mid lane as
IHC.
well. The CS isn't that huge between the two, and that's just basically like, you know, remember when Kunkka was always you can always farm and nobody can really like hinder you in a way. You're happy with going against so many matchups. I mean, his name's Are You Happy? Well, you're playing Kunkka. I hope you are. It's I still,
I wouldn't be.
I mean, you're playing against a Pango who has more armor, more physical damage, and almost the same amount of HP as a Kunkka does. And then you start to think, man, should I have picked Pango instead?
Yeah, I mean, you got the last pick. You could have taken, well, not anything there. The SF was out. Um, there are certain other options here. I think this is IHC flying a test kite.
Yeah.
I know. Mission. There's
There's
a
a lot of
6.
damage being dealt here. That is Ace low. Yorushika is trying to get to the Clockwork, but Ace with some very nimble movement there. The Clockwork with Windlace and Boots of Speed. Pango's going to make a rotation that will not work out. So he spent a bit of time on this, and here comes the Kunkka. And he's got the X Mark to connect on the Primal Beast, so Yorushika will be caught, and he will be taken down. So one mid gets a kill, the other does not.
Kunkka, of course, fantastic at the defensive reactionary rotations like that. He reads that correctly. It's like, okay, I will get level 6 as soon as I arrive here, because the reason that the action's going on is they're diving my tower with a wave. If the wave dies, I only need... You needed like 5 EXP to get bumped over the hill or something like that, so... Get 6 as soon as he TP's in. Unfortunately, though, not enough lockdown to actually make anything happen with it.
Yeah. Techies might go down to the top lane. That's a lot of battling there from the Brewmaster, paying off in the end. And he just TP's home. And the whole sequence was he's just farming a camp. Techies jumps in. Medusa throws a snake. He pops his E, and he just charges to the Techies. And he's like, "You wanted to hit me? Well, take this back. Take that. Take that. Take that."
Yeah.
And that's why he hit them.
And he's got double bracers right now as well, and yeah, that is just straight up 100 health that you didn't get out of those bracers before. Of course, I think with the all stats you did get a little bit, but several extra hits to be taken from that Medusa.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And battling in the bot lane. Fortune Soul might live this time for a kill, but will he be able to get himself away? Shield Crash gets interrupted there by the Cogs, and he's rolling in, so Fortune Soul, he's going to be done for. As Pango just directly gets the right trajectory, connects on Fortune Soul. Quick 2 for 1 Primal Beast. Not too happy about dying early, but this is enabling the Pango. This is helping the supports getting a lot of XP.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bot lane, I'm thinking about
You're
Medusa.
going to...
They've got Primal Split. Quick pick pull to try and get away. Extra stats come in
Lucas
helpful, come in handy here, but now we've got Monkey King TPing in, and here comes the Pango too, without the roll this time. It's the boat connecting, pulling the Medusa back, but still very healthy on mana, but now completely drained out. And those spells will be able to drain Medusa's life away. Ali hiding in the trees. Pango still desperately trying to get some damage out, but it's not looking too hot. Now your Clockwork is level 6, and Ace just hook shots the Monkey King, goes for the double kill, and if they can get a triple, or even a third, or maybe, sorry, even a fourth out of this Pangolier kill, that is really gonna sting for Karstens, and there we have it. 4 quick kills for IHC. Never mind then giving 4 bounties and 2 kills at the start, because they are the ones in a net worth lead now.
Yeah, and it's very painful, because the reason that they get to fight for so long on top without anything actually changing is that you have the Pangolier there, sure, but Rolling Thunder was on cooldown before because of the action on bot. The other thing that happened on bot was that Yorushika died, and he TP'd back to bot lane. As soon as you know
Medusa.
that the Primal is on bot, yeah, he's still on bot. You can stay here.
That's all 5. I mean, this... I talked
5
to you.
deaths because of Yorushika TPing bot.
Yes, I mean, this is what I'm not sure if I talked with you or if I talked with Bowie, but the importance of protecting your lane core as a support when you've died and they TP back in the lane. This is exactly one of those moments where you're hoping that, okay, we should have maybe brought 3 or 4 heroes just to make sure they don't die right away, because now it hurts even more for the core to run all the way from the fountain. Medusa's left in 6th place in net worth.
Very painful. No, that's just inexperience here and a straight up misread of what the enemy is going to do with your information. And of course, if you're Karstens, right, this is the kind of lesson that you need to learn. This is the kind of gap that you need to bridge. And now if you're up versus another team and you see a TP like that come out, you know that you can run at the core on the other side of the map with 4 heroes and kill them twice.
Oh, yes.
You know that in your bones right now because they wrote it there in blood.
And there goes your Pango.
Yikes.
It's another one out for the count. 13-6 on the scoreboard. This is
we're doing Aura
this,
Brew.
this is IHC territory now.
Oh, yeah. No, and that's also why I love this Aura build coming out right now. Yep, get the Soul Ring for the sustained mana, then we're going to go into the pipe. 11 is just going to live forever, and the team's going to feel so good about grouping up around him. The only thing that I'm like a little iffy about is your damage output, since you do have a Kunkka over in the mid lane. He's going for the Orchid. Nice. Decent. But I do think that you're going to require Fortune Soul to keep on coming in here if you really want to make sure that you win every single fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm trying to send some traffic down bottom, but Clockwork's baiting pretty much. He's already pinged out. Keep an eye open on the situation, guys. We might have some traffic here. Everyone has a TP open. All 5 heroes of IHC could just rotate to a T1 tower. Ace. You hear Onslaught?
Yeah.
You want these cogs? Come at me.
No, they do not, in fact, want any of it.
There is a reason the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park were held behind an electric fence.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's what the cogs will do.
shot it.
Now he goes in, and there's your TP's coming in right after. Ace is holding Primal Beast busy. He won't be able to get out. He does have the Pulverize, but that's also canceled out with a stun. Primal dead. Tower held. And going for the next one. There's your Techies with an X-Mark hit by the boat, and a quick slap from the Tidebringer. That's going to take Techies out too. He even pops a Panicked Dust or Smoke. Trying to get away, but no.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just spells the level of panic on this Dire side.
Yeah. No, and the pressure that they felt going for the bottom tower, because they are correct, right? If they don't get themselves the breathing space right now, if you don't break it through a tower at this point in the game, it's not going to happen again until like past 20 minutes. And you're going to be losing towers all the while, so correct moment to feel that pressure, but definitely collapsing under it.
Yeah. Definitely collapsing. It only seems to get worse from here with these stacks being taken away. Again, an attempt to charge. This time goes through the cogs, gets the connection on the Primal. Sorry, the
It's
Brewmaster.
cancelled.
But at the same time, Primal is going to have to tank everything for his team, and maybe now they can get some kills their way with the Wukongs and everything rooted up on the spot. Ace is dead. 11's going to go down too. And Are You Happy coming in next, and he's taking a big hit surrounded by 4 heroes. I'm not sure this Hoodwink can save the world by himself. But it looks like Kunkka is just rocking his world for now, juking around, soaking up right clicks, dodging everything, but this is not a bullet hell game. This is Dota. You're gonna die eventually.
Solid effort, though. Important to buy time there, because maybe, well, you know, if that goes any better, maybe you have time to mount a defense of the bottom tower, but instead, IHC overreach themselves and give Carstens that opening to get the breathing space on bot. The wards that they planted during this, though, if Carstens does not take those down, are going to cost you at least another Medusa kill, and that sentry is off the mark.
Kishka actually hoping to find somebody in the trees there. Like, is there a Monkey King here? He throws out that Boundless Strike, just quickly jumps away. And there's nothing that's stopping this Brewmaster from frontlining. He's bringing in the troops to take down another objective. Carstens can just watch. They're not ready to fight yet.
2k health on his Brewmaster. 12th health regeneration as well. You can't tickle 11. You need to bring him down from full.
Yeah, that Ring of Tarask is 50% of Brewmaster's current HP regen. Pretty big buff for him. Primal finally able to roar away. Brewmaster's still trying to chase. Bushwhack does connect on the Monkey King. Ali brought down from his tree. And he doesn't even have the chance to pop his stick. He's hunted down. Yet another kill for IHC, up to 16 now.
And this is why I was so sure that this Primal Beast was going to be a support, because they'd just done it.
Orchid on Kunkka.
Yep.
Hoping to find someone, but smokes popped and Techies was on the edge of it. He didn't have a ward. Seeing their moves.
No, the fact that the Primal Beast is now a core who doesn't really get to play is much worse than if you were a support. Much, much worse. Every time he sees that clockwork, Yoroshika just has to back off. 2K in gold in Ali's pocket. Is he...
What is he planning?
Oh.
Doesn't quite know what to build, right? Like you got your OOC, which feels a bit underwhelming.
Yeah, definitely. You could have so many things now already. You could buy anything from, I don't know, somebody needs to buy Force Staff versus Clockwork. The Techies is not on that currently. Azuf, Yoroshika.
I mean, you could think about Glimmers and everything, but doesn't know what to go for. Yoroshika, who's been trying to farm his Guardian Greaves, actually just finished it. Was able to buy out before he died. You could technically say that is a good death for him. So Monkey's like, well, do I build one of these two classic support items, or do I get something else for the team? What is it that we need?
A Maelstrom Gleipnir like this Hoodwink surely is going to do. No dodge for you there.
You could think about Pipe, you could think about Crimson. Not a lot of HP,
You
though,
think
for
about
this
please
support
spend
build.
something.
He's indecisive with his plans yet.
Like 2.5k gold is just a full support item. Can't say anything else about that. Like you can get a Glimmer Cape and a Fluffy Hat. Which is, I understand that you're a Monkey King and you're like, no, I want to buy like a semi-core item and try to, you know, scale a bit in this game. But right now, you're not doing anything for anybody.
Nope, not at all, and this Roshan is not going to get interrupted either. Fortune Souls picked up the Aegis. Medusa does get a pretty good Stone Gaze out, followed up with a stun from Ali. Yoroshika charging back and forth. They can't kill Ace, and now they turn their attention towards the Gyrocopter, but they will be able to take down the Brewmaster. Maybe even now the Gyro too. Fortune Soul's Aegis is gone. Kunkka's still around. They will take down the Techies. Got something out from this from the Karsten side. Another charge in from Yoroshika. And he is caught inside the bushwhack. Fortune Soul will die for a second time, though. So without the carry, Karstens is actually feeling pretty good at this moment. They are getting sent back by these power cogs. And also won't be able to interrupt this this Hoodwink from teleporting away. So all in all, pretty decent for Karstens, despite missing out on the Aegis. The enemy doesn't get to use that Aegis. It was instantly lost. And then they also get the culprit who picked it up in the first place.
Yeah, nipped in the bud. That was beautiful positioning from Ifrit, and Ifrit was definitely the standout player on his team the last time around. Here as well. And that's hard on a Medusa, because it's really just all about where you're standing. You don't really get to do anything else. And very delicately gets himself in the right position on that stairs, sidestepping the Kunkka's action as well. And yeah, IHC kind of short on damage there.
They've got the Monkey King caught, but...
It's finally decided that he's got the Orchid queued up. I thought he was going to go for an Orchid. But... lacks in conviction.
Yeah, who's he going to cast it on? Brewmaster, just to prevent a split. If you try to kill a hero, Gyro's soon going to have a BKB. Not a lot of minutes. You're going to get a big benefit from it. Clockwork has Greaves. He's also a no-go. Hoodwink, you Orchid him, he just disappears. Like,
yeah, I mean, the
running out of
thing
targets.
about... You are running out of targets for the Orchid, yeah. I think that one of the reasons that you can buy it is because it does make you a pick-off threat if you have a core with you on that lane that you are already going to be split pushing. And specifically, the hero that's going to match you there is a Hoodwink. So you are going to get some kill opportunities on Hoodwinks, most likely. But as far as like overall input on the game goes, yeah, no, and he's switched out to a pipe now.
Alright. Yeah.
Radiant's middle
Nobody
tower
was going for a pipe in his team, and Primal's already started building the Crimson Guard. So I guess that is
Great
the
Crimson
option to
Guard.
go for. But one thing that I'm curious about is an Abyssal for the Pango. It's pretty early for that item.
Yeah. And he's going straight for it as well. No stopping over at him.
Finishing his
Axe
Manta,
first.
going straight for Abyssal. It's like Abyssal is like your 6th or 5th item. Like you build a Basher, sure. Which I hope he does. He's just queued the Abyssal because it's on his quick buy. And
Yeah,
he'll
and
just
it's
buy the
only the
Basher and
Basher.
then leave the rest.
Yeah, and then Blinker Axe.
Yeah. Blinker Axe, those are
Agreed.
also two good options. Maybe even a casual Shard in between. There's a lot of crowd control.
Yeah. Because here, once again, the reason that you buy an Abyssal is either because you're going to burst somebody down and you want that guaranteed stun, but your lineup's not that bursty, especially not if you are not scaled up that hard. The other reason could be if there's something that you need to interrupt, like a black hole or something like that. And once again, here, the only reason I can see is that you want to stop this Brewmaster from getting his ult off. But that just means that you're going to be laying all of the damage into him while he's in his aura form, and he's soaking all of that. I don't know, man. I'm hoping it's just to queue up as well.
We'll have to see. I'm just looking at the comparison between the two carries right now. We got Ifrit's Medusa in a quite good start for the game, despite a couple deaths still on top of the board. Fortune Soul right after, but meanwhile, I'm talking about that. Hoodwink is found quite deep in the bottom lane. Wasn't suspecting the Primal and the Monkey King to show up. You find one, you're okay. You find both, you're not okay.
Definitely not. Money goes into the pipe fund. And this is a great pipe game. And that's okay. Sometimes you're just not fine. That's okay. And you can tell a friend about it, okay?
Yeah.
Don't know if Hoodwink has any friends, though. She seems pretty insufferable, I gotta say.
I think Hoodwink's ruined all of our friendships already.
Yep. A bit of a mean girl, isn't she?
Yeah, talk about honor among thieves.
No.
And I love how when you say honor among thieves, somebody always asks, like, is there? that's
Yeah.
that's it. That's it, right?
I mean,
Monkey
there's
King
this...
found quite deep in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just, him and Hoodwink fulfilling the same role and dying in the same kinds of spots, the same kind of circumstances. It's a mirror situation. No, I'm just thinking about those stories that you read on Reddit from, like, a guy who got his house broken into, and they saw that he literally just had a mattress on the floor. The thieves actually, went out and got him some furniture.
Yeah. Everything empty.
You know what? I believe that. I believe that. I mean, and it's easy if you're a thief to give somebody some furniture as well, because it's not your furniture.
But they left the mattress. So were there any thieves? You'll never know.
No,
Maybe
he was
just couldn't afford
in
anything else.
in the apartment as it happened, and those guys are like, "Bruh, you live like this?"
Yeah, that's my most prized possession right there.
Yes.
Don't bloody touch my mattress.
I will throw hands if anybody looks at my mattress the wrong way.
Well, we got a lag pause. IHC still been able to match up the amount of kills per minute, 23 to 23 ratio. That's a 1-to-1. Quick maths.
Love it. Not quite ready on the other side. And we had during the previous cast a couple of issues with our Discord as well, so it's lags are in the air today.
Yeah, there's definitely always a bit of hiccups there with connections and all.
Definitely
your
lag in the air.
connections-
By the way, sorry, I'm gonna do the PSA instead. If lag's in the air, don't bloody game on Wi-Fi, okay?
Oh no.
When I was in
No.
customer support, like the amount of calls that I got from people that don't understand that Wi-Fi is shit and should not be the default, but more like a last resort or a nice little bonus. Game on wire. thank you. Now you can go.
Yeah, always game on wire. If your connection is working, however, as we're closing up on the playoff stages and all, I might as well advise and mention a word from our sponsor, 1xBet. You've got a if you've never done your first deposits, you have a 100% bonus available for you on the 1xBet website. There is a banner right below the stream, promo code 1XRLGSCA, and that is for your first deposit only. So do remember to bet responsibly and only what you can afford. But that you can also take a look at, especially because this is the 4th tour. This is the last tour for all SEA, SA, and Europe. So out of our 3 final tournaments, SEA is almost done. Games are going to start to get real tight and real close, because there's a lot of teams with something still to play for. Others are playing for the tournament. Others are playing for a spot at the LAN. And Ifrit, well, he'd love to go to it, but right now it's just a water park that he's going to have to suffice with. He's not moving anywhere with the amount of stuns that he has to face.
And that's a lot of cannonballs flying around.
Oh,
gotta say.
Those aren't even the ones from Pango's pistol.
Not even.
Wonder if Kunkka had like that same type of 6 repeater pistol that Pango does. No.
Yeah, I mean they seem to be from the same type of fantasy era.
You could make something like a facet for Kunkka, where it's like a 6-shot revolver. So instead of a 1-hit Tidebringer, it goes like flap, 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 you know?
A little, yeah, switch him up into a little bit more of a granny style. Yeah. Make him real good versus Phoenix. Ifrit TP'd in aggressively. There's.
Alright, that's pretty good. Forced out a BKB with a very low commitment. Fortune Soul was scared of that.
Yeah. No, they had a half moon formation around him and everything, but they're like, oh man, Ifrit TP's in that hard, everybody must be here. No, the Monkey King was somewhere on the left of the map. Yep. Yorushika was lumbering out of the base.
Nice little kind of, what's it called, intimidating move from the Medusa. Ali finds Kishka, misses the stun.
Nope.
Takes the damage from the AoE. That was the primal spring
X-Marks.
that was being applied, but look at that. Maybe a better turnaround from IHC. They're moving everybody straight under the tower. Medusa's on the edge of it. Everybody has pretty much the extra armor, the extra HP. Fortune Soul, he's almost dying on the high ground here. The hook shot from Ace. And Gyrocopter's so close to dying. Yorushika, all he needs is an onslaught to connect, and he's got Fortune Soul, and he's got it. Pokes the Gyrocopter down. Ali, Ace, and the techies will also all drop. So we're to a 3 versus 3. Medusa still gets the siege, and with the Gyrocopter missing, they still have the superior sustained damage output. Trying to isolate the Medusa there. That's a very long distance tidal wave. Doesn't find anybody from the high ground, but then again, Brew still taking the fight straight to the Medusa.
Yep.
The Primal Beast is dropping low surely, but the Crimson Guard is keeping him alive, and there comes a couple boats flying in. They've got the buffs on him. Yorushika charges away. There's the Orchid on the Pango, but no damage to follow with. Waiting for the X mark. He's trying to dodge it with the Manta. Very nice attempt there from the Pango there, but not quite enough. And now he's alone, and now he will drop with that roll-up being used. Nice stun coming in from Ali, though actually not even enough to kill the Pango yet. He's still back to 300. He's getting some heals in. They're not killing him. They're turning it around, and they're going to take themselves a kill on the Brewmaster. Pango will witness the end of the fight alive.
Alive and as an active contributor. That was, and 80% of that is really good play by IHC, right? Moving the target of the Medusa from their own tower to that Brewmaster, who they know can take an incredible amount of punishment right now. He's got the Crimson Guard, he's got the pipe, he's got almost 3k HP, he's completely fine with getting punched around a bunch, but the fact that, and they're looking to lengthen that fight as well to make sure that the Clockwork can come back in, that Jarrett can come back in. The problem is, of course, that the enemies are respawning earlier and they have more damage at their disposal, so at the end it goes off the rails for them there.
Now they just march straight into the Roche pit too. Karsten's... I think they're hitting a pretty crucial timer here too. Because the way this Medusa is going in right now, if they can now advance towards objectives in the next few minutes, they could even siege high ground. It comes through a couple more items when Radiant starts to look a little bit stronger to pierce through all that sustainability, all that tankiness, all the auras that the Dire side has. But right now, this Medusa's a threat. A really big threat.
She is, and she's got the disperser as well. So, for example, the Drunken Master can get taken off by removing the Brood up. I'm pretty sure you can also remove the Admiral's Rum. A lot of ways for this Medusa to leverage that disperser into doing a whole lot more damage. Now she's got the butterfly as well.
Yeah, I do hope they get other sources of dispels, like maybe a nullifier or something, because Medusa still would like to use disperser on herself.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of your opponents. But we'll see if there's going to be a nullifier for somebody. Pango has the Basher almost ready, and nothing else coming after that instead of the Abyssal recipes and all, so we might actually get a full-on Abyssal Pango. And who is it for? Is it for the Gyros BKB? Is it to prevent the split? I mean, split always comes off at the start. You can't really reliably consider abyssaling a Brewmaster without still getting punished right after.
Yeah, I don't really... Well, let's see. Fufufier, if he does it, he's going to teach us. It's one of those things that I love, right? When you see an item that you don't understand, but you're casting a player like this, then you're going to get to see the process that took place in his brain by seeing what he does with it.
Particular usage for it. Medusa there quickly skittering away from the high ground with the disperser after losing a bit over 1,000 mana. Does get to almost deal a third on this tier 3.
Mm-hmm. But important lesson learned right there. There is definitely enough magic damage on the enemy side to make you fear for your life just yet.
And Gyro does have the Daedalus.
Mm-hmm.
So every hit that does go through will hurt the Medusa quite a bit. Of course, with that butterfly, not every hit is a guarantee anymore.
The Elven Tunic on top.
Having a chase in the trees. One guy with a jetpack, the other one with Simeon Stride, and Ace still catches up to Ali. Now they turn. Here come,
Nature first technology.
Just coming straight under the tier 2 tower to find this clockwork. Like, yeah, Ace, how do you feel now? IAC on the retreat. Gonna have to give this area away. The creep wave is coming in. But they are backing out for now. They have to keep mid in check. They have to keep top in check.
Interesting. So we're also looking at, because the Medusa just hit level 20, we are looking at the Stone Gaze duration instead of the Mystic Snake bounces here. Which is, yeah, if you're looking to get things done in a short amount of time, then that is the ability for you. But you really normally see the Mystic Snake bounces, especially versus lineups with relatively high amounts of melees involved, or people within bounce range, because it just that much more mana for you, that much more survivability.
Master being controlled for now. Nice stun locks, but not quite enough damage. Bango is still on top with the roll-up, but they've already lost the techies. And it goes straight for Kishka. They've got Ifrit. Still a minute on that Aegis, being pushed back with the Astral Pull. Trying to hit the backline, trying to get to the Monkey King, cut him down from his tree. 11 has to be careful with that Bruling. He's running out of HP on it too. He's quite committed to it. He will cancel now. Fufufier being focused here as well, and he is dying too. Fufufier has also fallen, and nice hook. Actually, not a hook shot, but a Force Staff with the Battery Assault to prevent the Medusa's TP. And that's going to be a team wipe. They're all going to die on the stairs of IHC's base.
Yeah, the wheels really fell off the wagon there. I am kind of baffled by how that fight went in total. The moment that your Primal Beast takes that much damage, you could decide to back off, because surely you're not going to have a fight anymore already, but Karsten stays around. Do not try to save or salvage anything or anyone, and instead go down with the full 5.
So that's what they decided to do. They wanted to chill around the enemy base, get a tier 2 tower, but not get any damage to the tower and end up dying. I mean, you saw they tried to use everything on the Brewmaster. And they got him down to, what, halfway? And I was like, yeah, this is not working. This is truly not working.
It really, truly is not. And you're looking at a Kunkka over the top of that as well. The amount of damage reduction is truly insane.
Yeah.
And I guess in order to get yourself a fight, you have to kill somebody. But
it's like what they're trying to do is they try to force the primal split from the brew, then they could back out and call it a victory. But if they only soft commit, all he needs to do is just walk back to the fountain, regen, and come back, right? He's never going to use his ulti that way. So trying to pop it on the stairs of the tier 3, it feels like you have to commit quite heavy just to make a retreat in between and then do what you did before.
yes. No, I thought you were going to say something else. The other option is that you're looking to make the Brewmaster pop his ult because he didn't have 20 quite yet. And, you know, after he pops his ult, you might kill him.
Maybe, okay, yeah. If somebody had a smart brain in the game, they probably thought about it.
Listen, I'm making stuff up here, but...
It's a possibility.
It's a possibility, yeah. Unfortunately, of course, if 11 also has a smart brain, he knows that he's actually more vulnerable in split form. Or he used to be more vulnerable in split form than he was in... Well, I've been calling it aura form, haven't I?
It kind of is.
Yeah, it is his aura form.
Quick Tormentor to be picked up. It's a pretty decent shard here for the gyrocopter. Doesn't quite do as much damage as it used to because of all the magic resistance now coming into play from the other side. Monkey being spotted in the top lane too. He's going for all right, he went for the Yules, he's going for Vlad's next. Pretty late Vlad's, but any aura that buffs a Medusa is a win.
Absolutely. And let's face it, Vlad's is percentage-wise, there's never a point in the game where it's worse than at any other point.
Yeah. I know you're Vlad's enjoyer, but I will say, if this was any other core than Medusa, I don't think we would necessarily see a Vlad's this game.
I think you're right.
Maybe Meepo. Okay, Meepo I can also say. That's probably the two. Meepo and Medusa are the big Vlad's enjoyers. Where is our Meepo these days? It was so popular not so long ago. Oh, he's just gone. We do not have an MKB up on the gyrocopter, and I don't think we're necessarily going to get one either. You could replace your boots with an item, but I think it's more likely to be a rapier above an MKB.
And they've had such good success in the last fight working around that Medusa, right? Once she's alone, it doesn't matter how many attacks you miss.
Yeah. Ali already hunting ahead. Techie's mines have popped, so they know about this incursion. Yoroshika charging in first. Ali's going to find Ace. Quick reaction there with a stun. Ace force-staffs himself out. He's low on HP. Hookshot on the Primal Beast. Keeps him busy. Boats are flying in. 11's going to be the one to tank it up. His mana's gone. He can't even split. He can't split. He's got no mana. He's got no Soul Ring either. This is not good for IHC, but they'll take her to make a fight out of it anyway. Fortune Soul BKBs. He knows he needs to buy some space and some time. Brew, again another Soul Ring. Still not enough mana to pop that Primal Split, but a nice bushwhack on the backline onto two. They've got the Techies. They've got the Monkey King in it. Kishka will fall. And that is going to be the first casualty. Now the Techies down 2, but they're so low. Fufufie and Yoroshika even, trying to get away from Fortune Soul and the Brewlings right on top of the Primal Beast. Fufufie also backing out. All spells on cooldown for now. They've lost the Primal. Gyro still being sent in the air. Medusa is trying to do as much as possible. Now we got another buyback coming in. Techie's already did. And now's the Pango returning back into the fray. 11, he did get to use his Primal Split in the end. Another disarm push on the Medusa. Snakes are flying in. Brew is dying here in the trees. Can't get in range to hit the Medusa. Just too strong. 11 buys back. Fortune Soul behind the Roche Pit. Ali is nearby. Rockets are flying in. They locate where the gyro is. There's the quick heals. Hook shot from Ace, but trying to buy some time. The force stab. Gyro is getting blocked. He can't get out. Clockwork's in between him and the cogs. Nice tidal wave in as well. 11's going to take down Ali. And now maybe Fufufie. Ace will live. Ifrit's dying though. Now Medusa is the one being hunted instead of the gyrocopter. And Ifrit in the air. And that will take down 4 with their buybacks. And Pango is sent back to a watery grave with that tidal wave. And hasta luego indeed, as that is Karsten's downfall. So many buybacks. Roshan lost. And IHC are the ones who prevail.
The Medusa dealt 12,000 damage in that fight. I kid you not. 12,000. That's more than some support heroes get in an entire game.
Yeah.
And they ignored her. Put her in the cogs. Toss her up in the air. Shove her down the cliff. We don't care. We literally don't focus her until we're finally through that mana pool all the way at the end. Shot calling from IHC. Absolutely beautiful there.
Those buybacks that IHC used, Ace with that final hook shot, if they didn't come to help the gyro, they would have just lost the fight. Medusa would have been alright. They would have been able to establish ground. Yeah. But with that, it changes so much because they know the buybacks are on cooldown for Karstens. This is our time to strike back. They use their buybacks to turn the tide. We use our buybacks to take away that advantage. And might just give them the whole game victory here because they're inside the base, taking 1.5 lanes of racks, leaving just a range alive in the mid lane, going straight for bottom to get even more. Medusa has finally respawned. Ifrit scouted with the rocket. And see that she's coming back in. Glyph has also been used. Tower is out of the way. And Gyrocopter, he did have this Monkey King bar now. He does have it. He can now straight up focus the Medusa if it needs to.
There I go to Flax.
Bottom lane being secured. And just the range creeps, or the range racks in the mid lane. Away from getting megas, and those Brewlings will do it for them. Mega creeps inside the base of Karstens. Ali still trying to get a small initiation out, but they're already too deep into the jungle. With the vision already placed down for IHC, very likely, even though they are under Karstens' vision at the moment.
Well, at the very least, you have a Pango and a Medusa for a Mega Creeps defense. I do think that if I had to, you know, make a grocery list for what I would want if I'm facing Megas, I think those two are going to be shopped for. But at the same time, this does basically limit them to sitting back and waiting until IHC thinks it's time to deliver the final blow.
Yep.
Now you can get to Skadi plus level 25 on the Medusa, which is going to make a pretty darn big difference.
They picked up everything from the Roche Pit now too. They didn't make it in time. Karstens looks like they're still going to take it. All right, let's do one more fight. We're so far out of the base anyway. There's no time to run back. We have to go now. Medusa doesn't get her damage in right away at the start, but now finally does. Has to wait for the Stone Gaze for a bit. There's a lot of cannons flying in from those boats. You gotta be watchful of those. And they've got themselves the Monkey and the Primal already out of the way. Fufufie fighting versus a Hoodwink.
Ifrit's
not the target he'd want to kill, but he's trying to focus on something. Ifrit is dying, as you say. And that will clean the rest of them out. That's GG. IHC for the 2-0 victory in the end, but Karstens, they definitely gave it a hell of a fight.
They did, yeah. Every single time that there was something to capitalize on, if IHC dropped the ball, Karstens was there to make sure they took what was theirs. So I'm kind of impressed by how they've been holding up during these games, because clearly they are outmatched. Their laning stage looks rough. Their instincts are certainly not ever on point, but the fact that they get to go high ground completely on their own merits twice in this game, yeah, that's good. This is stuff that you can work with.
Yeah, I maybe talking about just this game specifically in the laning stage, I feel like they were doing quite a lot of things right, but they did give away that advantage to IHC when the Medusa got killed twice. I think that was quite of a painful moment because it gave away a top tower into a mid tower also getting pushed at the same time. It's like, well, our map's getting choked up really, really quickly. But Medusa, with all that farm, was still uncontested for a very big portion of this game. Only started to die in the latter parts of the game. Had like, what, 3 deaths from the laning stage, and nothing else happened after that. They had this moment to push onward with. So I do feel like Karstens, with the right heroes, they know what they need to do. I know Ifrit is a capable carry player, so definitely if he gets heroes like this, Karstens could maybe even looking at some more victories in the end. But IHC are the ones who win this one. They put themselves in a good standing in the group stage now. Still in contention for the LAN events and all. Second place right now for Team TK. Third for Blind Owl Esports, to also have a game to play later on today. That's not going to be too far away. So IHC for now still hold on to the lead.
Yeah, and I definitely do think you were talking about how there were some throws happening in the other group. Well, Team TK could have been topping this group if they held a little steadier themselves. So I'm sure we're going to see some more interesting things coming in the rest of this group, as these two teams, I believe, do not have to meet anymore. But certainly either of them could still slip from their perch.
Well, that's all we need. That's all we're hoping for. It's going to be BOE versus Manta after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, folks. We have our final series of day number 3 here in Group B of the Rest Regional. We are heading over to Blind Owl Esports versus Manta Esports. That's going to be our finisher for the day. Blind Owl, that has been looking pretty good here in the group stage so far, and Manta, who need to step up their game. So when you look at these two being paired up against each other's, what's your power ranking, Kips? 6 teams in the group. Is this our number 1 versus potentially one of the teams that might not make it to the playoffs?
Maybe not our number 1. I do. It's hard to say, right? Blind Owl, we've got ourselves a full Filipino roster. I don't want to necessarily call them all-star quite yet, but especially we've seen Rupido around, we've seen Boomy around. Ken and Karma, not unknown names either. Neither is Grims. So that's for sure. If it's up versus each other, yeah, Team Blind Owl are the big favorites in this particular matchup.
Yeah, favorites sometimes fall under pressure. Sometimes they just get this convincing victory under their belts. Blind Owl, they going up against a team that hasn't been doing too great so far in the group stage. Of course, just a tie and a loss. It could always be a straight-up W. The team led by a Gohan and the boys, basically. How do you think what their form is going to be like today?
Lucify and Ares. Honestly, you throw me under the bus a little bit here because you know I haven't been been watching the league.
I'm
recently.
asking about form. Could be anything.
About form could be anything.
There is no right answer.
You know me, I'm of the opinion that there is a right answer always. In this case, I think that the hero picks that they've been going for looks very diverse right now, which I always see as a sign that they don't know what's good yet. Not necessarily for the meta, not necessarily for themselves. So that is something that I'm definitely looking at. Blind Owl looking a lot more stable in that regard, very consistent with the Hoodwink picks, for example, favoring the TA as well. So that's how I would come to an answer for that particular question.
All right. So teams that's still looking for their ground.
Yes.
Hopefully they figured it out by today, and if they have, that could also spell some excitement in the team's roster. Like they've managed to play this Tinker carry, and it's worked out great so far. And they're like, yep, the other teams don't know about it yet, so we're going to bust it out here in this first game. Obviously, that kind of confidence would be great to see. We are seeing an Earth Spirit first round ban. My friend Michael Phoenix was ranting about this. I know he loves his Earth Spirit, he loves his techies, but he got super excited in this patch because Earth Spirit support in his eyes seems OP and broken. I somewhat agree on that because I do feel like the buffs that the ES got are going to push this hero back to the competitive stage. I am confident about it.
And are you specifically talking about the ready to roll facet?
Mainly
Yeah.
that. Support Earth Spirit.
No, I mean the fact that you still get to contribute, you get to unload all of your stones and then still use your roll. Plus the fact that you now get actual scaling damage on your rolling boulder again, that's also a big deal, especially for support Earth Spirit's abilities to clear waves. Has been one of his issues for a long time, right? Compared to other support heroes, he can't split push worth a damn. And well, now he can again, which is actually huge.
Certainly is. It certainly is. What are we going to look at here in the first phase picks? Because I think there's a bunch of changes now. Of course, in terms of the most picked heroes in the tournament, we don't see a first phase Troll. We don't really see a first phase Doom. But I am looking at this. I'm looking at Enigma. I'm looking at Snapfire. I'd like to see these heroes come more, but hey, I was talking about a first phase Tinker, but I was talking about a carry Tinker, of course.
It could still be.
Could still be. We don't know. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
I know I'm a Farseer to some extent.
No, listen,
Nordic
I'm
roots.
impressed.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
haven't really looked into my family tree that much, if we have any, like, actual shamans or something like that. I don't think we have, but there might be someone who lived back in, like, the 1700s who might know a thing about witchcraft.
I mean, it's you, Finns. I'm pretty sure all of you are related anyway. Apologies.
Hard to say. Hard to say what's coming out next, though. If I really think about, I don't have my Enchantress Orb here right now, but if I think about this next stage, if that Tinker is actually support, I think versus a Monkey King, if we don't look at Oracle, we could look at Lich to reduce his damage output. We could look at Underlord from a core perspective on a core Monkey King counter. For Manta Esports, who have the double pick, if there is a support going up against them, they still have to pick something into this Tinker. I don't think we're looking at a Husker game necessarily, but I think we might consider a mid pick just to make sure that this Tinker, if gone into the mid lane, is getting answered, and that is OD. In some cases, Shadow Fiend can make Tinker's life hard. Those are still in the pool. I would have gone for Ember Spirit if it were there, but obviously Ember was taken out so early.
That would have been my favorite pick here as well. Ember, and then of course the SF that you mentioned. Of course the Ember better because you're an answer both in the lane as well as in the game, and SF not quite going to be great at actually taking the Tinker down. Well, finding him specifically. Taking him down, very easy if somebody else locks him down for you.
Yeah.
That is exactly the problem, getting your hands on that slippery fella.
There we go. So let's ban the SF. And we're going for the Tiny that was also left open from some of the stronger picks.
There's so many open right now. Hoodwink also still in the pool. Tango's still out there.
Dire team pick.
Silencer coming out. All right. I think
Interesting.
Silencer is actually a pretty good pick. I think it's one of those rare moments when you actually look at like how do we counter this Tinker, core or support. Silencer is the easiest way to approach it because the defense matrix is what's made this hero so good.
Yeah, no, the reverberating silence is going to keep him out of a fight for quite a long time.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely. And of course, like, Silencer did get hit a little bit. Brain Drain hitting a lot less hard, so the permanent intelligence steal has been scaled down, but you don't have to be in range anymore. You just have to be, or have to have been contributing to the kill. So, ultimately, not entirely sure yet where that's going to land in terms of, like, are you going to get more int out of that in the end or less? I think it still ends up being less, but it's going to happen more often.
Let's see what the reply is going to be here from Blind Al's side. I mean, you already went for a very strong opener in your draft. You do have access to Clockwork, but that will force our Tiny into mid. Same thing with this Tinker, if Tinker ends up being either mid or support. But I guess with Tinker Tiny, you could do a three-way flex. I'd still like to go if they went for the Clockwork. they went Pango into Primal Beast. All right, that's
Unusual.
That's confidence, because that's not a good idea generally to pick a Pango into Primal. Primal was always picked into Pango as a counter.
Snatch him right out of his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, but he does do good, because he's a Manta builder. He can then roll up to remove a lot of spells that come in his way at the moment. His ulti is very good when paired with that Manta, because it will disrupt the Monkey King and the Silencer. Silencer's a really easy kill too, if played as a support. And a Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon versus Primal, good. Shadow Demon versus Illusion
Fantastic
Heroes
Demon.
is good, but there isn't one.
No, there isn't one, but you do get access to the demonic cleanse, so you do actually get to purge some silences later on in the game, for example.
If you're not silenced yourself.
Very true.
Which I think hurts the SD a bit, because you need... I think there's like a Glimmer Cape game. Stay hidden. Help your teammates after the reverberating silence is out. And, of course, you're not getting an Illusion Hero. We're getting the Sand King instead for Manta Esports. Doubling up on their initiation.
And that change to the Ags has definitely done a lot of work for the Sand King. I can now fully be on board with Sand King picks again. Previously, I was a little like, yeah, you can snowball really hard, buy a lot of items, but you don't go into any, like, mega damage late game. And now, the Ags is fantastic.
What do you feel like? Huh?
No, I'm a little upset that they took away the actual, like, the scaling amplification of the stinger, because we were due at some point, and did I talk to you about this? Like, people are gonna start buying crit on this at some point. Like, right click Sand King is coming because he has a steroid, and they just headed that one off at the pass, and I'm kind of sad about it. I felt like we should have let that one get out of control first, just because of how silly it was, and then we patched it, right? Like,
Yeah.
They normally never do that.
I mean, Sand King doesn't get that treatment. He had a good patch in 3.6a,
Yeah.
got removed in 3.6b. People still picked it, and now I
Yeah.
feel like he's getting hit by the nerf hammer again. So, yeah, Sand
No, the
King
Axe-
is not
the
getting
Axe
the
is good.
enjoyment.
Axe is unequivocally good.
10 seconds.
But I guess, I mean, we did. I think we did talk about it. Not sure if we were the ones who made the plans for this crit Sand King, but we did definitely
Yes.
come across with that topic. I do remember now.
Yeah, no, we did, because it's the guy behind me who was hoping to make that work.
Of course.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, he has some wild dreams. Let's see what our final phase is going to bring us with the Troll and the Bloodseeker Band. It's an Alchemist. Does that mean we're getting a... it's not the greatest patch for it, but you could play Slark.
Yeah, Slark could be good, and you're going to have yourself that support Tinker sitting behind you, which is going to be a massive boon at keeping you alive in the early fights. You can go really aggressive with this Slark if you want to. Are you natural Manta builder though? Yeah, that is the question. As soon as the Silencer comes out, every single core that gets picked has to be a natural Manta builder almost. And I guess you have to be glad that these days you get more options in that. Like Pangos are Manta style these days. Obviously Illusion Heroes, the Medusa, etc. You're still going to be silenced, of course, but at least decently short time.
Well, what do you like about these drafts? I mean, we're getting the 5 Tinker, so it is a safe lane Tinker, just not the carry that I was hoping for.
No, very excited to see that one in action. I also think that Blind Ol in general has... they have good burst damage to scaling between Akari here, and then having the Medusa with an SD, both for the save as well as for the illusion spam, feels really very nice. Good mixture of damages. And over on Manta Esports, I can say the same. Like, this Silencer has twisted Blind Ol Esports' entire draft. They have been answering that pick by pick by pick. And you have great playmaking potential yourself. You have a lot of damage coming out from that Sand King. You have a lot of good Aghanim Scepters in this game that Gohans can give out if he so desires. If I believe that this was equal on players, I would be very hyped to watch this match and just see who comes out on top. In this case, since the drafts are so equal, I'm going to give it to Blind Owl just because I definitely have higher expectations of them.
Higher expectations. I mean,
For sure.
Manta, I'm putting a lot of expectations on them to make this draft work. That is a Silencer. You don't get to see every day. Silencer currently only being picked once, has won a game before. And let me guess, it has to be Manta. Yeah, it is Manta. So this is hero preference, player preference for their side. I haven't seen any games in this Group B until today, so let's see how this one rolls out. Interesting heroes, something new. That's something that I always welcome because I think we had this discussion in another Discord channel about hidden strats and some specific heroes would look better, and of course there's only a few that look great. I feel like if we had more heroes, it would be easier to balance everything out to see how well they actually perform. Because it feels like it's getting always narrowed down to this small, sizable pocket of min-maxing in that moment.
I mean, I agree with you, but I think that that's human nature, and that's going to happen regardless of whether the heroes are actually evenly rated or not.
It always requires somebody to be the flag bearer and show the way onward.
Oh, very true. Especially if you're a creep.
Oh, definitely. The creeps need a bit of motivating from time to time.
Grunts don't like to march to their deaths all that much.
You know what would be cool? If Dota had events that are RNG'd into the game's timeline. Say you have a minion cultist meeting at 4 minutes somewhere in the jungle. You have a flag bearer and some random creeps in a circle, and then they just decide to join either team to go for a lane push.
Okay.
Like events,
Or you could show up and offer them a neutral token. And they would join you if you do that.
You present them with a gift.
Yes, yeah, you bribe them.
Oh, I love the attempt here from the Primal Beast to go for a quick wave cut here with the first trample, but Blind Owl, they were ready for this one. Instantly there with the SD, perfectly there with the bubble. Grims, though, shows up to also deny those creeps. So that's going to hurt a bit more. No CS for the Primal, and it gets denied. I've been in this situation with the Darkseer a couple of times, and that is not a good feel to start the first wave.
No, it's not, because now you get mostly the drawbacks of pushing the wave under tower. I guess the Medusa is going to be a little annoyed at losing so much mana to lane creeps, but you know what? She'll happily take that if you just get absolutely nothing for the first wave. And she's going to try to pull, but get no creep aggro and only take so much damage for his troubles.
And it does feel like the situation gets a bit worse.
I mean, and he's alone here. Because his support is on bot lane, attempting for the first blood.
It might take place, though. Good bubble there from Boomy. So no Primal Spring there from Lucify. Level 1 Pango, not exactly your tankiest. Using the power of the 3. Rims is also keeping the Primal Beast at check, forcing that healing salve.
And this doesn't look like the Monkey King is leaving either. They are committed to tri-lane for now.
Well, tri-lane it is then.
That is very unusual these days.
It's very old school.
Yeah, but the same rules apply, right? If you tri-lane, but you're not actually getting kills, normally a lane is whatever. You're trading on CS, you're doing... Doesn't matter that much unless you have a specific kill lane and you're going to fall off later. But in this case, spending extra manpower on bot, yeah, this Monkey King is already moving across. Otherwise, you're soaking up too much EXP for not enough in trade. Yeah. So, would be very surprised to see this arrangement last.
Monkey trying to snipe the tiny courier, but Tiny will leave his courier under the tower. Lucify, he could still just go for it, which he will, while the first blood happens in the bottom lane. That's going to be the Pango falling. Sorry for the voice crack. That will be the first kill there for the Silencer support. So his first stack of good old brain drain.
Love it. Let's see if there's anybody... I don't think we have any heroes with, like, extremely high mana cost, so we're not going to be aiming for any enough for Do My Power scenarios, but that is my favorite old Dota meme.
I do miss the days of he's got 12 glaive stacks. Like he's got 14 wisdom. Now he's got 1 brain.
1 brain. It's like an orange cat. He's currently pouring the 1 brain cell.
Yep, the 1 brain cell. I mean, brain cell sounds a lot better than 1 brain. Meanwhile, top lane, that might be a kill on the Medusa. Trample damage is sufficient. Lucify will help him out to take down Akari. Quickly responded to. Unfortunately, the kill, well, in the eyes of the Medusa, is that Medusa dies first. It could have been a lot better if they actually prevented that dive by getting the kill first, and then leaving it for the Monkey King.
It's hard though, like especially as a Tinker support, all of your abilities are reactive. The only thing that you're going to do in preparation at any point is you're going to defense matrix some people later on. But right at the start of the game, all you can do is wait until the damage starts being applied, until the dive is already on the way. That's when you throw down the march, and not any earlier.
Yep, that's his defensive turn. Otherwise, you can do a bit of jungling with the march.
Mm-hmm. Same old, same old.
Yeah, that Tinker never left us.
Jungle Tinker. Do you remember that used to be somewhat doable?
Yep. I do. Top lane again. Grimm's slow. Not killed. Monkey King under the tower. Lucify has to turn around for the right click so the tower doesn't suddenly ignore his presence. So pretty fortunate there with everyone surviving for now. Not a whole lot of CS for either of these offlaners though. Pango's only up at 15 right now. Talking about the Pango. He's also soaking up quite a lot of damage from the Alchemist.
Yep. Yeah, all of those action in side lanes, we haven't even really looked at the mid lane yet, where he doing good. This is definitely a lane where the first couple of levels, the Tiny is going to be undeniable. Literally, he will last hit everything as long as he has his trees. But once you've got those points up in the Stinger, the Sand King takes over. And it's the Tiny who's just going to have to be happy that he's a hero that mostly wants levels and a good rune. He's broken through into the 6. He is going to do that on this wave as well, but that does mean he needs to actually be with the wave when the rune spawns.
Yeah.
So Tiny gets to pick a side. $80. 3 levels of toss.
Decent rune for the Tiny to make his first rotation.
Yeah, good stuff.
If it were haste, it would probably be the best, but he'll take use of an 80.
Tiny can make great use of almost everything.
Lucify scouting deep in the jungle. Also in the bottom lane, keeping their check on Rupido. There is Boomy coming straight back in to save his buddy. Stun comes out from Gohans. He saves the Pango. Turn around with the bubble. Not enough mana for Shadow Poison spam, though. So I was actually curious why Manta didn't still stay committed to beating up the Pango. They could have probably even hurt him even more. Lucify speaking of the Wisdom Rune. That's being pinged out as he snipes Akari's courier. So
Stacking
nobody's coming in.
Yeah, and I think the answer is that Gohans wanted to be back in time in order to stack and then farm these camps. That is one hell of a lot of money, and that's going to see him pull decisively ahead of this Medusa right now. Yeah. Pango, nice hero for the lane, but Alchemist not exactly a slouch either. You're never going to stop him from farming with, especially with an SD on your side. A fantastic defensive support, right? But that's not a kill lane by any stretch of the imagination.
And while it does not take very long for Grims and Ken to finish off Lucify, Monkey King doesn't exactly have quite a lot of HP at level 3. So that's an easy burst with the level 4 toss. And also Rapido going down on the other lane. Slain by Aris and Gohans.
Walk down. Now on the Arcane Curse. Really messing with the Pango's ability to move up into the wave, honestly. He's going to get cursed every single time. If you dare to cast your shield, then you're not going to get the swashbuckle or the other way around.
Yeah. Actually quite like the idea of both Sand King and Silencer in the team, and if they have someone who can still provide with an extra stun, because you think about Sandstorm DPS, which goes up to 100, then you have Last Word DPS from the Silencer, which is 60 at the highest. You can do 160 DPS as long as the enemies are hit by Global Silence and by a stun. That's quite a lot of damage for your early gaming engagements.
Is a ton, and it's one of the reasons that I like this draft with the Silencer. Manta clearly understand what they wanted with it, because they have 4 heroes with disables with that Silencer, really making up for the fact that you have one support that's basically an well, I don't want to say an accessory, because you have a very important role to fulfill. It just doesn't really allow him to do anything else.
Yeah, just vibing. just
vibing.
Vibing for now.
Yeah, but in silence.
Well, he has a second brain cell to attend to now. Has both kills from the safe lane. Alchemist has only been picking up assists. The 1 kill on Blind Owl is through Ken. Ken, who's in these SCA tournaments, I think he's the one that has been growing one of the most. I would absolutely love to see Ken more in action. So with this new team, what's coming out of this? As Kui is being chased here by Rapido. With the help of Ken, they will take down 1. However, they cannot prevent Lucify. So he just teleports straight back home. Aris, like he's also just going to TP away. One team has stuns, the other not so much.
No, not a lot unless the Tiny shows up. So this is as much as, Ken's been going through a lot of good growth, but he definitely also has to show it this game on the Tiny.
People just seem to escape the whole time.
Slapped around. Very much alone. Yeah, that's a kill.
Yeah, that's definitely a kill. Get rid of the Medusa. With not too much effort being put in it. Feels good.
No, she literally just overestimated her own capabilities, especially when there's no creep wave and your snake only bounces on a single hero. You're not getting more out of that than you're putting into it.
And there goes another.
Sweet bonus kill. And Manta completely unopposed in their bid for this top tower here, and don't even think that there's going to be a trade of any sort unless Ken puts a lot of pressure on this mid situation right now. Pango not in any position, but it's got Urn, going to move towards the Spirit Vessel. It's fantastic versus the Alk's regen, of course, but Alk has already left this lane. Maybe he'll come back right now. You can try your Urn out.
Yeah, or maybe just wait for the Vessel.
Yeah.
Could always use an Urn charge, but then you need guarantee you're going to get some something out of it. The Vessel makes it a lot easier. Knowing that this Alk is going for offensive items, farming items early on, the Radiance, the Blink, then the BKB, that's going to be your Dispel. So that will take a bit to get to. Talking about Dispels against Silences, Manta on Medusa is going to be the first one ready. Still 1,000 gold short from that recipe. Ken is not going to like Global Silence early on. Because how many times do you see defensive items on your mid-tinies? Not a whole lot often. It takes quite a long time because they need their blinks. Sometimes they go for Echo Saber. They might even consider an early Conda or maybe just a Phylactery. those aren't defensive items. Do you build Manta on Tiny mid? No. That you could make it on a carry Tiny, but it's still feeling a bit iffy to go that way.
Yeah,
So
no, Tiny's best defense is a good offense, so I'm thinking
Yes.
that's going to have to wait until BKB.
Exactly. So quite a lot relying on a Reese to get good ultis off, and most importantly, not be found first.
Yeah. On the other hand, of course, like the gameplay for Tiny is to have an enemy already dead before the reactions can come in.
Oh, they found Lucify. Very nice play there.
Like,
I think they saw him with a
so.
glimpse of some of their vision, and they just instantly went for the Shadow Poison, spotted where he was as they were dusted in the river. Toss him down, slap him down in the river. Get a kill for yourself. That opens up the mid tower.
Middle tower is under attack.
Medusa gonna fly in that Manta cell very soon. This is so hard to contest. Medusa is already a great siege engine just because her Stone Gaze provides you with so much defensive capabilities. But then also, well, there is a Blink Dagger on attacking.
Global Silence with the epicenter straight onto Ken. Ken tanking a lot of damage. Good bubble there from Boomy as the silence finally comes to an end. And Akari's lost all of her mana. Akari will have to back away. Grims is right next to him, but Key's trying to take him away. Ken has fallen, and Blind Owl are losing members. 1, 2, Boomy's going to be a third. Double kill for Lucify. Blink right on top of Akari, and here comes the siege engine of the charging Primal Beast, making it a fourth, and that is going to be a team wipe if they finish off the Pango here as their 5th kill. They're all slowed up there, but does not seem to matter. Rapido will meet his inevitable end at the arms of Key Stinger. And they got everyone.
They got absolutely everyone. Fantastic initiation there. Really, the moment also perfect. You wait exactly until that March of the Machines is over, then you go in, and there's never time for Grims to drop another one down.
Yeah. At least a quick response from Ken. Sadly, we talked about Ares has to stay hidden, but in this case, Global Silence was already used.
No, you can die. That's fine.
It doesn't hurt too much, yeah.
You are a single issue voter. Press R. And that is a solo kill for the Shadow Demon.
All right. That's got to feel good.
Absolutely. Boomy knows where this Monkey King is.
The eternal trouble of playing a Monkey King versus a Shadow Demon is if you get caught once, it does feel like you're never getting away.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Absolutely fantastic vision on that hero. But yeah, Blind Owl really getting taught business right there, because that was their Medusa seconds from receiving her Manta style. They're using her in that push, and instead get punished with a team wipe. That's a lot of their mojo gone, I think. And here again, Sand King's in.
Oh dear. Let's see what comes out of this one here. Not a lot of Blind Owl heroes here to help him out. They're slowly TPing in. Rapido is making space, so the Global Silence doesn't do too much to them. Ken trying to run away. Slowed up. So many sources of dot damage on top of him. Key with another stun. Ken's still alive. Tinker is right there, low on HP. Doesn't get another Matrix off, and as he's throwing in the laser, it also silences him for the second, but Ken will get a toss on Fiend. And now they're just going to follow Ares. Alchemist also managed to stun himself, so his escape, it felt like, all right, he's still going to get away. But now the Global Silence didn't feel as scary for Blind Owl, despite them lacking the numbers, because Ken, of course, a very tanky boy on this Tiny. 3,000 HP. Not your easiest kill.
Absolutely not. And with all of the heals over the top, all of the saves over the top, Manta overextend themselves into the fantastic defensive capabilities of that Tinker.
Very important turn as well in terms of how this game is going to go and progress for Blind Owl.
I was talking about if they lose another fight, I think the initiative of that game is mostly gone, and they really have to, because especially when you're playing with a Medusa, you need to stay in touch with how the damage values of the game look for you. And losing 2 fights in a row, dying twice in a row, just cements for you that, okay, I cannot join until like my next 2 items.
Yeah.
And instead, you take your stand, you feel confident, your Tiny survives, and he's starting to make use of that phylactery that he's just picked up of the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Good old crash landing, what can we say?
Yeah, you don't want to miss your timings on a mid Tiny. So if he can't get his kills going in, then you have to feel like a very sad mid Tiny looking like a support at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Also from the player's perspective, it feels rough. It's like, I can initiate, yes, but what's my impact?
The real deal is that it's better than Tiny used to be, though, because we've casted enough together that you know that I'm always on the okay, but now he needs to get the Echo Saber before the BKB, otherwise he's not going to have a late game. That's not the case anymore, because as soon as you have the phylactery, you're going to be bursting creep waves in a single go, and that is going to stay like that for the rest of the game. So you don't need that extra item after the phylactery in order to secure your game anymore. And still Tiny needs to get kills in order to have a good game.
Yes.
But it's not as bad as it was.
Yeah, it's certainly made a bit easier.
Yeah.
It could be worse.
Yeah.
Another pickoff found. That is actually the Sand King that is being caught right in front of the Tormentor Wisdom location.
Yeah, and fully... Well, he's going for the BKB into Axe, so proper big core items. Does leave you with bigger gaps between items, not something like a Yule Scepter where he might have survived that. But, you know, you're a mid, you're going to be DPS. You gotta invest.
They just pinged the Primal. Not enough slows to keep the romp and stomp guy. He was about to get jumped on under the tower with the SD and the Tinker moving in, but he managed to onslaught away just in time. Manta bringing in the numbers. Ken quickly cleans the wave, blinks out, but the phylactery, I think it revealed his location. In the fog, that small particle shows where he most likely went to. Boom. Or Boomy. Well, he is a bit unfortunate, but rather him than the Tiny.
Yeah, very much rather him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ken's still skulking through the trees, in case his team decides to come back and make a fight out of this. Do you have no info here, then? Now you toss him back.
Alright.
But Crimson Guard.
I was about to say attempt number 1 wasn't going to work, but attempt number 2? Nah, it looks like that's not going to work out either.
No, and that's 2 of your cores, but this is very much a utility Pango. That Vessel is here to make sure that he has damage to contribute while he buys things like the pipe that's just flying in, so...
Yeah, you can fight him. I'll make sure you don't die.
Yeah.
But what about the killing part?
Your job.
It's kind of like you have two
for
thieves, and they didn't bring in a lockpick.
Yep.
You got everything else in the kit.
I mean, to be fair, Ken is lockpick enough for most of these doors.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's put in the hours. The hours and the effort.
Pipe for Fiend as well. This is prime time to show up for that Roshan.
Lucify is keeping a check on Blind Owl, and now that they suddenly just disappeared, and the smokes are suddenly popping again, Gohaz has picked up the Aegis already, but Monkey's showing them all the information in the world, and still they might even lose the Primal Form. But here comes the Global Silence, a stun on 2. It's got Akari, it also has Ken being pummeled. The Tiny's not feeling great right now, but Akari might be able to turn this one around. Low on mana already, has to pop the stick and the mana boots, and that's no backup for Akari now. Has to move to a different position. Maybe it's enough though. Gohans is low on HP, and that's him gone without his ult. He's going in for the blink in though, straight on top of the Medusa. Another stun coming out, but Akari's living for now. Has enough mana for another Manta cast, but he needs to keep that base alive. And how are they finally through it? Yes, they are. Gohans is gonna go down to it though. He's lost his life 2 times in a row, and the rest of Blind Owls, we can do it without the Medusa. Because the big bad wolf, or the big bad owl, the chemist, is out of the way, and so is everybody else. They can't quite spot Fiend, Ken not in toss range to connect on the Primal Beast, so it ends up being a 4 for 2, plus the Aegis, and a 6,000 XP swing, 3,000 gold swing, Blind Owl. Even with a 3k deficit to the Alchemist, they're 1k advantage above Manta.
And I gotta say, in the previous series, we got a show for how long you can ignore a Medusa because she simply doesn't do anything else than click you. I think that if Manta puts all of the damage that they put into the Medusa into other heroes, you can take this fight. But instead, they're going for the Medusa, and continuously, there's defense matrices, there's holy lockets, there's everything, and the kitchen sink is getting poured into that Medusa by Grims on this Tinker, and that's what your damage is disappearing into.
Yeah.
And as a result, you're completely out of juice by the time you finally get her down.
Somebody calling Navi's got the juice. That is a question you do have to ask at this point. Is like, do you have the juice?
Well, not right there. And I'd like to say that if you keep on targeting that Dusa, you might never get the juice.
So how do you feel? How do you feel about this game? Like, is this living to some of the expectations here? I think like, Manta's playing maybe a little bit better than what I actually anticipated them to do.
Yeah, Manta looks really good right now, and they've got a bunch of scaling left to go, right? Because this is a Primal Beast who literally only win defensive items, and their real power spike of this Sand King hitting Ags is still coming up. The that was also just only the S&Y Radiance Blink of the Alchemist, so more items still coming up for him as well. You have a lot of scaling left to do in this game. Yeah, PKB just delivered. Blind Owl is not out of the woods just yet.
Definitely not out of the woods. Still have to face maybe a couple more brunts from Manta.
Yeah.
But items are going to make this game easier, definitely, for Owl.
Yeah. But everything that is going to come in this round of items for Manta is damage now. Ags for both the Sand King as well as for the Primal Beast. Huge amounts of straight AoE DPS. And you know, it gets a lot easier to target down other heroes than the Medusa. If other heroes are just getting lower, you're going to instinctively be hitting them instead of the Medusa. So, let's see.
There's definitely a lot of AoE damage from Manta, and it does feel like these fights come down to clumping up. They get the most out of it. If they start to spread, Blind Owl, are they strong enough in duels? Well, not exactly. They also want these fights to clump up. Like, both teams just want to fight in this really packed up area.
Yep. Yes, they do. Everybody getting hit by the sandstorm. Oh, Ken.
Did you see that? Oh.
Most of it.
Ken was stalking next to the camp, just sitting there. Sand King walks by, and you know he's done for. It's like the moment you walk into Fog of War and you see like, oh, there's a Ken. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah. Ah, Kanda. Yes, my favorite.
Solid burst. That was that was 1,966 damage in one go. Just enough to kill the Sand King.
He did the math. Boy, is he good at it.
Mass TPs. Watcher revealing Gohans. Ken's gonna toss him in. He's trying to TP away, but is successful in it. No, he gets killed by the Shadow Demon's demonic purge by the looks of it, doing the majority of the damage in the end. And so the Alk, I mean, he would have died in the fountain very likely after that too.
Yeah, that 450 damage is nothing to sneeze at.
Because it was constantly like 100, 200 damage away, 60% magic resist. Not enough.
Never.
Took just enough.
This is slowing down that next round of damage items. Like, the Primal Beast is going to get there. Point Booster is literally 50 gold away. But Sand King was on the same kind of trajectory and still 1,500 from that Aghanims. You're going to lose probably 2 more towers before that happens.
Pretty rough phase for Manta now with the Blind Owl able to just get pick-off after pick-off. Last few kills have been going their way. Also all the towers. Feels like Manta is now playing from behind with this this Alk lineup.
Unfortunately.
But that's just how it works. You pick Alk, you're supposed to be ahead.
Yep. No, you're paying the price for watching the earlier team fight. And, you know, it's gonna take a while, but sometimes the price tag gets delivered a bit later. And this is it.
Yeah. Certainly is so. 28 minutes in. Owl have been able to build up a 5k lead now. Things are on the rise.
Tiny is going to have a BKB now by this point, before
Yes.
Manta really wants to get rolling with their new round of damage items. That is a problem.
I wonder if they can also afford a dispel for Shadow Demon, because Shadow Demon with an Axe in his quick buy would enable him to then save more heroes. Because you have disruption of one ally during the silence, then you could also get the demonic purge ×2, or cleansing, sorry, ×2.
It would be fantastic, but there isn't really anybody. Like, I guess you could ask the Pango to build a Lotus Orb specifically for you. And I'd argue that since this is a Shadow Demon we're talking about, that could be totally worth it. But on the other hand, if you're Boomy, are you going to ask your Pango who's building a Basher on top of his axe, like, hey, can you step back into the support role, please? Buy me a Lotus Orb. Like, I think he would be correct.
I have a feeling that our server might have just died. Yeah. Now we're back. Now we're back. Okay. A bit of a hiccup there. Let's see what Blind Owl can do. Encroaching right next to the Manta base. Tier 2s have all disappeared, so the next ticket is pretty much high ground, but will they do it without the Aegis? Looks like they will. Key. Oh, nice timing there with the BKB. Ken didn't have the detection on time. Boomy blinked in for the dust, but it was too late for that. That's a classic. You're yelling to your supports. It's like, detection, detection, detection. Dust, 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 dust. That's too late. Gaun's going in. Straight for the Medusa. Not an easy target with the butterfly, but already blowing up a lot of that mana. Now Medusa, without any of it, has to rely on just basic HP. Is that gonna be enough, though? They do have Tiny helping out right next to him. Primal is dying slowly but surely. 100 HP remaining on Fiend. Grims is saving his allies with a bunch of shields. And they have lived through the fight with everyone alive, with everyone dead on the side of Manta. And that is game number 1 in the books. Yep. The funny part as well, I looked at the fight recap for that final fight. It was Tiny and Pango who both dealt 7,000 damage. Medusa did like nothing because she was constantly controlled in that fight and was being saved by her allies. So it was nice to see that actually the offlane Pango with that utility build is actually that high up on damage because he was hitting everyone with the Rolling Thunder and getting 5-man shield crashes the whole time. Tiny has AoE damage. Manta, they used all of their AoE to kill a single target, and it just didn't work out. So I think you painted the picture pretty well. One team putting all the eggs in the same basket for the Medusa build, the other not making it work out so well. But that was game 1. I think it's a good time, Kip, so we take a quick breather. You as well, fellow viewers, will be back for game number 2 after the ad break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. The new 1xBet energy drink. So you don't have to limit yourself tonight with only one victory. You can bet on any game at 1xBet betting company. Dota 2, KS2, League of Legends, and many others. Big wins, fast payouts, reliable bookmaker. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Alright, one more game, people. It's Blind Owl Esports and Manta Esports here with T-Panda Esports and Kips Esports here with Relog Media Esports, and we've got esports for you guys. I don't know why I'm renting it for so long with that, but anyway, we've got one more game for you folks. That was I don't know. Manta had a shot at it, but I think they did with that 1 or 2 team fights. Again, dictate this game is kind of over at that point, so Blind Owl happily to just take the game onward from there and finish it off with a clean team wipe in front of the enemy base, which also was engaged by Manta. It's like, we want to get this fight to roll. We want to rock you down in front of our gates and make sure we're still in. But no, they lost everyone. They killed no one. I guess that's a safe point to just call it GG and go for game number 2. So what were the strengths of Manta Esports in this game, Kips? What can they build on? Because I feel like maybe that laning stage went okay, but mid-game surely has to be the time to strike if your laning stage is only all right. If you don't dominate your laning stage, then mid-game would be a bit easier to execute from.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
All right. Well, I think we have you now. You may have to repeat yourself.
Dire team
Oh, we still don't have Kips on for some reason. We'll get her in just a second, but still, I think like when we're looking at this draft here, kind of applying what Kips was trying to say, like you got to get yourself a strong opener maybe here. Like obviously that's what teams are looking for, is a good first phase pick. But then again, if you do want to flex a bit and put like we've seen some of these first phase first picks being like, it could be a support in the end, or it just ends up being a core, and people are like, oh, what the hell's happening here? Like, you might want to prioritize flex above the next strongest hero from these 7 bands in the first phase. That could be something to look at too. Play your own strategy.
I mean, what I want to Tinker is back on the board. You had so much reach in that previous game. You could have gone for that Tinker as soon as he shows where he is. You have a Sand King, you have a Primal Beast. You can go in there and grab that little guy by the scruff of his neck and, you know, Hulk style smash him around until he's... They never did that. They went full force for that Medusa, just really okay, we can clear this damage check. We can do this DPS check. And the raid boss said, no, actually you can't. So the only thing I really want to see them change from the previous game to this one is take down that Tinker in these fights. Prioritize him, then go for the rest.
That is definitely an idea, but is it too hard to execute or not? Manta will go for the Silencer once again. I do like the idea to kind of repeat what they did in the previous game. Have your draft look somewhat similar. It's just down to is the Alchemist the tool? And even if they do have identical drafts, all you really need is just to reinforce 1 or 2 things. I think the whole tri-lane setup at the start might have actually been more costlier than we actually painted the picture.
It is entirely possible that some thresholds of the levels there made that one basically, you could have probably milked it harder for the alchemist. That said, the Pango had quite a bit of trouble down there. It did work out well enough. I'm really convinced that it's mostly their mid-game fight targeting. If Manta Esports draft exactly the same, I'm not mad. I'm not.
Kips is not disappointed.
For a change.
For a change. It could be worse. Could be a whole lot worse. Well, Earth Spirit out once again. We got the Pango here for Manta.
Mm-hmm.
Take away the offlaner from Rapido.
Yeah, and making up for the fact that they themselves are not going to have the Primal Beast this time around. So definitely, I mean, the Pango kind of in the same basket, right? You can either go DPS core style with it, or you can grab the auras. I would like to see the Pango and damage, though. I do feel like utility Pangos feel a little shoehorned in. You would rather get another hero whose kit synergizes better with the role of being your aura carrier.
Mm. Well, if they do go for the Pango, does that mean, well, we don't get Primal Beast? Are we considering Bloodseeker? Are we looking at SD? Those two are our option, but SD and Tinker, they do the same-ish type of job, and it did work out well because Blind Owl had both of their side lanes aggressively set up that would require a saving hero, and both Tinker and the SD do that job particularly. So it was actually one of those times when I would hate to see a hero do the same thing. It did the same thing for both lanes in a good way.
Mm-hmm. Here's the Hoodwink, though.
All right, shift up. Change the plan a bit. Maybe play a bit more aggressively towards the Manta safe lane with this Hoodwink pick.
A bunch of offlaners already having been removed, though. So one of the heroes that you definitely don't want to play into Silencer usually is the Brewmaster. He is off the table as far as I'm concerned. Unless you want to go Greaves first with him, which is not totally unheard of. Like, that is what you used to do versus Silencer as a Brewmaster.
Imba Spirit.
Alright, but early BKB or Yules, mayhaps?
Do we need to use this game? Maybe.
Because or Manta style, I guess. Like what we saw in the previous game was that Blind Owl Esports made sure to pick several Manta styles, get themselves Greaves as well, so that their cores could just play during these fights as normal.
Yeah, or just, telepathically think about the global silence and press W when he presses R.
Yeah.
Don't get silenced.
I mean,
easy.
If you're old enough, and that goes for the viewers as well, you have seen the clip of, I think it is Solo? Or might it be Miposhka, perhaps, on Oracle pre-casting his purge. Then the global silence getting popped and him immediately purging himself and getting the ult off immediately afterwards. That's one of the best single plays that I've ever seen.
Yeah, a work of art. That way,
I'm gonna look up who it was now.
Timings are impeccable.
That is true Oracle work, seeing into the future.
Yep. The only way to play the hero is you actually have to be an Oracle.
Yeah.
Maybe I should play the hero more. I mean, I have a decent amount of games of Oracle, just not quite enough to call myself a specialist. Talking about Oracle, I know we do have a Shadow Fiend. This is a friend's stat. I do want to actually look it up because he played 2 heroes back in the day, literally 2 heroes. So he's been gone from Dota for many years now. But when he played a lot, that was like 2018, 2019. I think at like COVID, I think around then he ended or stopped playing Dota actively. He has 1,400 games of Techies and 974 games of Oracle.
What a profile.
that is definitely a profile. Yeah,
sure
those
is
two. I
something.
remember talking everything about Oracle back in the day with him. He was like, yeah, like the strongest timings, the weakest matchups, all that stuff. I was like, yeah, pretty handy to know.
It is one of those heroes where being like an expert, like there's a lot of depth and a lot of nuance to that hero.
And a very high skill cap. I think they lowered it quite a lot with the change on W, so that it no longer disarms your
Yeah,
allies.
absolutely.
Before that, you actually had to cast it on like a caster to put away. And talking about anti-casters, that's a Nyx assassin we got on the field.
Great at hunting tinkers historically. At the very least, very easy to make him stop his bullshit wherever you are. Just walk into the marching machines, pop that spiked carapace, and he's donezo. Find him in the trees with your Nyx sense.
Yep, he is certainly the good answer to the Tinker.
I think
Especially
they've,
early on. Like,
yeah.
if you can get that wraparound, you get a fight starting at the same time, you spot the Tinker, that's perfect timing for your Vendetta. Otherwise, if you go in alone to start things off, it's like, oh, I found the Tinker, I killed him. Obviously, that'd be the prime scenario. Everybody can then just follow up on that. But I like the... it's like an initiator, right? Because somebody else starts it, and you follow up on it by just instantly removing the Tinker from the equation.
Exactly. Now, what you want to have happen, of course, is somebody starts the fight onto the enemy, well, carry, presumably this Terrorblade. The Terrorblade gets saved from that initiation. Ha! I know where that Tinker is now. Let's go get him, boys. That is hopefully the order of action. Or I should say that's
the Terrorblade, which
realistic
sometimes
one.
feels, at least in pubs, like a very risky pick versus the Nyx Assassin, because there are these games where TB has died 4 times and Nyx has 4 kills. I was like, yeah. Something leads into something here.
Decent amount of magic damage. I mean, the lane of the Nyx Assassin is still not very strong, but the way that TB plays afterwards, how lonely you usually are in the jungle, how you want to deliberately be on the other side of the map in order to shove out waves with those illusions, how Nyx walks behind those. Yeah, you are a prime target.
They are going to ban out the Underlord and the Brewmaster on the side of Manta. Then we have the Naga Siren for now, removed by Blind Owl Esports. Thinking about one more ban. Manta's also out of time, so I hope you plan things out, because that's a Marcy.
Okay, well, early BKB builder then, if this is offlane Marcy. Yeah, I mean, it should be, right? Because this Ember and this Tinker, as soon as the Ember comes out, the Tinker needs to be a support. I don't see offlane Tinker, I don't think, unless Blind Owl have some... Rupido has some real learning hours ready for us.
Well, offlane Marcy indeed. Gohan's going for the CK. Didn't take a lot of time last time when he was picking into his matchup. They do have the Shadow Fiend, but Embers have won Shadow Fiends, especially in this particular tournament. That was the one and only time I saw Ember actually destroy SF since he got a first blood at level 2. And then just kept hunting the Shadow Fiend, and that really does look grim from SF's perspective. Because you're the guy who's supposed to be a threat to everyone, but there's this one guy that's making you unable to play the game.
That is quite incredible, and I mean, I believe you, but...
It feels so weird to hear, because you've never seen that happen, right?
No, and it's not supposed to either. Like, I'm sure...
And it's not supposed to.
I'm sure at some point somebody's going to slip on a banana peel and it will happen.
Sudden Mario Kart and Dota accidentally.
Yeah, exactly.
But can happen. I think last time we watched this mid matchup, it was pretty calm. Nothing crazy was going on between the two mids in game 1. They did get a kill on Key's Sand King. That much I do remember, but outside of that, it felt like there was not a lot of action in mid.
No, I mean,
story now.
This support passed through a couple of times. Manta, especially Lucify, was moving a whole lot during the start of that game. So perhaps, I mean, Nyx Assassin... The thing I'm going to say about that is, honestly, do you miss Nyx Assassin that much when he's not in your lane? You see Execration play literal literal jungle Nyx.
Yeah, you can.
It is possible. Yeah.
Mind Flare is good. And I think Mind Flare is even better than Pudge Hook or Marana Arrow because both of those two heroes mentioned are not intelligence heroes. They don't. I mean, you're not int on Nyx, but you used to, so you still have the highest int gain out of your 3 stats. Well, Pudge doesn't have a mana pool. Marana really doesn't have a mana pool. Nyx does, however, and still does the same job with a smaller cooldown than both of those 2 abilities. So you can definitely play jungle Nyx. I'm not encouraging you, viewers, to do that, but you can.
Yeah, I mean, listen, just watch Execration do that versus OG. Look at how much of an absolute clown fiesta that series turns into, and you know, ask yourself if you're ready to accept responsibility for causing that in your pubs. If you are, I cannot stop you. You are going to do it anyway. But otherwise, be warned.
Yeah, a warning has definitely been given out there. We are in the game. We have just had a tiny pause in between, but we are ready to go. And I cannot help but look at this Lord of the Rings silencer. I know he's a human, but he looks like a, you know, he's got that feeling of a dwarf, you know?
He does.
He's carrying a big book of, like, well, if this was Warhammer, that would be the Book of Grudges. But that majestic beard and all on this silencer. Can we just look at the silencer for a second?
It's a great set. I'm just saying it feels like Warcraft.
You need to look at the beard. You need to see the beard. We're still in the smoke, though.
Not much to see there. Stealth beard.
Stealth beard. Can't see it. Great camouflage.
30 seconds to battle.
Just some deep wards placed down. Neither team is actually finding the other. I see a very long arrow being drawn out there.
Yeah, that's
now can we look at the
ambitious
silencer?
From Aris.
He's got glasses and
If
all.
I get spotted. Oh yeah. Oh, it's bouncing.
Just look at him.
Fantastic. That volume.
A bouncy beard.
Mm-hmm.
Not something you see every day.
Absolutely not.
All right, thank you for this. Thank you for this quick sightseeing.
That is 2v2 on the runes. And I wish I still knew some Tagalog. But it's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, my friends.
Yeah, and I never did learn. I got a couple words from John every now and then. He's like, hey, say this on your broadcast. Yeah, sure. And then some of the players also gave me a mean word, apparently, because it wasn't mean on Google, but it had a double meaning.
That's the fun with slang.
But, you know, that's just how it rolls.
It rolls. So, this mid lane. I mean, you just said that there have been Embers beating their SFs, which I find quite improbable, but, you know, so far Ken is giving as good as he gets. The first couple of levels are where you need to keep the Catacomb down as much as possible, where he is the least threat to you. Yeah. And it's just going to get worse. Yeah?
Yeah, this level 2 timing is really important. I'm just watching this mid matchup mostly and see what comes out of this. How well does Ken play this lane, and of course, when does Key punish? Because that's what we usually just expect the Shadow Fiend at some point too. But if he is low on mana, that also does take away quite a bit of his potential. Holding on to some mangoes, it seems to be the key for Key. So, decent amount of CS for everyone. Even the supports are picking up a bit here and there. Lucify spamming that Mind Flare. Desperate to get to level 2. Oh, I actually like that. Akari, as the safe lane carry, went to block the hard camp at the 2-minute mark. So Nyx can't actually use Mind Flare on that camp anymore. Usually it's the support's job, but him as the carry, he does it himself.
Yeah, nice little...
Rapido might go down top, though. Nice slow coming in, but it's not enough. That's going to be first blood. Gohan's with a quick slap on the back takes down the Marcy. First blood for Manta.
Ares with his first brain cell.
Hey.
Or may he get many more.
Insert ogre laugh.
Let's see though, this is exactly once again the kind of lane that a Silencer really loves, because he's paired up with a carry with a stun, in this case also displacement. So you have a lot of extra time to just be laying your damage into them, because that is what you add to the lane, and the disabling needs to be done by your core.
Yeah. Big fighting here in the top lane again for the 3-minute Lotus. Engaging in early, Ares will get the Lotus, but Gohan's is in trouble. The heal comes in from Ares to keep him up. Boomy, he's in trouble too, but Gohan's, is he the one to drop first? Rapido is applying the hate. There's the blood grenade. Rapido just uses the rebound jump on him and squashes both the rider and the horse, taking down the CK. Rapido will get his vengeance.
You will.
A squishy support hoodwink lives from a tanky CK. Not something you see every day. But Silencer, he's also down. That's a double.
Mm-hmm. Marcy now with the 1-1-1 online is basically as scary as she's going to get. I imagine that the Silencer is going to now sit back for a while as well.
There we have it.
There we have it.
There we have it.
Why do I doubt you? I should not.
It is definitely doable in the hands of Ken, him getting one of his best mid-heroes, and now punishing the mid-Shadow Fiend and pulling ahead in CS. He's making sure that this wave pushes. That's a good glyph for the SF, so he doesn't miss out on the rest of the wave. Ken was trying to push it out as soon as possible, so the SF misses out on valuable experience, but there is a full level difference now between the two. Ken is halfway to 6, while the SF's halfway to 5.
That's a problem. Early level 6 on the Ember Spirit will absolutely result in more kills on the SF unless you bring in other heroes to secure him. And we've seen what happens once the supports start rotating. The lanes that those supports are being depleted out of are going to start getting killed instead.
Also really important for Ken here to actually nab the wave, avoid any confrontation from a quick double raise from SF TPing back to the lane, just making sure that he has that freedom for himself to avoid damage. SF also doing some stacks in the jungle for himself. Ken has hit level 6 now.
Level 6, so early. We have a full minute left. Yeah,
and diving straight under the tower. Sure, let's do that.
Where's those supports?
Straight for key. Nothing he can do.
Yeah. That's Elusify, who's, well, not even level 3 yet. He's gonna hit it now once some creeps die in the tower, but man, it's gonna pay.
Mind Flare or range creep get level 3, but you just die. that was a bit sad.
Yeah, no, he takes a second level into the Impale instead of the Spiked Carapace, and that means he's free.
Also, I'm really curious about the March of Machines as a support, because with these early points, you also get healing, which you never had on this this ability, the Repair Bots facet. It just makes these early tower pushes a whole lot easier. Grims will go down to key, but I think Ken might actually get a reply kill, though Ares is here to apply the slows. Ken, he's already fully committed to this. He'll get one, he'll get two, and looking for the third. Boomy already took down Lucifer in between with the final hits. He's tanking the tower, making sure Ken can finish the job. Boomy gets out with low HP. And Ken taking the double kill for himself, dominating now on December.
And this is the worst case scenario, because not only did you give up that kill on the SF and allow this snowball to happen, but now everybody that's coming in to help you too is just bonus kills, and you're feeding the guy who's been making your life difficult. 1,000 gold. He can buy anything that he wants. Like, of course, what he wants is most likely a Mage Slayer, but, you know, he can dream for a second.
Man can certainly dream.
Yeah, Blitz Knuckles first.
Mage Slayer is just... it's just obnoxious for SF. Especially early on, because what your team's composition is, physical CK, physical Pango, then all these bursters, the SF, the Nyx. I don't know if you can add Silencer into the pool, probably not, but
no,
they lose so much.
He's the only steady magic damage output, and it's
Yeah.
not a lot. That's just a support silencer.
Yep.
Torpedo, level
Bottom
6.
lane, there's a very good Sunder coming out. Grimm's getting body blocked by the trees and the creep wave, but so is Fiend. Gohan's is going down in the top lane, and Fiend will not get the kill he was looking for. Rapido cleans up the whole duo there with a level 6 Unleash ready. And they're up 10 kills already. This game, it feels like, I'm just going to say it feels like it's a bit over already. This is just Blind Owl looking like the team they should.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. That laning stage that Manza got in the previous game, perhaps a little bit too good. Perhaps a bit of an overperformance compared to what
exactly.
What happened before. Because you lost Ken, Ken won that mid lane and took your tower with help from a single support. It's just Boomy coming in from time to time. And that means he left Rapido alone, but Rapido still won his lane basically solo as well. That's 2 lanes lost without any movement from the enemy that really mattered. So what's there on the bot side then? Well, you certainly did not stop off a Terrorblade from farming when what you have is a Pango with all physical damage versus how much armor does this guy have again? Oh yeah, 15. Cool.
Yeah, just a couple. Just a couple of bits
Cool
of
beans.
armor. Ken, I think he also saw Key, but Key has teleported
Alright, they're
to
getting
the top
Rapido.
lane. And Rapido is a money in the bank. That is a nice little reward there. Given to Gohan's.
Mm-hmm. A little optimistic in his positioning, shall we say. Key's bailing. As if Ken shows up. Now,
Get me out of this game.
yeah. Oh, listen, you still have a Nyx Assassin. You can always...
Is he around? Is he around to
No,
help him now?
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Ken... Oh, okay, he was trying to Remnant dodge the Requiem there. Which I would have loved to see if he would have done that. Right. Oh, he misses the chains. Gohan's. He is making this a bit harder
That was
for
all his
Ken in the
remnants.
end. Illusion pops out too. Remnants all gone. Ken dead.
How much are you kidding?
Boomy's a bit late, but he's not too late.
No, the moment that he pops all of his remnants there, Ken is dead. And he did that to himself. So, Boomy did what he had to. Right place, right time.
Yeah.
Salvage some of that. And that is both Ken as well as Rapido, the 2 people who have just praised for solo winning their lanes.
Talk about
Giving a bunch
another
back.
one.
No, like this rather different, right? You've got Akari laying into the tower, you just diving for a bonus skill while everybody's on the retreat.
Yeah, Boomy is 2-0-9. That's an 11 KDA of the 12 kills.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's been everywhere. And everywhere he has been, destruction follows.
Yep. But all I wanted to say was that the Nyx Assassin is going to be decent versus the Ember Spirit, because you can always interrupt with Spike Carapaces on Flame Guard. But yeah, he does need to be in the right place then.
Yeah, that's always the downside. Like, such a great hero. I wish he was here.
Mm-hmm. Man, I love that guy. Haven't seen him in years.
Yeah. That's what we all say, don't we? Silencer getting killed under his own tower. Ken's just going to run him down with pretty much just the passive Flame Guard running.
Silencer losing
think about
games.
Gohan's?
Food.
They've got Sharpshooter in 30, which they don't have right now. But look at the amount of damage Gohan's is taking. Every punch is like Mike Tyson in this lane.
Is, you know, I often have objections to, like, you know, the cutesy anime made outfits and stuff like that. Like, I'd really rather not. But for Marcy, who does things like this to the personification of primordial chaos, yeah, put a pretty bow on it and pink sparkles.
As long as the kicks and the punches are hard.
Exactly. She can wear whatever she wants. I'm not gonna tell her what she's
I think that if that is the indicator for Dota, then we need more more bow ties and dresses and some heavy hitters.
Yeah. Oh, listen, the Quap dress is by far her best, right?
Mm.
The whole gown. Mwah.
We still need that briefcase. Oh, we need that tuxedo, I mean.
Mm-hmm. Top hat. Ember.
Elder Titan.
Very
Well,
found.
They have found an Ember. They certainly have.
Yep, sentry.
What is the reply going to be, though? Can they get Boomy? They can. That's pretty much
10
over
seconds
for
for Unleash.
Blind Owl, but Rapido going straight for the SF. Kui going down. And onto Gohas. They've got a Sunder still ready for the TB, but he doesn't get the cast off in time. Grims can't keep him alive either. Now he's up to just saving the Marcy. Saving Private Rapido. Jumping in as well. Another aggressive jump and still has a couple punches remaining. Unleash is still running, but look at that attack speed. It's pretty slow, but it's slow enough to land those hits. And they're cleaning him up. And Aris is the next one to drop. Marcy was already jumping ahead for the next target, suspecting Lucify to be there. But Ken,
Oh, Ken.
Is Ken going for it? No.
Come on.
He missed out on that fight because he was the one to die first.
It's just
got
a
a whole bunch of
sentry
it.
ward, man. You don't have to take it that hard.
Yeah, they're certainly enjoying themselves on the side of Blind Owl. But for Manta, the frustration level is real because you see Requiem, Global Silence, and Rolling Thunder, and Phantasm for one target.
Yep.
One target.
Just one, and they're still. I mean, and that fight, they have less tools this game, right? There's no blink daggers up currently. There is one on the Shadow Fiend, but that's not what I mean. Like a blink stun, you know, something to get that tinker with. They have less tools, but certainly also just they're not using them to go for the tinker yet at all.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
The amount of healing done in that previous fight, I mean, it was this much of a difference, and that Sunder goes off, and then instead of 1 kill out of spending all of your ultimates, you get 0. So, incredibly enough, it could have been even worse for Manta.
But things are not going to look easy either with Marcy BKB ready. Armlet on the list next. Then we're going to get the Basher. Rapido's going to be in full form.
Dire are scanning.
TV still gaining a lot of farm. Hoodwink's going for Yules. I like how all these damage items are coming up for Blind Owl. Then Hoodwink's like, well, I'm not going for your Gleipnir this game.
I need to get that silence off of me.
Yeah. That silence must be purged.
Correct. I mean, your damage very reliant on the fact that you need to be shooting acorns while you do it.
Well, let's see what comes out of this one. Global Silence is popped, but the silences are running out already, and Rapido's ready to charge in. So Aris is already going to drop. Lucify is pretty much done for. Ken needs one more slight. And that is 2 out for the count, leaving 3 left for Manta, but a tower defenseless, and the glyph used. That will come back after this tower falls, if they even get to focus it. I think the glyph was enough to fend away the forces.
For now. And I think the big deal that we're waiting for Manta here is this Crimson Guard still in the works for Fiend. And I gotta say, the amount of farm that he's currently getting is not enough. They need to prioritize him, I think, because this will allow them to actually get a good fight versus Terrorblade. We've seen Terrorblades before gimped by the appearance of a Crimson Guard.
Yes.
Not getting back on top of it until, well, actually just not suffering the entire game straight.
Yeah. Talk about suffering. Gohans was found top next to a Lotus Pool.
So yeah, that is the other problem. And I think, isn't that the same? Wow, what a lag spike that was.
Yeah, that is a big lag spike right there. I think it's good time to throw it to the studio for a second, as everyone is pretty much disconnected.
Yeah, that was...
Server included. Apparently we're not throwing it back to the studio. We are
That's
gonna
alright.
hopefully get back into the game. All right, looks like we are getting in here.
It's safe to leave.
Safe to leave. Oh, what a classic.
Very nice. No, but wasn't the last time that this happened, incredibly enough, also a Terrorblade and a Marcy, and the Terrorblade was completely gimped, but it didn't matter because the Marcy took over the carrying duties for like 25 minutes straight?
Yeah, you have a good memory.
I'm thinking that was it. Of course, the Marcy eventually more limited than the Terrorblade. So incredibly enough, if Manta doesn't manage to Like, if Manta holds on somehow for the next couple of minutes until this Crimson Guard is in the pocket, like, there might be a chance. I say might, because it is really the only thing they've got going for them right now. Their CK keeps dying, that Orchid is barely halfway there. Same goes for any items at all on the SF. He's got 1,500 gold in his pocket and, like, a dream.
Depends how far you want to go with this game, because we still have a Pause 5 Tinker with more CS than the Marcy and almost more CS than the Ember Spirit has this game. So you got a pseudo core in this team.
Yeah, well, at least he's not going to change it into damage yet. I do agree that this is nuts, though, and I hesitate calling this a Pause 5 as well, because as far as farm priority goes, he just gets to sit back and take camps. I'd call that a 4. He just started in the safe lane.
Yeah, maybe even a 3. He's just not the one initiating. Rapido trying to catch Lucify, just a bit short with the jump.
I like
no
him.
room for the Olympics with jumps like that.
I mean, is that the triple jump? Is that what that is?
I think it is, actually.
9 meters?
Isn't it a double jump, technically, in this case?
Yeah, the real deal is, of course, that there's, you know...
But if she can do it in 2, she's better than the rest.
Yes, actually.
I don't actually know how the rules are. Do you need to do the 3rd jump? I think you have to. Otherwise, you just get disqualified for lack of jumps.
Yes.
Yeah, so Marcy is not actually welcome to it yet. Maybe someone's going to fix like an Olympics version and just make like a 3rd jump for Marcy.
She seems like a very, very good all-round athlete. Probably throw a mean spear.
Yeah. Maybe participate more in the gymnastics, I guess.
Also possible. Then you have to go up against Simone Biles, and I don't think Marcy clears that.
Yeah. Might be.
Talking about supernatural.
Depends if we're talking about the AI versions of athletics. We just have to, you know, make 4 limbs actually happen.
Oh, Courier gives up the game.
All right.
Well, but not fast enough.
Backup's there. No, yeah, I mean the backup for a car, sure, but no backup for Manta.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not a whole lot that he can do.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So, a 3-3-2 gold bounty given.
Yep.
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, at least you've gone through the bottom tower, finally. Get yourself a little bit of space to breathe, take that TP point off the map. Get a little, well, I don't want to say equalize the access to Roche on bot, but make it a little less bad for yourself.
Somewhat accessible.
Alright, and Pango's got the Crimson.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's hope it's a game changer, because it kind of has to be,
It has
right?
to be, yeah. And it has the potential to be, but of course there is an Ember and a Marcy in this game on top of that TB. To say nothing about Grims. And the duration of that Crimson Guard has been nerfed as well.
Yeah, it certainly has. Now they're going straight for the Pango. Rapido sees his opening on Fiend. Chained up with the Ember Spirit. And they're not getting a whole lot value out of their Crimson Guard. Rapido is chasing him, and Ken finishes him off. And he's got no ulti now either.
That's the worst of both worlds.
An item that could have helped you in a team fight, but you're the one to die first, so it's down the drain.
Yep.
Dead worth.
And the Rolling Thunder spent so late to the point where you don't actually get to buy any more time with it, or enable your team to fight on top of it.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, that's the downside of chains.
Nyx bails.
How far does he bail, though? CK setting up a gank on Ken. Ken is taking heavy hits here. He gets the kill, but he dies.
Yeah.
He committed for this one quite deep. He was suspecting Boomy's going to be there in time to help him out. So instead, Ken is dead.
Drop the gem.
Gem recovered for the CK. And a big streak of money. That was 1,000 gold, pretty much.
Yeah, and he looked almost too bewildered to actually try and get out. I believe he might have even had a remnant there, and he was just like, no,
He did.
Yeah.
He wanted the Nyx kill and then go out.
Yeah.
And he also wanted Boomy to help him there.
Yeah. No, Boomy has been his faithful right-hand man so far, but not this time.
Lack of a tier 1 tower and instead TPing to the outpost, just calculating it wrong. It can happen from time to time. Here we saw a prime example of it. Now Grims and Akari are trying to 2-mana Tormentor using the defense matrix. So far it is working out. And they've got it. Grims also gets a shard for his efforts.
Extra nice. So the Warp Flare. Teleporting.
Very rarely seen in use by core tinkers. So maybe the support tinker, we might actually get to see some warp flare casts.
No, like especially with the freedom that he's had in these fights, he's going to be able to sit back and carefully think about who he wants to warp. Instead of being a core tinker who is going 300 APM in the middle of the team fight, blinking, etc.
You can use it on Roche. Go on, Grims. Press your warp flare.
Yeah, put him outside of the pit.
Send him out of the pit, yeah.
To be perfectly fair, versus a Pango, if you know the fight is coming, you might as well put Roche outside.
Yeah. See some smart thinking out there. Roche is finished, Lucify is dead. And this might just be one of our potential final pushes if Manta can't fight back. Been playing the split push game for now. At least keep 2 lanes out while one is constantly pushing in, which might just be the route for Blind Owl Esports to march into their base.
And I don't think there's there's any big game-changing items coming up currently. And the key is actually going for a Ghost Scepter, which, especially since he's caster build SF anyway, is the best value for money he's going to be able to buy by far.
Yeah, I mean, there's already the Mage Slayer for the Shadow Fiend, and because he doesn't have a BKB, he's gonna get hit by the debuff, and Tinker's about to finish a pipe. So that's goodbye for 3 heroes on the side of Manto about dealing damage. It all falls on the CK and the Pango. But talking about the CK, he's the one who's getting jumped in his own triangle under his own vision. And that just might be your ticket to the high ground. 50 seconds without the CK. 1 TB illusion is pushing the top wave in. Mid's pushed in. Bottom is the only wave that they can get out. It's really down to BOE if they want to stack up to go and push, but I think they just spotted Lucify. They'll get another kill. He's up in 30. Same time as the CK, and I think they just give an instant ping down mid. They should go. Nice glyph on the wave. Fiend won't be able to clean it out. He's rolling Thundering in. He knows his sacrifice has to be this move. He's pulling the wave out.
And that's going to be, with the glyph, just about enough to allow the CK to get back in.
Yeah, but the creeps return, so the backdoor protection never went off. They're still continuing with the push.
Crimson doing work.
Yeah,
but it's not enough.
Pipe. They have the bodyguard from Marcy. Lucify wrapping in from the side. Sentry in the middle. Very hard for Rapido to get anywhere. For Lucify to get anywhere near. And Rapido's just waiting. When do I jump in? Who do I jump on? I'm going in now. And that's a beautiful jump at the back. That's 2 buybacks. And now Gohan's, he could use some backup, but they are too weak to help him, and he just calls it. One little opening required, and there's that.
Yeah, and this has been over for quite a while. Really hanging on to that. I mean, it is possible that a Crimson Guard does something for you in this game, but you definitely need damage on top. You need utility on top, and with the fact that the SF just didn't have a game, was never going to get a game, the CK needs to do it all by his lonesome, because both of these supports are, well, the kind of heroes that enable a draft, not actually do anything for themselves. It's after that laning stage, it was all but done already.
Yeah, it certainly was. There wasn't a lot to build this game on for Mata. Game 1 was a lot better. Game 2 is just all of their lanes falling that hardly flat. There's no way to come back into this game. I do feel bad for this SF because this is the second time, and both in the same tournament, and Ember beats an SF. Well, SF has won every single time outside of these two. And you see how quickly that deteriorates the situation for the SF if the Ember gets ahead. Because then Ken can play all over the place. He could even play super silly a couple of times. He tanked full 5 teamfight ultis in one point. He goes for a kill that he knows that's going to kill him too, but it doesn't change the story of this game whatsoever. The CK getting 1 or 2 kills is not enough compared to the firepower that they have to go up against. So impossible game to win since the first 7 minutes of what the laning stage was.
Yep, and everybody else that is going to go up versus Blind Owl is going to be very ready for this Tinker, and they're going to have to get some solutions, because this looked 2 open and shut cases of this Tinker needing to be taken down, and since it did not happen, a 2-0 win.
Yeah, the Tinker's definitely going to be targeted. I think that Marcy from Rapido also have to keep in mind, like Marcy IO strats are still fully viable to this day, but... that being said, this series and this day is coming to a close. We've got our final standings as well for day number 3, with 2 more days remaining of action. It's going to be some tight matchups coming up. We had the Immortal and Karsten starting off the day, and after that, I think we had a pretty fancy matchup between the top 2, or even one of the 2 of the top 3 teams going up against each other. This Blind Owl versus Team TK. How do you think that one's going to go?
Right now, Team TK looked sloppy. Normally I would definitely favor them. I love the players that they have. I know the flair that they play with, but they dropped the ball pretty darn often today, to the point where they lost out on a full point versus an opponent in the Immortal that they really should not be dropping anything against. So I'm favoring Blind Owl here, and definitely looking like they are going to stay in that top spot for the group.
Yeah, and it does look like they're pretty much safe as well. They can no longer drop out from the playoff stage, because there are 3 teams with 5 losses, and they can have a maximum of 4. So we can already welcome them to the playoff stage. What will our final seed be? That will be covered either tomorrow or the day after, with the final 2 days of Group B, until we start the last playoff sets from these rest circuits here at Relock Media. We're going to close out the day for today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you follow the channel, follow Relock Media as well on social media, especially on X/Twitter, where you get most of our updates. But until then, folks, this was T-Panda and Kips. Take care of yourselves. Good nights, and bye-bye.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. 1xBet.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.